For the next 3 hours here on ESPN. No, why are you doing that? Okay, hold on one second. Dell and I are having a little problem here. You're turning me off. Yeah, I can hear now. I can hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, we're all good. We are at East River 9, and we are going to be here for the next, till 6 o'clock tonight. We're going to be here. All the shows are going to be here, and it's a big night for us because we got the listener appreciation party as well tonight at St. Arnold. So it is a big day for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could tune in. And off we go on an up-and-down night for us here in the city of Houston. It was – I thought it was – listen, I'm a little worried. The Cowboys looked okay last night. That was bothersome.
Yeah.
The first half, they couldn't stop Philadelphia, which isn't surprising. They're not good defensively, but they sure did look good offensively.
Yeah,
Javonte Williams looked good. Dak looked really good. They were throwing the ball around. They couldn't be stopped. And then we had lightning, and then we had no scoring whatsoever after that. And we had CeeDee Lamb, who ended up being the GOAT because he just couldn't catch a couple of balls, three balls actually that he dropped. And the Cowboys end up losing. That is a great result for us here in the city of Houston, while our Astros were getting their ass handed to them because Caleb Ort just wasn't good last night. That was really, really bad. Joe left him in there too long. He just left him in there too long. He should have gone and got him after they had 2 on and 2 out. Get him out of there. And now the game went, or actually the first run that scored off Ort was a slow roller that just happened to be in the right place. Jeremy Pena couldn't get to it, but he walked 2. He walked 2 to start the inning. And he got himself in so much trouble, and then Trent Grisham just crushed him, and the game was over. We had a chance at the end. Carlos Correa at the plate with the bases loaded, and then Christian Walker with the bases loaded, and scene. So it was an up-and-down night for us. We're happy the Cowboys lost, and we're sad that our Astros lost. Still 3.5 games up and 5 games up on the Rangers. Now a big weekend series against them Rangers in Arlington.
Well, I mean, the only way Seattle can make up any ground is, they didn't play. So they didn't play, so they were able to pick up half a game.
Yeah, right. They didn't play.
That's the only way they make up ground. So I don't care about Cowboys winning and losing anymore. They're a non-factor in football. Haven't been for over 3 decades now. But I will say, to pick up on the point you were making, you wonder what the game would look like if we hadn't had the 1-hour delay. If they hadn't had the lightning and the rain. You wonder what the game would look like because neither team's defense was able to stop. The big story was Jalen Carter spit on the jersey, but there was an opening kickoff. A player was injured on the kickoff, and as the two teams were waiting, Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott got into it a little bit, and they were just talking and – apparently, we didn't know this until much later in the game. They showed this much later in the game when they had this video footage where they were scraping every camera angle they could find. Dak Prescott and Jalen Carter were kind of barking at each other. The two teams were in their huddles or whatever on each side of the ball, and they were barking at each other. And Dak Prescott, now we did not know this at the time, not that it really matters. He kind of walked over between his offensive linemen. And he and Jalen, I guess, are kind of, trash talking maybe a little bit, and then Dak Prescott spits on the ground. Well, Jalen Carter, and nowhere near Jalen Carter, but you could have surmised, oh, he's spitting on the ground as a sign of disrespect to me or whatever. So Jalen Carter, now all we see on TV is Jalen Carter, and we didn't even see this at the time. On the broadcast, we just hear there's a flag. That's all we hear is there's a flag, and they're kind of getting into it a little bit, and then we all of a sudden find out Jalen Carter has been ejected before one play is run. Other than a kickoff, Jalen Carter got kicked out of the game. Jalen Carter goes over, starts walking over because he didn't like I guess Dak spitting on the ground. And he gets over, and they kind of get into, right each other's face a little bit. The offensive linemen are all there, and it's just like they're just chirping. And on the replay, they had to find out on the replay what happened. On the replay, you can see he spits as he's starting to back up. He spits on Dak Prescott on his jersey. The official sees it, throws a flag, they kick him out of the game. What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. And we talked about what an idiot Jalen Carter was in college. He is maybe the most dominant defensive lineman already. I had him as the top-rated player in the draft when he came out. He was that talented, but he fell. We know he was involved in an incident with street racing that ended up killing a teammate and another person who worked in the athletic department who was also in the car with his former teammate. I had heard that he was still doing fast car stuff even during his training, his combine training. It was still an issue for him. I was told that by an agent. He is extremely immature and lost control of his temper, I guess, his impulse control. And not only was he kicked out of that game, and Javonte Williams looked good. It's a lot easier to run the football when you don't have your best defensive tackle in the football game. And that was the case. And Dallas ran the ball pretty well with Jalen Carter out. But Jalen Carter's likely to get a suspension now. Spitting on a player, the NFL, I went through that. I talked about it maybe very briefly. But two things the NFL said. Walt Anderson has we have a NFL, we had our little town hall meeting that we have or whatever every year, and the head of officiating will speak, and they'll tell us what the focus is. And he said the two focuses this year are anything gun-related. You do finger pistols, you do your shotgun, you do where you're clicking off around like Malik Neighbors does. Gun stuff's getting a 15-yard penalty. Y'all haven't seen it yet, but you will see it. Trust me. That's a point of emphasis. The other one is disrespect. They're trying to take that out, trying to eliminate some of that out of the game when they think it goes over the top. And that is going to be punished. We saw Nolan Smith got a 15-yard penalty after he made a tackle and kind of started bowing up, and Javonte Williams or Miles Sanders, whoever the running back was, in his face, he got a 15-yard penalty for that. This spitting on a player, that's as disrespectful as it gets. That's going to catch him at least a one-game suspension, is my prediction. Yeah. I think
probably. Now, as you mentioned, Dak Prescott, he spit first. He spit on the ground. He walked up in between his linemen, and he spit in the direction of Jalen Carter. But here's what Dak had to say after the game about Spitgate.
Okay. He was trolling, I guess you could say, trying to mess with Tyler Booker. I was just looking at him. I was right here by the two linemen, and yes, I needed to spit, and I wasn't going to spit on my lineman. I just spit ahead, but I'd say he was back there where Jory was in that sense, and he asked, or he goes, "You trying to spit on me?" At that point, I felt like he was insulting me. Like I wouldn't spit on somebody. I'm damn sure not trying to spit on you. Like we're about to play a game. I'm wondering why you're trying to mess with the rookie. And so when I stepped through, I actually said the words like, "What the hell would I? Excuse me, but I'm probably even more colorful. What would I need to spit on you for?" And he just spit on me in that moment, and it was more of a surprise than anything. Refs obviously saw it through the flag. I was like, "Hell yeah, we get 15 yards to start the game off." Didn't realize he was getting ejected. Unfortunate that he did. Hell of a player. Changed our plan and our blocking scheme, as I told you all right before the week, that we're going to protect against him. So helped in that manner, but I don't wish for anybody to get out of the game. I'm sure he probably regrets that to some extent. I'm pretty sure he knows I didn't try to spit on him or wasn't even aiming to spit on him. So something that's probably going to get a lot of coverage and a lot of attention that I feel sorry for in the sense of, I know how excited each and every one of us are, right, to kick off the season and season opener, and hell of a player like that doesn't even get a chance in the first play. Unfortunate circumstances.
So, Dak, you could see he's looking at Jalen Carter when he spit. It was,
but it's not.
I guess he was
it's
being
not
playful.
Anywhere near him.
It's not anywhere.
Jalen's way far away.
Yeah, right. He was in his direction. You could see his Dak's eyes. He's looking at him. He's got a little smile on his face, and then Jalen Carter comes walking up, and then the jaw, and then the spit. Jalen Carter is a problem. Jalen Carter is a big problem because he's such a good football player. They're going to have to make – there's a tough decision there. He's the kind of guy that is going to be probably on a few teams because you just worry about whether or not you can handle him, and somebody else will take on the risk because he is so good. And he's probably – and that's why he fell in the draft. That's why he is who he is. But, man, oh, man, talk about a good football player. And losing that good football player, it made a difference. Javonte Williams had himself a nice game in large part because Jalen Carter wasn't in the middle of that defense.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to take in from both the Astros. Got to watch, through the match. You see, you guys don't have this ability with technology, but I was able to watch both games.
Oh,
and this is what separates me is I can watch a football and a baseball game. I can't do it concurrently. I do use my dual receiver, so I will admit that I'm not watching. I was late on the Astros, so I have games paused. So I'm late for a while with the Eagles and Cowboys, and I'm late on the Astros. So I was about 2 innings behind when I saw Jeremy Pena's not an atrocious at bat, atrocious umpiring of the strike zone in the third inning. When Jeremy Pena had 2 strikes called on him that were nowhere near the strike zone, and he was so frustrated with how bad the call was, and I give him a lot of credit for just showing some frustration but walking back to the dugout. Because then, don't worry, later on that same home plate umpire that was so bad against the Yankees, he screwed another one up yesterday when third baseman caught the ball and then lost the ball when he was just shifting it to his hands, which is not. As long as you make the initial catch, it should have been out. They called
the umpiring in this series was terrible.
Oh.
The umpiring in this series could not.
It was awful.
It was awful for both
and
sides.
I'm not an anti where I just love to blame officials and umpires and they're the referees. They're the reason everything's wrong. This was legitimately atrocious. Like that guy, the kid who was behind the plate 2 days ago and was at third base yesterday. I don't know. I'm calling him kid. I don't know how old he is. I think he's in his 30s. He's going to have a hard time sticking around the league if it's that bad. Like, if he's this bad, I know somebody who went to my high school that was a Major League ump for a little bit, and he ended up getting into it with, I think it was some members of either Red Sox or Yankees, and then he just didn't last in the show for a long time. It can be political, but it can also be, performance-based, and that is atrocious. What he did the game before, frankly, the Yankees really took the brunt of that one. But you can't miss that badly. And then the home plate umpire last night, who was the crew chief, he sucked. He sucked too yesterday.
They were bad. It was bad. It was bad the whole series. That crew is just terrible. Move on to another city. The Astros move on to the Rangers. This is a big weekend. It's a big weekend. They're just 4.5. They're just 5 games up on the Rangers now. A sweep, and and we got ourselves a 3-team race. So they've got to come away with their now. We'll remember they play really well at Texas. They play really well in Arlington. So hopefully they get some of that back. And with Jordan in the lineup now, and you see Isaac Paredes is heading to Florida. He looks like he could be possibly coming back. You put him at maybe second base. You get that back in the lineup possibly down the stretch, maybe in a couple of weeks as we head into the playoffs. You got Altuve out in DH or in left field. You got Jordan. Now all of a sudden you got that lineup back where it is something. It is something special. We got a break. We are live in East River 9.
8 hits
in
2 games. Jordan right now, he had his first base hit that wasn't 100-plus exit velo yesterday.
And it was, how about that 69-mile-an-hour down the third base line for a double. Yeah, and then he had another.
He had 2 yesterday because he
one
also
off the end of the bat that went over the shortstop's head as well. Man, is Anthony Volpe bad? How bad is Ben Rice at first base? He's awful.
Can't catch.
The Yankees are the Yankees, man. They're going to be, no matter what happens, they can hit. They are, and they're that's a vaunted lineup. There's no question about it. But they suck in the field.
They are an awful. I mean, what a bad defensive team that was.
Yep.
Well, this stretches back to last year. Like the Dodgers, they talked about how these guys were kind of a joke.
It was a joke.
We were like, I'm glad to play this team. They're barely a real baseball team.
I mean, Aaron Judge drops that fly ball in center field. I mean, just right in his glove in a crucial situation.
Now it's from Joe Kelly, so we hate him. But after the series, they're like the Yankees.
They
barely play baseball the right way. They were excited to play the Yankees.
No, they're not clean at all. Volpe is terrible at shortstop. Holy cow, that's not a good team. And the Astros lose 2 out of 3 to the Yankees. I'm just shocked. You lose 2 out of 3 to the Yankees. A 5-5 homestand on a crucial homestand that you really needed, that you really wanted to make some ground.
You gained ground anyway.
You're fine.
Yeah. All right, we got a break.
They could lose. Right now, the Astros could lose 3 or 4 and gain a half game
The-
on the Mariners.
Live at East River 9. We are here all day long. We want you to come out. It is a beautiful play. I mean, it's going to be a beautiful day to get on out here. Play some golf this morning before work, or take a little time off of work, or come and play at night because they got lights here. Let's go. Get on out here to East River 9 and have yourself some Coors Lights. This has been – I don't know if I've had a better week of Coors Lights in my life. We were watching the games last night, and it was the Coors Lights were flying with all the boys. They were back together, and it was just a great time had by all. And most of us are drinking Coors Lights. And isn't that what we should do? Isn't that the way it should be? When everybody's throwing down Coors Lights, that's the way that life should be. You and your boys throwing down some Coors Lights, watching games, watching baseball, watching important football, and there was even tennis on. I'm not like Lance where I got to go back and forth. I got all the games and I got all the Coors Lights. And I'm going to tell you this: if you're looking for, and you're looking for me tonight, there's going to be some Coors Lights in me by the time I get there. I promise you. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I'll be refreshed when we get there tonight with Coors Light.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back. We are at East River 9, as the man told you, with live music every weekend out here at East River 9. But there's also a great sports bar. You can watch all year. We got a lot of games. We got a lot of college football. We got baseball going on. We got the NFL season to start. Texans going to the Rams and get the season underway. And listen, D'Amico don't want to talk about no offensive line no more. Okay, we ain't doing that. We ain't talking about the offensive line anymore.
We're not?
But we are talking about Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, both looking like when Christian Kirk is down, maybe this week and next we shall see.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it's going to be more preventative or I don't know. It doesn't seem to be all that bad. Maybe they're just, we'll see, load managing, making sure.
Managing.
If he's got anything going on.
What was he doing this offseason? Did he play in more than one game?
He's
in
missed
the
seven
preseason?
games
This
the
guy's
last
got
2
good
years.
hamstrings in practice.
Understood, but that's the problem.
Well,
you couldn't
yeah.
even get to week 1 with Christian Kirk. And we're talking, they're saying maybe multiple weeks.
Well, there's
This
a
is
reason
what
that
this is. Dell
they
said this
didn't want him
before.
anymore.
Hurt people, stay hurt, I think is how the thing goes.
No, it's hurt people,
stay
That's a
hurt.
different
Hurt
thing
people
altogether.
Hurt their bodies, their own bodies.
Okay.
Hurt people.
No.
That's what it's changed into. I mean, let's be honest, like, in all seriousness, come on. This is such a joke. This is the problem when you have – there's 2 problems. There's 2 fundamental issues. Draft little guys, expect injury. Sign hurt players, expect them to be hurt. This is like these are some of the most truisms that you ever have in any sports, especially football. And this is crazy. We're already maybe it won't be a problem for the rest of the year. But if Christian Kirk even misses 2 games to start the season, it's like, dude, this is what happens when you get a guy that has injury issues. His first year he was injured. Second year he missed 3 games. Next year he missed 2 games. Then he didn't start. He played every game in 21, played every game in 22. In 23 he missed 5 games. Last year he missed, looks like, 9 games. I mean, what the hell? And he starts the season off hurt, and you don't even listen. The starters weren't even playing in the preseason hardly at all. This is just,
yeah.
You know, I mean, whatever. I'm glad they got Jalen Noel. I mean, Tank
here's the
not
deal.
going to be here after next year. This guy Kirk's not going to be here. Whatever.
Well, here is Jalen Noel. We got Jalen Noel on. We got some sound from Jalen Noel. What it does is it opens up. You know, one man's misery is another man's opportunity. So here, Jaden Higgins has got to start. Jaden Higgins is going to be out, and you know what? Jalen Noel is going to have to grow up in a hurry. He's coming out of Iowa State. He's got you like him a lot. We'll see whether or not he's ready for this level. I know C.D. Lamb wasn't ready last night. He just wasn't good enough. But we got Jalen Noel. And Jalen Noel is ready to play. Here's Jalen Noel on his first game and his first opportunity.
Around me, great O-line, so I know those guys will be there for me, and I'll be there for them.
Jalen, as a return man, what do you feel like you'll bring to the table in terms of return skills? And obviously you're the Big 12 Special Teams Player of the Year.
Yeah, just really honing in on my technique, being prepared if they need me in that spot to go out there and do that job, and just explosiveness. Honestly, I feel like I'm an explosive player, and that helps my game a lot.
In regards to your teammates, having a chance to watch it, every single day, how would you describe just how special the connection is between C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins?
It's very special. Those guys are connected every day, always communicating, always talking. Nico's always in the right spot for CJ, and CJ's always putting the ball right where Nico needs it. So to see those guys go out there and compete every day, to have an example like that every day, it helps the young guys a lot, and really the whole team. They put an example out there that's hard not to follow.
Jalen, when did you realize that you were going to possibly have to step into a larger role with Christian's injury?
I mean, Coach Ben's prepared me for this moment. He's prepared every receiver in that room to be ready for if anybody goes down or whatever, just to be ready for our moment. So whatever they need me to do on Sunday, I'm prepared to do.
What's the emotions
All right,
like?
there's Jalen Noel.
That's enough. It's enough
That's
out of
enough.
you, Jalen.
We've heard enough out of the rookie.
Wait, I thought
I heard
we were
enough
very
out of the
excited.
background.
No.
too.
You know what? The Aggies,
I didn't hear
Kevin
enough.
Sumlin never let the rookie speak, and maybe we should do that here.
Well, is he a great example
Either did Bill
as far as
O'Brien.
running a great program?
Yeah,
Um,
you can't talk.
I'm just glad that the use of iPhones is how they pick up audio and video now, because in the background, I don't know if everyone caught it, but I've heard that tone and those two words together quite a bit in my life, and I picked up on it. I think Lance did as well in the background. There was a player having a conversation with one of his teammates.
Dang, sucker.
And yes, but it wasn't that. It was. Well, I can't say it. I can't say it, but appreciations to whoever grabbed that, because now I have something I will laugh at anytime I see Noel out in the field.
Yeah. Well,
Although he
Jalen
didn't
Noel
say
part-
it.
He didn't say it
didn't
himself,
say
it.
but it was in the background.
I'm just going to blame it
Yeah.
on Stephon Diggs.
He's not in the.
So-
he's not
I know,
there.
but he
So
does it
without
wrong.
Christian Kirk, what are we expecting out of Higgins or Noel?
I think they're – well, I don't know that Noel does a lot. Maybe 3 catches. Maybe 2. Higgins, I would think, is going to be closer to, his over-under should probably be like 4.5 catches. I think Nico is going to benefit. Nico's going to be – and I don't love this because I think every quarterback's at their best when they are able to scan the field and they trust a lot of different routes, and they – you get predictable if they know where you're going with the football. Sometimes it doesn't matter, like with Phillip Rivers and Antonio Gates, but sometimes it doesn't matter, like with Deshaun Watson and D-Hop. But honestly, I think that if defenses start locking in on the fact that CJ is going to be targeting, if CJ starts to really excessively target Nico, it's going to make it easier for defenses to kind of slow the Texans down. I don't know. I'm gonna say 7 catches for Nico. I'll say 5 for Higgins, 2 for Jalen Noel, and then I think the tight ends get 4 catches. So now we're at 4, 11, 16. We're pretty much. I'm already at like 18 catches. I don't know how much they're gonna throw.
That's all the
football.
completions he's going to have? Well,
Yeah,
running
no.
backs.
Is he gonna, completions?
Hopefully it's going to
Against
be a
the
little bit
Rams,
more than
Am
that.
I sure about this? See, that's how quick. Like, you'll see. It's funny. You see those totals, those over/unders for receivers. See, Jaden Higgins. I think he's at 4.5, and you think, oh, that's nothing. He can get 5. That's just one. That's 1 a quarter, and he gets 1 more extra when he gets. Yeah, it's not as easy as you think, because A, they need to be completions, but B, there could be checkdowns to running backs. Dalton Schultz may be a guy who ends up being, Dalton Schultz could end up being the second most targeted player on that field for the Houston Texans. It's not out of the question. CJ, year before last, CJ found him plenty. So
Look
it could
at
be
Goddard
Dalton
last
Schultz is that
night.
guy.
Goddard had how about A.J. Brown had 1 target last night, and Devontae
Yeah.
Smith just
It was
a
on a
few.
big
It
third
was
down,
Goddard. Yeah, it was a big third.
Or
No,
second
it was
down
second
where they
down.
threw
It was
the
second
ball.
down, right.
I was like, what are you throwing the football for?
Well,
Eat the clock
it was,
up.
It was to him, and that was to ice the game. That's the first target he had all night.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas Goddard had a bunch. So you never know. We'll see what kind of pass rush is on CJ, and that may determine, hey, I got to get it out in a hurry, either to my safety valve, the running back, or to the tight end real quick over the middle. We'll see
I think it
how
might
that works
benefit
out.
the Texans to have maybe play a little bit more 2 tight end sets. That may not
Yeah.
be the worst thing in the world, is to play a little more 2 tight end sets, and that's not going to be their base, but maybe a little more 2 tight end set stuff wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because you can line up. Dalton Schultz maybe lines up in a slot, and Stover lines up in line. Maybe you do something like that. It'll be interesting to see how Caley handles this. That's a lot to throw to a rookie in the first game. He's been running backup, and now you're going to throw him in. It's his first game. Andy's a starter, and you got 2 starting wide receivers. What if somebody goes the wrong way in the route? They just screw up. It's something that rookies do. That could turn into an interception. That could be big. So I don't love having two.
Or
wide
they could run the
receivers
rights,
who are
the routes properly and score touchdowns. Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Negative, Mr. Lance
No, it's not being
Ferragamo.
negative. It's being realistic. Two rookies in the two rookies. It's not typically something that offenses want. Is having
Nope.
two rookie wide
Well,
receivers.
we do. Well, we
But
do.
you have
Yeah.
to.
Yeah,
I like
we
Higgins.
to.
Though. I think Higgins is going to be. I think
We
Higgins
want
is
it.
going to end up being a really good Houston Texan. I really do.
Well,
and I think
all
Noah's
right.
going to chase Tank out of town.
I know where there's a really good place to play poker, and that's a Texas Card House. We were there yesterday. It was awesome. I can't tell you how fun it. I mean, that game. Holy crap! I was watching their PLO game. It is. If you like PLO, I'm telling you, there is some action going on. You better get ready because it is flying. It is. If you're looking for action, if you love you some poker, Texas Card House is the place to go. It was 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, and there's two tables going on, one with Hold'em and one with PLO going on, and it just and the chips are flying. You're looking for a great way to play and have fun. If you're a poker player, they got the tournaments. How about just at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a turbo tournament where it's a guarantee of $1,500 and it's just $25 to get in. That's so fun. That is so good, and it usually gets up to about $3,000 the pot. They've got a 40,000 PLO coming up on the 17th. They've got 100,000 Hold'em on the 17th at Green Ridge and Westheimer. I mean, in spring they got the 40,000 PLO. It's just a great place, the place to play. Safe environment, wonderful environment, clean environment, beautiful, great parking lot. If you're looking for poker, there's one place to go. Go to TexasCardHouse.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. East River 9 is where we are. Come on and hang out with us. We got guys already going out and playing. Just been wonderful. And Dell's making fun.
John, can you tell me?
They got a pull cart.
They got a pull cart, but he's not pulling it. He's pushing it.
You can push or
Yeah,
pull it.
and his woman, I don't know, girlfriend, wife is right next to him. And if you looked at that from behind, it looks like he's just pushing a stroller out there, and his wife is walking right by him. It looks like it's a nice day out in the park, and he's pushing his stroller, and his wife is there with him, and they're having a great time.
I got news for you. I'm watching him on the driving range. She's got a better swing than he does.
Well,
so he should.
He was the one pushing the baby around, so it's not surprising.
He needs to push the baby around until he gets
you know how I feel about
better
it.
Swing than she
You
does.
come out here. What are we doing? What are you doing?
We're having some nice time.
With who?
With our girl. Our favorite
You've never
girl.
done it.
My wife doesn't play. She did play. She tried once.
And did she enjoy it?
She did not enjoy it at all. Now, I didn't say I celebrated the fact she didn't enjoy it at all, but it didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt
I
my
bet.
feelings.
I bet.
Because that's a time where guys,
Not that guy.
This guy's got his whole bag. You don't need your whole bag out here at East River 9. You just need a few clubs. You need a pitching wedge for sure. Pitching through maybe 7-iron.
Did he put Pampers in that bag?
And no Pampers. It's a pull cart.
He's pushing it, and it
you
looks
can
like
push or
it
pull
looks
it.
like there's a baby in
No,
the front of it, a
there's
toddler.
No baby. There's no baby. Although you
While
can
his
bring your
wife,
baby out.
while his wife is playing golf, he's pushing the stroller.
I've seen guys have their baby in the cart while they're playing.
Is that a good
Maybe
idea?
Sleeping. That's a terrible idea.
Okay.
It's a terrible idea, but it does happen. If you want to get out bad enough, that's what you do. And if you want to get on over here to East River 9, we got the most beautiful view here. It is just gorgeous out here at East River 9. I mean, I think it's the best view of the skyline in the city.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Tony and his hate of Iowa State. He says, do you guys worry the Texans are expecting too much too soon from the Iowa State rookies between learning NFL defenses and learning not to pull their pants down to their ankles at a urinal?
He's an Iowa guy.
That's an Iowa guy who hates. It's Cyhawk. It's Cyhawk weekend.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, is
Hey,
it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
wow.
where game day, not game day, but Fox's
Yeah, big noon kickoff.
big noon kickoff is at Iowa State.
Well,
Well, game day must be at Michigan.
they're,
Oklahoma.
yes, that's where they are, yeah.
So, I mean, that's a nice game.
So is that a question Aaron Wilson should ask of Higgins and Knoll? Have you guys figured out not to pull your pants down to your ankles
At a urinal?
at a urinal yet, now that you're in the big city?
Come on, Tony. You better win that game, Tony.
Well,
All right.
it's part of the week.
and
Trash talk.
How about Iowa's quarterback? It's just typical Iowa.
Ooh, they were excited about Gronowski or whatever his name is. He was awful.
Awful. Congratulations. What did Josh say? He didn't get. He got Iowa'd. He got Iowa. If you're a quarterback and you go to Iowa, you get Iowa.
Find you.
Yeah, my goodness. You always find that level, right? At Iowa, you always find the worst level
He
of
completed
quarterback
8 passes for 44 yards.
That's awful. And then he had some kind of calf strain or cramp. He had cramps. And one of his linemen stepped up and he was helping him with the cramp. It was just awful. Just an awful display. Anyway, we'll see. See, you better worry about your own quarterbacks instead of urinals, Tony. Okay? That's what you ought to worry about. We got to worry about a team that it's just so maddening to watch the Astros sometimes. Caleb Ort was awful last night. And look at him. Brian Abreu has been awful his last couple of times out. We've seen King struggle. I had no idea that Josh Hader, the domino effect of losing Josh Hader, what it would have on this bullpen. But I don't know in what order do you trust the bullpen right now?
My gosh.
I guess it's Abreu. It's Abreu one.
I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess not. Recent, his last 2 outings notwithstanding. I guess it's Abreu. And then I don't know. The Murray kid looked pretty good yesterday in his debut.
How about that?
Yeah,
about
he
that?
looked good. He
comes
can
in-
throw 96, 97 miles
90
an hour. But,
he
he
hit
is a
98.
28-year-old rookie. He is a 28-year-old rookie, so I don't hold a lot of hope for a 28-year-old rookie. I went and looked him up. I'm like, wait a minute. Look at this kid. Maybe we got to, is he going to be is he 24 years old, 23 years old? He's going to be one of the new arms we're going to be able to rely on moving forward. I was like, 28. Why hasn't he been up yet?
Well, is it?
But, he did
okay,
look, he threw some gas,
So is it Abreu?
I guess it's
Is it
blue balls.
Is it
Blue ball?
Is it De Los Santos?
No,
Is it?
no, not for me.
Is it?
Okert?
Okert?
Yeah, he's all right.
Okert? Is
Sometimes.
it Kimbrel?
It shouldn't be Kimbrel.
No. It shouldn't be any of these. I don't know who you can depend on right now in that bullpen. It's not. I don't know. It's not. It's never.
Remember
been
when we had
Orton.
Hector Neris again?
Remember?
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not anyone that I really. Is it Brian King? It's Brian King against right-handers, I guess.
Yeah, against right-handers.
really
he should
good
have brought in
against
King
right-handers.
last night against the righty. He should have brought him in last night against the righty. He's got those reverse splits. Did you see Ronel Blanco in the dugout last night? That was nice to see. There's a Ronel Blanco sighting.
Did you
He
see
ain't
Eric
doing
Getty
nothing, but-
get on the injured list?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw it.
It's not supposed to last long. It's just elbow inflammation. It's no big deal.
No, it's no big deal. He'll be back next week probably.
He and Caitlin Clark are supposed to be back at about the same time.
Yeah. I don't have any idea who Joe goes to now in that bullpen. And everyone is a mistake. Every guy is a mistake. What was a strength for this team that looked pretty damn good for a while and was actually carrying it and was doing a really nice job is really a weakness right now.
So what did
No
you think
idea
about
who's gonna
Christian
get out.
Javier yesterday? So I thought Javier was looking ragged in the second inning. Just every lollipop. What I don't love is he's got that. It's not a lot of bite on that breaking pitch that he throws backdoor to left-handers because it lands right in the middle of the zone, and it's at about 76 miles an hour, and it's very hittable. There was a home run. It was hit yesterday on that pitch, but he was looking. Well, that was after the inning he got chased, but in the second inning they started hitting him hard, but they only got one run out of it, and then he settled down after that a little bit and was actually getting some strikeouts. And it's crazy because he throws so many off-speed pitches now between his sweeper and his change, which runs at about 84, that when he did throw a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, he blew it by can't remember who he struck out, wasn't able to catch up with it. Wasn't able to catch up with 92. That's because he's throwing so many, his fastball is just not really a factor right now at all. So I don't know. I know that there are times he looks – I don't feel like it looks the same. I know he had no hitter through 6 innings in his previous start. He had a bad second inning yesterday. Then he settled in and was getting strikeouts until he got chased, where he got knocked around the park in the 6th and got chased out of the game. But I don't know. It hasn't really. I still don't think it looks like Christian Javier for me.
Yeah, no, not the dominant Christian Javier.
No, obviously not that. But
Even-
I just don't
yeah,
think the stuff
even
looks
the
real
no-hit.
sharp.
Yeah, even the 6-inning no hit, it wasn't
Uh-huh.
it wasn't nearly what he was yet. He's not back to that yet. We'll see. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you want to talk about the Astros, you want to talk about the Texans game coming up, you're more than welcome to do that. Get in here and hang with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I need to talk right now about what's going on at Chastang Ford. Listen, you've got today and you've got tomorrow and you've got unbelievable deals going on at Chastang Ford. I love what they do. I love the way that Chastangs go about it. I love it so much that I bought my last 4 vehicles from them, and I will continue to buy my vehicles from Chastang Ford because I just think they do it better. They just do it better. I just love working on the deal with them. I got my Lightning from them, brand new Lightning, and they were like, okay, what do you want? What do you need in the vehicle? What price? What is your threshold? Because let's make sure that you're not choking on these payments. We want you to have the best car buying experience you can possibly have. This happens every day with everybody. When you go to the website, one of the first things that they'll ask you, where do your payments have to be? because they want you to have a great car buying experience, and then you'll be back. And you know what? Instead of gouging as much as they possibly can out of you, which is what other dealerships do, they want you to be back. They want you to have a great car buying experience and come back. And that's why Chastangs do so much repeat business. You'll love doing business with the Chastangs. I do. You will too. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
We're back. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're live at East River 9 where you can come. I mean, we got guys with it seems like it's ladies' day out here. There's a lot of guys with their girls out here. That's just
early
nice,
morning.
though. You got an hour and a half that you spend. It's not a 4-hour round like
Okay.
usual golf. This is about an hour and a half you spend with your girl. You do your walk. You walk with her, talk with her.
But considering that it's not even 8 o'clock, my assumption is you spent all night with her and the day before because you're living together. Don't you want to
Or
do a
you
little
could have a
break?
date in the
Yeah,
morning.
that's.
Yeah.
I get it, but
Yeah.
wouldn't be me.
Let's have a morning date. Yeah.
Wouldn't be me.
Yeah, maybe it's very wholesome, Del. I mean, it doesn't appear that those two are married. We don't know, but they're young.
Yeah, it looks like they like each
They
other.
like each other, so they're probably not married.
Probably not married.
Probably not married. But this is a great place to come and get your golf
That's
on.
true. As much as I joke, it's a great place to be.
Listen, it's also a great place to do business because you don't have to spend 4 hours with a guy you possibly don't really like. He's a client or whatever, but you spend an hour and a half. You get your business done, right? You talk about business and whatnot as you're strolling down the fairway. It's an hour and a half. You have a couple of beers in the clubhouse here, and then you go on your way. That's good business right there. So if we got corporate memberships here, you can have your salespeople bring people out here. That's a great way to do it.
For anyone listening who's a client who deals with John, just know if he brings you at East River 9, possibly he doesn't like you that much.
Well, I haven't brought any clients. You what?
See?
You know what? Well,
Just be aware.
I'm not saying
if he
that.
takes you to one of the courses,
I'm saying now. Okay, after that, then now you get another client. So you get a couple,
double dip.
You can
Gotcha.
get a couple, 3 clients.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying? One thing we haven't really talked about is, we talk about how great our corners are, and I think it's a top 3 cornerback duo in the NFL. It's not. I mean, you can any way you want to look at it. Philadelphia obviously has a nice cornerback duo. We got maybe the best with the way Kamari played last year and the way Derek Stingley played. But hey, Puka and Devontae now. All right, I don't know why people think like Devontae fell in fantasy draft. I don't know why. Devontae Adams is still now maybe it's because Matthew Stafford is not. There's a possibility Matthew Stafford won't be around because of the back issue, but that's okay. And I'm not crazy about if you're going to get a wide receiver, you're going to split. You're going to split a lot of catches now between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Is Puka going to have as big
Puka's
a year
had a lot
this
of
year?
Catches. Puka
had a lot of catches, and you know what? Is Davante Adams going to take him away? That's a pretty. I think that's a logical question when you bring in a guy of the caliber of a Davante Adams.
Well, he did have 85 catches for 1,063 yards last year in 14 games.
He's really good, by the way.
And 8 touchdowns, 12.5 yards per reception. Like, the numbers, look, he didn't have what he had in Green Bay when he was Aaron Rodgers was so much better. He didn't have what he had his first year with the Raiders, which was 14 touchdowns. I can't even remember who the Raiders quarterback was in 2022. But he did have 14 touchdowns and 1,500 yards. Man, he was still balling with the Raiders. It dropped sharply with the Raiders in 2023. And then last year actually was his lowest receiving yards, his lowest yards per game of his, well, I guess since 2017. So, I mean, there are some potential signs that age is catching up with him at age 32. He'll be 33 this year. I don't have a birthday on him. So, I mean, there is a chance age is catching up with him. It's unlikely that he's falling completely off a cliff. That's unlikely because his game has been based on, not on speed, but on skill and hand, and ball skills. So, I know that one of the issues that the Rams have is they need to add, instead of little Tutu Atwell, they wanted to add a little bit bigger receiver with some speed because they already know they got 2 pass catchers in Puka Nacua and Davante Adams. I'm with you, John. I don't think Davante Adams, I don't know if he's the same guy he was, but I'm sure he's still an incredibly beyond serviceable number 2.
Are you kidding? I don't think he's a number 2. I think they got 2 ones. And last year against the Texans, he had 7 for 91 yards and a touchdown. 11 targets, 7 receptions, 91 yards, a touchdown. Derek Stingley was asked, by the way, thanks Chancellor Johnson for this audio. Derek Stingley was asked about covering, facing Davante Adams again after he had a nice game and who he is. Here's Stingley on covering Davante Adams. He doesn't have it. Okay. So it's not playing. We apologize. We will hear from Derek Stingley. It is, it ain't going to be easy. I'm going to tell you that right now. It ain't going to be easy. When you got guys of that caliber on both sides, we talked about this. Does Stingley travel this year? Because it's difficult for a rookie like Kamari Lassiter to go from side to side and face the second best guy. So a lot of times you'll just sit. Okay, you stay on your side, and I'll stay on my side. But now that Kamari's a second-year player, are we going to see Stingley on the best guy all the time, or are we going to? And by the way, who's the best guy? Is it Puka or is it Davante? I don't know. I don't know.
It's Puka to me, but I don't think it's who does. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't think the Texans. They typically haven't been just a travel the corner team. They will some, but they don't always do it. The Eagles had to start doing that last night because of the beating that Adoree Jackson was getting from CeeDee Lamb. It was just an absolute. It was an embarrassment.
Adoree Jackson shouldn't be on CeeDee Lamb.
They don't have anyone else.
Finally, they said, "Okay, Quinyon, we're just going to have to put you."
They decide, They didn't initially. I guess it was George Pickens with Quinyon, and then they decided after CeeDee Lamb beat Adoree Jackson like a drum.
You had 200 yards.
Well, if he could catch a pass, he would have went for 200 anyway.
Okay, so all right, you said that the first one he was a legitimate. It was the first one of that series. God, that was a long, good pass from Dak too. He should have had that. It was a bad drop. The second one, that was a tough one. The second one on the fourth down.
Oh, it's in his hands, dude.
But I'm not even talking about that one. I'm talking about the one where Turpin was clearing out, and he came across and hit him in the helmet. It went through his hands and hit him right in the helmet.
I'm not going to kill him for the last one. If Chris Collinsworth doesn't kill him, then I'm not killing him.
Well, as long as Chris Collinsworth doesn't kill him.
Collinsworth. Whatever Chris says.
Well, it's Collinsworth. And,
I say Collinsworth.
I know you do.
There's
You
no
said
G
it
there.
For years. You said Jerry Hunsinger.
I got a
too.
question, but I don't have
I
the
didn't say
excuse.
Hunsinger. I
You
never
said it all the time.
Hunsinger.
You said it
No,
all the
I
time.
did
We
not.
remember. Yes, you did.
I don't know why America said no. Wait, no, it was the owner called him Hunsinger. It was Drayton didn't even know Hunsinger's name.
Yeah,
Hunsinger is doing a great job. Remember, it was Drayton would call his own GM Hunsinger.
Yeah. Who did Jim
Don't put
Crane
that
in
on me.
studio?
He couldn't. He didn't get Garrett Cole's name
Garrett
right.
Cole,
Call him
yeah.
Derek Cole.
Derek Cole,
Yeah.
yeah.
Should have been a sign of things to come. Well, if you're not going to learn a man's name, you're certainly not going to pay him. I don't have the excuse me sounder, but I want to ask this question: did they learn their lesson from last year, or are we going to get Jalen Petrie on Devontae Adams in the slot like last year?
Well,
did they learn their lesson?
If not him, then
Who?
it's going to be Puka Nacua.
Yeah. Then who?
Well, have they learned their lesson from that experiment when one-on-one slot fade touchdown?
Okay, did you see yesterday when Cooper DeJean in the last play he was a former college corner, but did you see when he was running with? I mean, that's just how it is sometimes. If you're lined up that way, Cooper DeJean was the one who was running with CeeDee Lamb on that last play where Lamb dove, extended, and didn't come up with the ball on the fourth down.
And he was open.
That was Cooper was the one who was on exactly.
But he
that's
was
just
open.
What teams do.
But the team learned, or at least they should learn from the mistake of last year, where it was no contest. One-on-one in the slot with Devontae, it was no contest. Maybe, perhaps you learned your lesson and don't allow that. Try not to allow that to happen again.
Yeah,
or Petrie, a guy who.
What are you going to do?
What do you mean? What are you going to do?
I mean,
Maybe you should have found a third slot corner as opposed to putting Petrie in the slot to do it.
I'm aligning my guys.
Of course.
That's right.
Of course, that's what they're going to do. But the Texans, we've talked about it, the lack of depth at the cornerback position is going to lead to Jalen Petrie guarding Devontae or Puka in the slot one-on-one.
Let me see. Puka Nacua last year, or over his last couple of years, I want to take a look at his alignment because I'm going to see who's more likely. I'll just go over the last 2 years in terms of.
You got no choice. If Jalen Petrie is going to be in the slot, you got no choice. They are going to set up. They're going to align themselves where they have mismatches, and they're going to put Jalen Petrie one-on-one with Devontae or with Puka. You're not going to have a choice about that.
The choice was to get more depth at cornerback in the offseason. That was the choice they didn't really make. They drafted a rookie, and that's about it.
This is actually surprising. Puka actually lines up more. He's lined up more outside. Over the last 2 years, 753 snaps wide and 333 from the slot. Now you got to remember Cooper Kupp when he played typically.
Look at this. He's 3 yards beyond Petrie. If it happens again, it's
yeah.
I
No, I know.
The height of arrogance, but what are we doing?
I take it back. So yeah, he's had more than double the amount of snaps at wide receiver as opposed to slot. But yeah, if you go back and watch that beating, like Devontae beat Petrie badly. So I don't know how they're going to handle that. My guess is I'll see on Devontae Adams how much he's been lined up in a slot. I know that he was intentionally lined up over Petrie to create a mismatch, and I felt like it was too predictable because they kept going at it. They knew what the Texans were going to do. If you're the Texans and you're D'Amico and you're Matt Burke, you've got to come in there and say, all right, the Rams are going to look at what the Jets did against us. Well, we really study where any team has success. You study that, and they're going to try to mismatch Petrie. So what are we going to do to counter them? That's the kind of chess you have to be playing. Is you have to expect them. You have to counter what you're expecting. And what you have to expect is they're going to try to get Devontae lined up on Petrie. So if that means playing him in the slot more, then how are the Texans going to handle that? More zone coverage? I mean, you can play a lot of zone coverage, and that takes it away, John. You don't have to worry about it as much
Or
anymore.
being less aggressive on the play. They lined up man across press, and they had the deep safety and Bullock back there, and they played their games up front. Didn't send as many guys as it looked like, but it was man across, and Petrie was lined up against a Hall of Fame wide receiver in the slot, and predictably it went that way.
And that's what you do because you get him off. He can't press you. He can't get his hands on you. You put the slot guy on the weakest man-to-man coverage guy, which would be Petrie in this case. Lassiter's better, and so is Derek Stingley. So you put him in the slot where he can't get his hands on one move, and he's by him. And you know
so
what?
they moved him a lot more to the slot last year. So in 23, he had 854 snaps wide and 121 in the slot. That's Devontae Adams. Last year it was 440 wide and 370 in the slot. So my guess is he's going to be the guy that gets a lot more slot looks.
Well, if you're scheming against the Texans, you're putting your best receiver in the slot. That's what you're doing. Period.
And in the Texans, I'm going to see how much zone they played last year, but we may just see them play a little bit more zone this year in these kind of matchups. In these kind of matchups where you have 2 ones, as you call them, the 2 ones, well, then if they're going to try to mismatch you inside, then maybe you go to a little bit more zone. It kind of takes, or maybe you have halves coverage where you're manned up on Stingley's side and then you play some zone on the other, some exotic coverages. I don't know how often. I don't think D'Amico does that a whole lot, but I don't know. It's going to be – this is part of the fun stuff about football is this is what I actually love is when the D coordinators and O coordinators start, really trying to figure out ways to throw. This is what I really still respect a lot about Bill Belichick as a pro defensive coach is he threw a lot of stuff at teams that they weren't ready for. And D'Amico's got to be careful that his defense isn't too predictable because I do think Petrie is a natural mismatch for some wide receivers, and I worry that they just are they're just ride or die with Petrie.
And that's what good coordinators do. They find mismatches. All right, we got a break. We are at the top of the hour, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you got any questions? How about this? Right at exactly 8:10. Who wants to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy? Who wants to play? At 9:30, you got to study. You have got to figure out who you're going to pick. You pick 5 games against the Warehouse Live guy. If the Warehouse Live guy beats you, you get nothing. If you beat him, if you win more games than he does this weekend in the NFL, then he's going to give you 2 tickets or 4 tickets to a game and the limo ride there and back. That's what the Warehouse Live guy
what
does.
if he picks one game and you pick the exact opposite game?
Then it's a double banger.
It's a double banger. Yeah. And to be clear, you have to beat him. You cannot tie him. There's the sound you'll hear. You have to beat him. The tie goes to the Warehouse guy.
Tie goes to the Warehouse guy. So if you win 3 games, he wins 3 games, then you don't win. You don't win.
Correct.
You've got to beat the Warehouse Live guy. So at 8:10 exactly, you're calling in, and caller number 3 is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. But get your stuff ready and make sure we have their number, Sean, that we can call them back at 9:30 and we are ready to go. You have to be able to play at 9:30 because that's when the Warehouse Live guy comes on. If you can't play at 9:30, don't call in. All right, Lance, if you need jewelry, where do you go?
You go to Zadok Jewelers, and that's been the answer for over 4 decades now. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard is their relatively new location. They've been there a little bit now. It is beautiful. Man, I went in there. I saw their Houston Texans watch they did last year, which is a limited release. And Zadok is chosen for, special edition things like that because they're the biggest and the best. I mean, they're absolutely the best here in the city of Houston. There's been a lot of families have gone and gotten not just their jewelry there, but, the engagement rings, and that's something that has been a big deal. They also, and this is something pretty cool, they'll take family heirlooms. Let's say that there's a piece of jewelry that's been handed down, and you want to do something with that, but you don't love the design anymore. It's outdated. What they can do is melt down the silver or the gold, whatever it's made from, and they can take that and then they can use it to redesign and create a new piece for you, whether it's a pendant, another type of ring. And they've got designers that are outstanding, very, very talented, right there in the store. And so you can have something that you take, something that your grandmother passed down, and you can reinvent it to where it's something that's new and modern, but yet still comes from the same, precious metal that you had before, maybe the same diamond or the same stone. Let the experts there take that family history and really upgrade it to what's going on right now. And, of course, when it comes to the diamond engagement ring, they've got a second floor that's completely dedicated to the bridal experience. So they're going to help you hit an absolute home run, whether it's Mother's Day or getting engaged or a birthday or an anniversary, it's always a spot to go to find something that she is going to absolutely love, because that's what they do. They create the very best. They are sellers of the very best, and they're what you have available to choose from and the experts there to help you find it, they're unmatched throughout the state. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Stop in and just window shop if you like, just to get a feel for the location. It's Zadok Jewelers.
Sam Warren reporting yesterday that it was Nick Chubb and Damian Pierce taking all the handoffs from C.J. Stroud at practice.
Who said
That's
that?
the 1-2 punch, and I can certainly see that. Giving Damian a chance under C.J. Stroud.
Sam Warren.
Sam Warren reported that.
Who's he with?
He's
I don't know.
new. I noticed him because when they went up to West Virginia, it's a name that popped up on the timeline. I hadn't seen it before, but he works for the Chronicle.
He works for the Chronicle?
Yeah.
Well, they got a lot of guys out there. So that's what we can expect. Nico Collins asked about, Nico likes to shoot the gun when he gets the first down. He's going to have to not pull the thumb down.
Yes.
He can do a point
He
for
can
a first
point.
down, but no longer can he.
No thumb movements.
No thumb movement. Like it's a shooting movement. That's, as Lance reported right after that happened in your NFL meeting, that's a point of emphasis this year. No more gun shooting.
No
in the
taunting
NFL.
as well. That's why Nolan Smith got
How
his
about
penalty.
spitting? How's spitting?
Well, that's always been outlawed, at least recently, and that's why it resulted in the best player on that Eagles defense not playing a snap of football.
That's
How
real
about that?
scumbag stuff with NFL players, too. Spitting on somebody is considered real scumbag stuff.
I mean,
Everywhere. NFL, what about just life in general?
Well, basketball there, it's like, whatever.
What? Unless you like that sort of thing, and there are people who
it's,
do.
It is, and Jalen Carter doing that. If you missed it, Jalen Carter was thrown out of the game before he even took a snap. Spit on, one of the top 2 most impactful players for the Eagles, either him or – and I didn't think their rush was great on Dak. I thought their rush was pretty average on Dak, and Dak looked good. He threw accurately. I mean, CD looked great. I think Pickens is going to be good for them. I think their offense is going to be good. Dak is going to be a good fantasy pickup, is my guess, even though it was Javonte Williams who scored 2 touchdowns yesterday. How about this? The guy yesterday, we did our first, brought to you by Taqueria Sarandas, winner, chicken taquito dinner. And all you have to do on Thursdays, and we'll announce during the show when it is, so it could happen at any time. The Thursday game, it'll either be side or total, and either you'll pick it or I pick it, and if you happen to win. If I lose, then you win. If you win, then congratulations. But it's a $50 gift card. Well, he had over 47 and a half.
oh my God.
Over 47 and a half. Larry did. And they scored
it was
3
four,
in the second
it was
half. And they were
44.
rolling in the first half.
44 with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, and he didn't get there. Oh, my gosh. That's a shame. I'll tell you this, Listen, Cowboys under was the play, and everybody, all the books won last night. All of them, because Eagles
Finally,
over.
The good guys win the books.
I know. It's about damn time. I worry about them, closing.
I think the Eagles were their own worst enemy. I mean, they had so many penalties that killed them. The first one, who was it? The penalty down the field, was it Quinyon Mitchell? Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell had the 34-yard penalty against George Pickens in the first half. Then they had the taunting penalty against Nolan Smith, but they had another one where they had the 15-yard. They had another on 3rd and long, and they had was it hands to the face? I'm trying to remember what the penalty was that extended the drive for the Dallas Cowboys, and then Dallas went down and scored. Eagles were their own worst enemy in a lot of regards. I thought the Eagles' offense looked really, really good in the first half. Second half, Dallas's defense got after it. I do wonder how much that 1 hour off really had an impact on both offenses kind of stalling out.
Well,
Because they were both
had a
rolling
huge
in the
impact.
first half, and then all of a sudden they couldn't score it all. Now, Dallas did have a fumble down near the end zone, so
And they
that
also
was going to be points.
and CD couldn't catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the hell? Of
They didn't
all the
run it
guys,
as well. They didn't run it as well with Javonte Williams in the second half.
That's a tough play sequence for Miles Sanders. Gets caught from behind by Zach Bond. Not known as a fast linebacker. In fact, he had not played
he's got
off-ball
some
linebacker
wheels,
until
bro.
now. But, yeah, Zach Bond's like a 4.6 guy. Miles Sanders coming out of college was a 4.4 guy and got caught from behind. So I guess the wear and tear of being an NFL player has reduced his speed, and then he fumbles. So what should have been a touchdown, he got caught from behind, and then he coughs it up on that same possession.
Oh, man, that was the same possession. Wow.
Yeah. And
against his
there
former
was a
team.
Yeah, and there was a tweet out there that Jaden Blue wouldn't have got caught. And Jaden Blue is one of the guys who is part of that Cowboys backfield who didn't get any time. I don't think so, no. But that's the speed back.
Not even as a pass catcher.
Yeah, so tough on Miles Sanders. I don't know where that speed went, but he is officially faster, at least when they were drafted, than Zach Bond. It didn't look like it.
So they say that a running back will lose his speed by 0.12 to 0.20. Like, that's a lot. By, I think it's their 4th year in the league, is that the wear and tear beats them up so bad. So if they run a 4.40, they may be running at fastest a 4.52 by the 4th year in the league, and could be as slow as a 4.6 already. That the wear and tear is that significant on most backs, and that, I guess that makes some sense. That makes some sense. It was Dallas is going to really miss. I mean, Marshawn Nealon did a pretty good job for them, former Western Michigan defensive end, but they don't have the same rush. Even though they did heat up the pocket a little bit. The first half, how are you Dallas allowing – how do you have no spy on – how do you have no spy on Jalen Hurts? That was crazy. And here's another one. in that big third down where he converted and the game was over, you had the defensive tackle 97 was taking an outside track in the rush. Like, rush lane integrity is everything against Jalen Hurts. Why are you taking – because he was able to just step up in the pocket then and run for that first down at the end of the game.
No, but the 2 touchdowns that they had nobody spying him. It's incredible.
It was insane.
It's incredible.
Yeah, they're in man coverage. You're in man coverage. You got to have a linebacker on them.
Sean, who's going to be playing beat the warehouse guy? Do we have a
yes,
contestant?
We have our winner. It's going to be Tucker.
Tucker, you better bring your stuff because warehouse guy was better last year. He sucked before. Last year he was better. I don't know if he continues now. We'll see, but he sucked.
What are you winning
before.
here? What's the prize again, John?
4 tickets to a game in the limo there and back.
Well,
Nice.
as long as you don't live in Beaumont.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll get the
Beaumont.
tickets, but he won't drive you
He
there.
ain't
back.
driving.
No.
He ain't driving.
No,
you to
we did
Beaumont.
have that happen one time.
I know,
where
and he
a
was
guy
like,
from
hey, we got a limitation.
yeah, we got
a mileage
delivery
limitation.
area.
Yeah.
We can't do that.
Will he do Woodlands?
Yeah, I think he does Woodlands. Yeah.
What about Galveston?
I don't know.
Starting to get in the
League City? What if I win?
Victoria?
Are you in League City? I
Yes.
thought you were in.
No, I'm not in Baytown or wherever you think
Clear
I
Lake.
He'll come get
No,
you.
I live in League City. It's like 5 minutes past
I
south
sent
of Clear
a
Lake.
menu. Somebody said Mewelde Moore, former Tulane
The
Green
form-
Wave and Pittsburgh Steeler,
Running
has
back.
a Cajun restaurant, a Creole restaurant in.
Oh,
League
let's
City.
go.
Will I get to see Mewelde Moore there, or is it just his
Eh.
name on it?
He
Probably
might
not.
be running in front of the house.
may be
Maybe
cooking.
is-
I'm asking.
You don't know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Maybe
do-
he is. Maybe he's the floor manager.
I do
don't
know
know.
this. We're going to be at St. Arnold's tonight, and I'm sure St. Arnold's going to be
excited.
there.
St.
Well,
Arnold.
yeah,
well,
he came in studio. The Saint came in
The
studio.
Saint actually came in, and I had to do I did a spot with him. He's the patron saint of beer. St. Arnold, our guy Lenny Ambrose is going to be there as well. I'm sure Lenny's going to be there. He's been a long-time listener. Love Lenny. Love all the people over there. It's a great time, and I'm really glad that we're having our listener appreciation party there today. Listen, you can experience the same thing we're going to experience when you have your private party there. They can do parties as small as 20 and up to 300. They have room. They have 2 different rooms. One is going to be the Investors Pub for a little bit smaller gatherings, and then for the larger ones, you've got the beer hall, which is what we're going to be using. And it's great because, you can get people in there and do whatever you want from a food standpoint. They have a great menu. You can do pizzas. You can do sandwiches. You can do just appetizer. An appetizer table where you have basically a buffet set out where people can go get whatever they want. And just constantly have a flow of appetizers sent out there. You already know they have some of the best beer that you're going to find, some of the freshest beer. Art Cars is a hugely successful beer that they do every year. They've got great cider and root beer as well. But they're going to take care of you. They're going to take care of everything for you so that your party can be great. No heavy lifting for you. They have audio-visual capabilities so that they can even, help you if you have a business meeting that you want to have where you're also looking to have a little fun, but you need to get some business done. They can do that for you as well. It's St. Arnold for your private events. Get your holiday party there, but make sure that you book it right now so you get the prime time and dates available that you're looking for. So go to starnold.com, click private events, and take it from there. starnold.com, click private events.
Big day for me. I'm heading to game day after the show. About 1 o'clock today, I'm going to get my pellets put in. All right. There's different ways that you can do your testosterone replacement. You can get shots. You can take pills. You can do pellets where they're time released. All right. This is something that I'm going to try because I have a hectic schedule. I'm on the road. I'm not here to go and get my weekly shots. So this is going to be the best way for me. Game day will find the best way for you. Game day is going to work with you to make sure that your testosterone replacement is going strong. It's as good as it can possibly be, that it works your schedule, and any of the peptides that they have as well, or any of the programs that they have to help you get to your goals. What are your goals? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be stronger? Do you want to be thinner? Do you want to recover faster? Do you want to be more focused? Do you want to be better sexually? All of these things. All of these things, game day and more, can help you with. So you're looking for the best way to get your testosterone replacement. I've been doing it for years and years and years, and I'm with Game Day now, and I think they're just fantastic. You will find that as well. 11 locations around the city. GameDay.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Now back to John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-37. Now we got callers on Sean, we got some callers waiting on the line. They've been waiting for a little bit.
Yes.
So let's get him in here. Who's first up?
We got Jeff from Clear Lake.
Jeff from Clear Lake wants to get in here. Hey, Jeff, what's going on?
Lake.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, I got a prediction, 23-17, Texans with the upset, Stafford with 1 turnover. I just wanted to get your guys' opinions, what your prediction was and what you think CJ was going to do tonight, Sunday, and I may or may not see it tonight. I'll get off the phone. Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, we hope to see you if you got tickets. We hope you get out there, Jeff. Come on. I don't think there's any question the Texans can win this game.
They can absolutely win this game.
They can absolutely win this game.
They can absolutely win this game because the defense is that good.
Yeah, and the offense has some explosiveness as well. We got Nico. We got Jaden. We got I think Stover's going to play a bigger role than.
Yeah, I do too. I wouldn't call him explosive, but
he's not explosive.
Nico, I think you have the best receiver on the field between both teams in Nico Collins. I like Puka Nacua, but Nico to me is the most explosive receiver out there. It'd be nice if you could hit one. I think one of the big problems the Texans had last year was the same issue that every NFL team had, was a lot more shell coverages, a lot more two-deep coverages. They took the deep ball away. And Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud struggled to figure out how to counter not being able to throw those go balls and those deep posts. They just weren't there. And I'm interested to see if the NFL has changed at all. If there's going to be if teams don't rely on that coverage as much. Because if they do, it changes how you use Nico Collins. Like you don't have Nico as a 3. I mean, he can work all 3 levels of the field, but let's face it, these quarterback numbers, if you looked at them at all, Joe Burrow's touchdown numbers, his over-under was 34.5 this year. I mean, that's crazy to me that it's relatively – I feel like that's low. But that's the reality based on how teams took away the deep ball last year. So I would love it if you could hit some deep balls. That was something that really helped C.J. Stroud when he was younger. Well, when he was younger. His rookie year was he was able to hit some deeper throws than he did last year. So, I mean, that's a big one. If you can hit explosive plays, you don't have to win every play. If you can hit the most chunk plays, I think that's the one where having a big ball-winning receiver on both sides of the ball, on both sides of the field, that's a big advantage for but now the Rams have it too. I want to make sure we say that. The Rams have it too. It's just that the Texans have the preeminent cornerback in the league right now, one of the top 2. So that's the big difference is we've got Stingley, but they got 2 guys that can win the football also, but so do we. So it's actually very evenly matched. They got a good defensive front. So do we. Ours is probably a little bit better.
The only reason they're favored is because they're at home.
That's basically, I think that's basically it. I mean, they have fewer questions at running back and maybe, and they have more experience together as an offensive line. But once you get past that, it's a pretty dead even match. I actually thought this game would go down to maybe 1.5 when it first came out. That it would move in the Texans' favor. But I think Joe Mixon not being there does hurt. I think that has had a little bit of an impact. And, I don't know. I don't think Cam Robinson made any difference. If Cam Robinson was starting, that wouldn't move the line at all. I don't think it'd matter.
No. Listen, the 3 points is a home field advantage, and that's what the game is. I think these are two pretty evenly matched. I have no idea who's going to win this game, if you want to know the truth. I can see it going both ways. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be a one-score game.
You're going to be there, right?
I'm going to be there.
So I'm curious for you to tell us how the home field is for them there. Because I know the Chargers don't have much of a home field in L.A. at all. I'm interested to see how the Rams are. I mean, the Rams have had some success. They've, gone to a Super Bowl there.
I went last year. I went last year to a game, and it was good. When did you move there? Yeah, we moved there last. I've been there well over a year now.
Were you there for the football season last year?
Yeah, the whole football season I was there.
Oh, wow.
Will Wendy have to wear a Rams hat to the game?
No, I'm wearing Texans.
Not you.
Do what?
Will Wendy have to wear a Rams hat?
Probably.
Yeah.
They're the Rams station.
That's what I thought.
Channel 7's the Rams station.
She's not going to wear a Rams hat. You wear hats at baseball games. You don't wear hats at football games.
Have you met Rob Lowe? He'll wear just an NFL hat.
Wendy is not Rob Lowe. Wendy's going to be dressed up.
Yeah, Wendy's going to be dressed up. She's probably going to wear
a Rams jersey?
No, not in a Rams jersey. She doesn't wear jerseys.
Yeah. Okay.
She'll probably wear some blue and yellow, though.
Okay.
I would imagine.
You don't wear a hat. People wear hats at football games all the time. What are you talking? Maybe not Wendy. I'm responding to Lance now.
How about you
people wear
hats
at football games?
Well, not Wendy. Not in suites.
I might wear the horns. The Texans
Rams
horns.
I thought you meant the Rams.
No, the Texans.
You're not wearing your Texans.
The Toro hat you're going to wear?
I could. You don't know.
Hat. Do you know that Sean has one of those? A Bevo one?
I don't have one, but Sean, you got one?
He's got a Bevo one, yeah.
Yeah.
Sean, you got a Bevo hat?
Yeah, a foam head thing.
With horns, yeah.
Yeah, with horns.
Oh, my God, that's so embarrassing.
Why don't you be the ultimate fan with the paint on your face, John?
Yeah, you hear that guy. You don't want to be that guy?
On your face.
You don't want to be that guy on Sunday?
Yeah.
Sean will wear it after big Texas wins.
The Texans got sacked, and that's disgrace. But then they sacked Matt Stafford, put blood on his face. On his face.
Air Team. LTD.com.
That's true.
That's right. That is Air Team.
Yep.
Any other callers, Sean?
Yes, we do. We have Keith.
Keith, what's up?
What's Vanderbilt up to?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I'd like to offer a formal apology to the group. It was a tough look for my brand yesterday. Amari Cooper signed off the street 10 days ago, retired. Tough look for veteran wide receivers. So I was really couldn't sleep much at all last night. Really disappointed there. My question for you guys, Vanderbilt, road to 10-2, continues tomorrow. Virginia Tech looks awful against South Carolina. Who do you like between Vanderbilt and Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech.
And I will say they did not look awful. I mean, the game against the ranked team was close in the fourth quarter.
Was a good game.
I mean,
Virginia
Kyron
Tech.
Drones looked terrible, but the rest of the team stood up.
Oh, that was a good game.
Yeah, they stood up against that team that people think can make the playoff. And I don't know how it is now, but I know before the season, Virginia Tech was a favorite. So on the road, their first home game, Vanderbilt on the road in a lane. They're desperate to win that game. They can't go 1-2. I don't look the Keith thing. Fine, whatever.
With
but
the paint on his face.
with the Commodore on his face or on his.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Got a Commodore on his face. I like Virginia Tech.
Now.
If Kyron
Get out of
Jones
here
won't be
now.
terrible.
Go on now.
If Kyron Jones isn't terrible, which is very possible, I like Virginia Tech in that game.
That's possible.
Yeah, it's very possible he's as bad as he was against South Carolina. He stunk. If he can play at a average level, I think Virginia Tech wins that game.
At home. This is one of your. You know what? This is one of your 2 losses, Keith. So be ready.
Of all the losses, it'll be Virginia Tech at home or on the road for Vandy. I need it just so he will calm down. It's at least 3 times a week.
We need to stop this.
We have not talked Vanderbilt football this much at any point in my life.
I'm not going to keep doing it. I just need them to lose 3. Just get out of the gates on 3.
And so we're done. And so we're done. All right, let's break. Let's talk a little underdog fantasy here, and then get back at it. Who wants in? 713-780-3776. Still ahead. 5-star at 9 o'clock, and Beat the Warehouse live guy at 9:30. So that's what we're going to do here on ESPN on
the Jalen Carter stuff on Underdog Fantasy, if you did your picks, I think that got voided out because he never played an official snap. So, if that happens to your player, you're not going to take the bad beat because a guy got kicked out of the game before you even had an official snap. But with Underdog Fantasy, Javonte Williams was big winner with higher on rushing yards, went higher on touchdowns, and that was a big multiplier for you if you did that. Jalen Hurts, he had 0.5 touchdowns. You could go higher with him. He ended up with 2. That was going to be a winner for you as well. Ended up lower on Saquon Barkley. Why don't you go take a look at Underdog Fantasy? Go download the app. I had Lamont reach out asking for what my passcode was yesterday. Passcode's Lance. What you do is you download the app. Use passcode Lance when you make your first deposit. Maybe you're putting $50 in, maybe you put $100, maybe you're putting $500 in. What they're going to do is when you put the passcode Lance in on your first deposit, when you play your first $5, whatever it is, 5 or more, they're going to give you $50 in bonus cash in your account. And that's yours to use. And so use that on, however you see fit. You may want to stick with a lot of plays that are, just two picks on when you're picking them, because you want to, and that typically pays 3-1, but sometimes it pays a little less or a little bit more, depending on what the odds are for, the particular high or low that you're going for. Because sometimes you can have some long shots and really take a chance on winning big if you decide to look for long shots. And with the football season here, there's so many games to choose from, so many players, so many stats to choose from. Lock in on the games you're going to watch. Pick some players out. Figure out how they're going to go, higher or lower on their stats, and play along with the games that you're watching. It's so much more fun, and you can win real money right here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates, which is Texas. Certain conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, time to talk about HR&P. They're going to be there tonight in full force. We love that. They are part of our business plan, and they should be part of your business plan too. Are you looking for a great way for your company to take a next step? I don't know what your widgets are, whatever you sell. You could sell services. You could be, I don't know. You could any kind of business. It doesn't matter. just doesn't matter. Here's the deal: is when you grow, the responsibilities get greater. You have a responsibility to your employees because you want to make sure that they can, you know what? They're feeding their families, okay? I don't know how many families you're responsible for, but if you are responsible for families, you need to do the best job you possibly can to be as good as you possibly can so that your business succeeds. And HR&P helps you get there. HR&P does the payroll better than you do. HR&P does the HR better than you do. They do the taxes better than you do. They know the insurance game and the 401k game, and they pick and they help you find the right one for your business. They're just better because this is what they do every day. They have technology that you don't have. They're just great at it. You're not. That's not what you do. Do what you do. Let HR&P do what it does. You meet them tonight. If you're coming to the listener party, you'll see the guys that'll be there. Talk to them and be better with your business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Headlines, Astros lose 8-4. Had the bases loaded with Carlos Correa and then Christian Walker at the plate. You're right. Look back at that Pena at bat in the third inning, Lance. There was not one strike thrown, and he was called out on strikes.
Well, the foul ball was
he fouled one off, right. He fouled one off.
What the thing is, he struck out and only swung the ball. They show, like, the graphic of where all the balls were. He swung once and struck out. Yeah.
Swung
and
once.
none of them were in the strike zone except for the foul ball. Yeah.
I mean, that was just bad. The umpiring was terrible. I thought the ball to McMahon at third, he caught the ball and he was transferring it, and they called him safe. I mean,
yeah, that's a transfer. Like we've seen that on double plays a million times.
100 times.
He caught it, and then he tried to transfer. It is an out.
What about the bat? What about Taylor Trammell's bat? What was that about? Just because there was paint missing off of the bat, now we're got to investigate it?
Yeah.
Taylor Trammell said, I've used that bat, and it took forever. Just take the bat, confiscate the bat. If you need to look at it, the legal look at it. If it's illegal, then Taylor Trammell will be, I don't know, quartered and tarred and feathered. I don't know what you're going to do. But whatever, let's move the game along. I mean, you got to be in the box in 8 seconds, but God forbid if there's some paint off of a bat, it takes a half hour for you to resolve it.
Well, I guess that's in the rule book. That you can't have that it's too worn. Like you can't have two different colors. You can't have two different colors on the bat, and that's what it had taken. It had taken the lacquer off the bat, and so it changed. I mean, it took a long time. That was just, man, what a weird ass game that was. You had they missed the call on the third base, which benefited us. The third baseman. They had the bat stuff that was going on.
Yeah,
You're missing calls at home plate. Like it was just, it took longer than it needed to, and then and then you had a chance to tie it with a grand slam. And I was sitting there thinking Carlos might tie this.
Yeah,
I really thought there was a chance Carlos would tie it.
They both look bad. And those are bad.
Oh, well,
bad.
Aaron Boone's the one who initiated it, the Trammell issue, and he talked about it. He goes, I don't know. There's a discoloration on the label. I thought maybe it wasn't natural, blah, blah, blah. And Trammell was more upset that they're calling into question his character because he was like, I don't know what they're talking about.
So I guess he was with the Yankees, and Jeff Blum brought that up. Like, I know Blum didn't say this, but I thought he was intimating that because he was with the Yankees, maybe they go, oh.
We know something.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Aaron Boone is the new Scott Service. That's all. He's aggravating me now. That's all. We got callers. Mito is here. Mito, what's going on?
Hey. So with old trash ass CeeDee Lamb dropping all them passes yesterday, I was wondering, do they still get on the star players about dropping passes? Because I know if that was a third or fourth receiver, they'd be on their ass. That was just what I wanted to know.
Well, he is C.D. Lamb, so they're going to stick with him, I think. If it was Turpin dropping all those balls, he'd have a problem.
Or Tolbert, is that the other one?
Yeah.
Who's not Pickens or CeeDee Lamb?
Right.
Yeah.
They're going to have a problem, but C.D. ain't
What are you
gonna-
going to do? What are you going to do to CeeDee Lamb?
C.D.
at
cost
this
you a
point?
game. C.D. said it. C.D. said it after the game. And you saw him on the sideline going, "That's me. It's me. It's me. It's me."
Yeah, thanks for the alert, CD.
Well,
we all
you know what? At least he you know what? He admitted it, and he's taking responsibility for it. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? He's C.D. Lamb. You just
he had a
move
good
on.
game up to the fourth quarter, up to the.
But that's what you
latter
pay
part
him
of the
for,
fourth
the
quarter, and then he had
$30+
some
million
big drops.
receiver.
Let me ask you quickly,
Take some
quickly,
money
because
away.
we got more callers on the line. You're picking sixth, and Justin Jefferson and C.D. Lamb are there. Who do you take?
I'm taking CD because he's got. I just don't know what you're getting from J.J. McCarthy. Although it really doesn't matter. Justin Jefferson balls out no matter who his quarterback is.
As long as he's on the field.
I took Jefferson because there's no George Pickens there. I think Pickens is going to take some balls away. And Jordan Addison's not even playing. So I took Justin Jefferson. We'll see how it works out.
Is he playing?
The guy after me, Shu, picked after me. He texted me during the game. Thanks for not picking CD. And I was like, hey, your guy can't catch. He sucks. Who's next? Mwelvi? Is it Mwelvi?
Is it Mwelde Moore?
Yes. Yes,
Is
it
it?
is.
Not for
Mwelvi
real.
Moore?
Yes, sir.
Tulane Greenway, Mwelde Moore.
It is.
That's right. I think you were
Mwelde.
on my. Hey,
What's
were
going
you on
on?
the? Were you on the Steelers when my dad, Larry Zerline, was coaching? Weren't you on that team that won the Super Bowl or no?
You know, it's been a great ride for me, from playing in the NFL for 9 years and playing in Super Bowls and winning 43. And you guys talking a little bit about a little football and a little bit about retreats, which is my new restaurant, and it's pretty amazing, man.
Where
Yeah,
is it?
shout out to you. Somebody sent me that message. So I went to your website and was looking at food, and I was like, man, this looks pretty good, and it's out where Dell lives. So our producer,
Yes, sir.
Dell,
Yeah,
who also has a show right after us, is out in League City.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's out in League City. We're right there off the interstate, exit 22. And, there's a lot of little things. I'm from Louisiana, born and raised, and, there's some things that really mean something to me. And the culture of Louisiana is beautiful, and wanted to share it here in the great state of Texas, South
awesome.
Houston, in League City.
We're going to
Yeah,
have to
I
go
want
down
to ask
there.
you something real quick, Mwelde. I was watching. I don't know if you guys, Dell, have you seen Katrina Hell or High Water on Netflix yet? Spike
I
Lee's
haven't seen it
documentary?
yet.
It's phenomenal, but it also brought back a lot of memories because John and I were on the radio when Katrina all went down and the levees broke and everything, and we both had ties to Louisiana. I went to Tulane for a couple of years, lived there. My brother and sister finished at John Curtis. Went to school in Louisiana, college, and it was kind of
all my wife's people are in Louisiana.
Yeah,
Well,
so I was wondering, Mwelde, where were you when Katrina jumped off? How old were you, and where were you at that time?
Yeah, I mean, you can't forget it. I mean, it was one of those things. I was in Minnesota, and it was it's kind of ironic, man. I was in Minnesota we actually were getting ready to play the Saints, so we did some interviews and we talked about the devastation and all the things that happened at that time. And I mean, your heart's pouring out because there's nothing you can do. You're helpless. You can't do anything to help out besides give. And we did some things. We teamed up with some guys to try to patch up the construction side of it because some people couldn't get back in their homes. So I teamed up with Artie Fletcher and actually Lil Wayne was teamed up with this guy too. We all kind of in Madison Smallwood, and we're basically rehabilitating, putting these homes back together and filling the gaps of the construction loan because people couldn't get that construction loan that would help them get back in their homes. So we were just trying to do our part. But at that time, it was it was very tough and challenging to see all the destruction and everything that was going on. And then I'm playing football in Minnesota at the time, and it puts into perspective of what's really important. We give it all we have on the field, and it is a real game. It's a game of gladiators playing, but I mean, the state of Louisiana and the city of New Orleans and the people there who went through that whole process, man. They're the heroes, man. They're the strongest people that I know, and it's just a representation of how strong we are in Louisiana and the people that are there.
It's just a few days ago. It was the 20th anniversary of Katrina, which is why Spike Lee released his documentary, and there's actual footage from people who were on the ground in the lower ninth and who were in the Superdome, and it was amazing that we didn't have smartphones in, so it's amazing that there's this, from video cameras that they were able to capture some of the stuff from on the ground that they did. But I highly recommend the documentary. It's heartbreaking to find out, like you said, Mwelde, how many issues people had with. I didn't know that Brad Pitt came in, raised a bunch of money. They started rebuilding homes with his Make It Right Foundation that he had, and it turns out they were built so poorly that these houses started falling apart. Sometimes within the first year they were built. I remember going to the Senior Bowl with Danny. We drove through New Orleans from Houston to Mobile, Alabama, and it was dark, and we went straight through from Houston to Mobile. When we came back, we stopped in New Orleans overnight, and this was January of 2006. So obviously Katrina hit at the end of August in 2005. And as I'm driving in the city, I just forgot about Katrina. We were talking football and Senior Bowl, and I looked to the right and I noticed all the blue tarps on the roof, and I'm like, oh yeah, Katrina. And then I noticed a car upside down on a roof, and then a car, and it's like, and you realize there's just still nothing but destruction, and it stayed like that for multiple years. I still don't know if people, John, you remember when you and I did that job fair at 610, and we were at the convention center, and Jeff Van Gundy was with us, and some of the Rockets, or maybe we were at Toyota Center Convention Center, one of the Toyota Center Convention Center, and I just remember the people who had come from New Orleans. We were all proud of ourselves for doing all this stuff that we were doing, and then you realize, man, people were shell shocked. They were still shell shocked. They couldn't even hardly talk, and you start realizing the devastation that they had gone through. And now Houston's filled with people. I've got friends who came over just because of Katrina. You probably find that all the time, Mwelde.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, we got a break. Mwelde, what's the name of the restaurant again?
It's called Retreats Daiquiris and Eats, New Orleans style Daiquiris and Eats. It's amazing. We cook everything in house, and then our daiquiris actually have real liquor. We're not a beer and wine daiquiri place at all. So it's a very amazing place, and gives people a taste of Bourbon Street. So we're really happy about it.
That's awesome. Mwelde Moore, and it's at I-45, and what's the exit?
So it's exit southbound, exit 22, I-45, headed towards Galveston, 1504. It's amazing. It's kind of crazy. Our address starts with the New Orleans number 1504, West League City Parkway, League City, Texas. Man, and it's just it was meant to be, and I'm just so happy to be able to give people a taste of Louisiana. From my heart and soul, from my family to everybody else. We get a lot of Louisianians in, and they give us the thumbs up every time, man, because we hit the nail on the head because, hey, we are Louisianians. This is what we do.
If you want to check out the website, it's retreatsdaiquirissandeats.com. You can see all the things they offer, a wide variety of Cajun dishes. You can check out retreatsdaiquirissandeats.com is the website.
Great stuff. Hey, Mwelde, best of luck with the restaurant. Congratulations. We appreciate you being here.
Hey.
Mwelde Moore, right here on ESPN 97.5
Former
and
Green Wave,
92.5.
too. Willie
Right.
Fritz, he had to be excited to see Willie come to Houston from Tulane, or maybe he wasn't excited about that. Maybe he wanted to stand.
We got to combine here, Lance. We got to combine here because we got 5-star at the top of the hour. So let's combine. Let's talk a little John Daspit, and when we come back, 5-star is going to be giving you some winners at the top of the hour right here on ESPN 97.5 live from East River 9. Don't you go anywhere. A little John Daspit first.
Yeah, John Daspit is a big sports fan. I saw watching the baseball game last night. Saw his NIL deal with the Longhorn baseball team. He went to University of Texas, did his undergrad there. I think he got 2 degrees from University of Texas, and then he got his law degree at University of Houston. And so, he's a finisher now. Once he starts something, he finishes it. 3 degrees from 2 different schools. He is a very driven person. When he sets his mind to something, he gets it done. He is intense, and that's what you want on your side when you are dealing with someone who's got to fight against insurance companies that are looking to basically squeeze you when you've been injured and save money for their client. If someone else's negligence has led to you going into the hospital, having medical bills, not to mention the pain and suffering that you go through in some of these car accidents, offshore accidents, work accidents, this is something that needs to be accounted for. Your time missed from work. Do you have a serious injury that's going to prevent you from working long term or even maybe for the rest of your life because it's physical labor and you can't do it anymore? Well, who's going to fight for you? Well, John Daspit's going to fight for you. And like I said, he is a fighter, and he is a winner. He does not lose. If it gets to court, they already know they're going to lose if it gets to court, so most have to settle with John. And he has the leverage because he understands the law and he understands how to win for you so that you get a fair settlement. 713-CALL-NOW, that's the phone number. If you put it in your phone now in case you ever need it or someone you know needs it, 713-CALL-NOW or go to DaspitLaw.com.
when you don't have air conditioning, you gotta. I mean, it's an emergency. It is an emergency here in the city. How are you going to sleep? How are you going to do anything if you don't have AC? Businesses or residential, it doesn't matter. 24/7, 365. Air Team is here for you. Air Team Ltd. They've been there for me. I needed them again last week, as a matter of fact. They're an incredible, to me, a great success story in the city of Houston, a family-owned and operated business that just continues to just dominate, to just be as good as they can possibly be. They've grown over the years. The reason that they've grown, the reason that they've been in business, the reason that they've got people that have been with them for 20, 25 years, employees that have been there and won't go anywhere is because they do it right. They've got integrity, and they've got ability. They know what they're doing. They walked into my place. They measured the whole house to make sure that the square feet of the air conditioner was part. Everything about it. So professional, so good, and they're here for you. You need them. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or it's easy to remember, airteamltd.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got 5-Star in Vegas joining us every week now to give us the winners for the weekend. I don't know who you had last night. What a crazy game, though. It looked like it was heading for over. It looked like the Cowboys couldn't stop the Eagles, and then it's Cowboys and under that hits. That's how the NFL is. And that's how it will always be. You have no idea what's going to happen. But 5-Star's got some winners for us in college and pros this weekend. Hey, 5-Star, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. The people who watch the wagering world know we were heavy on Dallas Cowboys +8, and we also took the first half +4.5. Man, anytime you get a game lined up like that with so much public action, you're going to always have a better opportunity with the dogs. You know, I'm always about taking the points anyway. So that was just a good spot for us. People don't realize Dak Prescott has been a really good quarterback in the NFC East, man. Now he's 9-4 after that loss last night, but he did everything he could to put them in a winning position.
Yeah, CD kind of messed that up. You're not on you were on your speaker at first. It sounds better now. You're better now. But make sure you stay close.
I'm sorry. I had the door closed. I tried to go hide in the bathroom. It was too much echo, so I opened the door. I apologize. But it's just crazy because it's the time that I get on with you guys. It's the time that my wife is usually getting the kids ready to take them to school and stuff, so it's a lot of chaos. So I got to hide. And last week when I went outside, man, I couldn't hear as well because they're building in my neighborhood, so it's always construction trucks going around here.
All right. You had a nice week last week. You did. And we're looking for another nice one this week. 5-Star in Vegas is brought to you by Taquerias Arandas every week right here now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If you're back in town, back in town, we'll get you the hookup. 5-Star.
Yeah.
We got Taquerias Arandas said they want to hook you up if you get back in town.
Let's go.
Oh, I
get on over.
appreciate that, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So we don't have the marquee games that we had last week, but that doesn't matter. There's winners out there. And you may not know a lot about Ohio. You may not know about that count. But 5-Star does. Why you like Ohio this week,
baby?
Man, this is going to be a big game for the Bobcats at home. It's not going to be such a big game for the Big 12 member West Virginia, man. The Mountaineers are starting from scratch all over again. Rich Rodriguez in his second stint there. He's installing a brand-new scheme, guys, and calling his own plays. Entirely new offensive line, entirely new wide receiver core. There's 11 new starters on defense. I don't like that at all. And Rodriguez, about 6 starters from Jacksonville State. That's a problem, in my opinion, because as you guys know, Jacksonville State was an FCS program just a few years ago. Their opponent, Ohio, had a really close loss against a very talented Rutgers team. They went blow for blow with those guys. Although Ohio lost his head coach, Tim Albert, he went to Charlotte. I don't know why he did that. They have some continuity in some key areas. Second-team All-MAC quarterback Parker Navarro can play. If you guys have ever seen him play, he reminds me a lot of John Mateer over there at Oklahoma. a lot of splash plays with his legs and a really lively arm. He has a new head coach, but his head coach was his OC for the last 2 seasons. And now I think that they did really a smart thing by moving Brian Smith up because he looks like he's prepared for that job last week, how they played him Piscataway. Navarro's just an explosive playmaker. The defense has a lot of new faces for the Bobcats, man, but as most Bobcat defenses are, they're very formidable against the run. They held Rutgers, who is going to run for a lot of yards this year, to 147 yards. Next week, Ohio plays big brother Ohio State. They know that they're not going to win that one, so I think that they do not want to start 0-3. I think they win this on money line, but it's the points that we're going to always take it. So give me Ohio plus 3.5 at home against a rebuilt West Virginia team.
All right. There you have it. Yeah, they got the most transfers in all of college football, right? I mean, so it's hard to get it going on when everybody's learning all together at the same time. That's for sure. All right, 5 Stars got Ohio. What about this Iowa State game?
You know, this is the Cyhawk series that's been going on for a long time. Iowa State hasn't won on its home turf in this series in 14 years. The Cyclones have dropped 6 straight at home in this series. They did win last year, but they didn't cover. They only won by 1 point as they came back from a 13-0 deficit last year. Kirk Ferentz has been at Iowa for 27 years. Matt Campbell over at Iowa State's been there a decade. There are 2 really good coaches. Both of those guys could have been NFL coaches if they decided to, but they decided to stay in the Midwest, man. Ferentz just has Matt Campbell's number. Not a lot of people do. As we saw against Kansas State, he was key into that victory with great play calling at the end of the game. But Ferentz is hoping he finally has a quarterback over in Iowa City, man. Mark Winowski is a guy I watched a lot at South Dakota State. Real gritty kid. He started for 4 years over there for the Jackrabbits, won back-to-back championships in the FCS. He's not a pretty thrower at all, but he's really athletic, really strong. The type of guy that I think that they want Arch to be at Texas, meaning that he brings a lot of mojo. He's a guy's guy. He can run the ball, and he makes tough plays in the run game on short yardage. So I think that he's going to fill in enough for the Hawkeyes to stay in this game. They'll also be really, really excited about this one. Don't get me wrong, Iowa State has the best team. Rocco Becht is a really good quarterback, but they do struggle to run the ball. I don't know if Hansen is able to be the bell cow that they're going to need him to be, and we know how Iowa plays defense, man. You can count on Iowa every year. There's 2 teams you can count on that's going to play defense. Kyle Whittingham at Utah and Kirk Ferentz at Iowa, and they always turn you over. They have a really strong front 4, so I expect them to give a lot of pressure, on that Iowa State offense and get Rocco Becht down a couple times for some sacks. Also, watching Iowa's redshirt freshman David Williams, man. He has a lot of speed, a lot of burst, really good running back. We know Ferentz is going to try to control the time possession. He's going to establish the run, and as I said, try to turn them over. I just think the 3.5 is too much in a rivalry game. As soon as they put that half a point on there, I jumped in. And when it was at 3, I was looking at it, but that 3.5 made it a pick for me because all of these games come down to the last second, man, and going to overtime and things like this. Just a really good rivalry. So give me Iowa plus 3.5. People are going to be a much higher on Iowa State. A lot of public money is going to come in because of their performance in Ireland.
I want to mention something because it may have an impact in the future. Iowa State had an easy game against South Dakota, and they rolled last week 55-7. We know that it was a close one against Kansas State when they were in Ireland, and now they're in week 3. And you assume their bodies have, the clock is caught back up after coming over from Ireland. Kansas State damn near got beat last week in their return game from Ireland. They damn near got beat. They had to score in the last minute to win that game. I bring that up because, and this is unrelated to the game you're talking about, but we got a game in Brazil tonight. The Chargers are playing in Brazil tonight. They had to fly from San Diego. They have to go through the East Coast. For some reason, you have to go through the East Coast and then down to Brazil. And then they've got to come back the next week and play in Las Vegas. So they've got tremendous have you had to factor in? Typically, you don't factor in international travel for college football, but maybe you do now. Are you, just out of curiosity, are you factoring in some of these travel? Are you leaving them alone, or are you factoring in travel dates and finding where to handicap against teams who, might be at a disadvantage because of their international travel?
Not really, but that is a really great point that you made on that game that the Chargers will be making a little bit farther travel. Sometimes, I think that's more of a basketball thing to me than football, but, sometimes you might get these delays and, flight problems where teams get a late flight and get there, don't have enough time to really practice and things like that. When that happens, I do, but just regular travel, not as much so, not as much as people do who cap NBA basketball.
All right, and now we got two in. What's our last one?
Oh, well, it was a good segue by Lance. The Chiefs and the Chargers tonight in São Paulo, Brazil, man. This one is pretty easy. Mahomes is still Mahomes. Herbert is still Herbert. Until something changes, you guys know I'm a Mahomes backer. He's won me so much money in his career. Why would I change now? And it's nothing that I see that's so special about this Chargers team to make me think another way. Mahomes is 35-5 against the AFC West in his career. He isn't 30 years old, but people are acting like he's already washed. Justin Herbert is really overrated. Everyone seems to love him. All the pundits think he's the next great quarterback, but I haven't seen it. As we saw with the Texans handling him pretty handedly inside of NRG Stadium when they beat him really bad in the playoffs, man. So 13 and 14 in the AFC West for Herbert is good, man. He's 2-7 versus the Chiefs in his career. Pat Mahomes is 10-2 versus the Chargers. Mahomes is 6-1 in Week 1. The only loss that he had was against the Lions, and that was by 1 point. And remember that game in 2023. It wasn't his fault. Kadarius Toney had a horrible game. Andy Reid, as you know, everyone knows that he's great with extra time to prepare. He's 32-7 when he has time to prepare extra time. And also, he's 9-1 in Kansas City in Week 1 games, and we just spoke about the only loss that they had was a 1-point loss at home against the Lions coming out winning the championship. The last time we saw the Chiefs, they were embarrassed by the Eagles. I think that team has a lot of pride, and I think that they come to play. And this is also a division game, and they own that division. I think that they want to set the tone really early this season and let people know that they're still the Chiefs. So give me the Chiefs money line. I'm not going to lay any points. I got it at -160.
There it is. Ohio. We got Ohio, we got Iowa, and we got Chiefs money line. That's what you go with this week. Get yourself a little parlay going on. We got a little parlay.
And that's not all, John.
What else
Last
we got?
week he gave everyone a parlay in tennis. We kind of hit him with that. He didn't know it was coming, and he gave us a winner in the U.S. Open women's tennis. You got a champ on the women's side. You handicap women's tennis. You got a champ on the women's side coming up?
Yes, Amanda Anisimova. I've been talking about her having an opportunity to win a major before her career ends the last 2 or 3 years. A lot of people don't know that Anisimova was a really good junior. Then she started hanging with Nick Kyrgios and having too much fun, man, and kind of fell off in her career. Then her father, who was her coach, died, and after that she went through a little mental break and had to see a psychiatrist and things like that. But now she's back, and she's back playing top 5 tennis. She moves to number 4 now in the world after upsetting Osaka last night in a great match. She's playing Sabalenka. All the pressure is on Sabs because Sabalenka has already lost 2 finals this year. She lost in the Australian Open, and she lost in the French Open. And guess who she lost to in Wimbledon? Anisimova in the semifinals. Anisimova, a lot of people don't know this. She's owned Sabalenka over her career. She's 6-3 against her. She's the one lady on tour that hits a cleaner ball than Sabalenka does. So we're going with Anisimova at +160 is a great value. So
And this
I'll
has
be
to
all
be,
over it, man.
And 5-star, we didn't talk about this on our air, but for those who don't pay attention to women's tennis, Anisimova is the one who got beat at Wimbledon 6-love, 6-love. She just had a mental breakdown, and Swiatek, who is playing great, who beat her 6-love, 6-love, she got upset by Anisimova the other day. Like, it was a revenge game. So so we're in a so she's on a heater right now. It seems like this is like she's destined here, and she's a 160 underdog against Sabalenka. So
and Osaka was playing outstanding. And Osaka had never. People don't know this unless you really follow women's tennis. If Osaka made it to a quarterfinals, she won. She's never lost in the semifinal in a major until last night. She had control of that match, and Anisimova would not stop. She would not stop pushing. She ended up winning in 3, man, in a really good match. And I think, as you said, it's her destiny. Great job on her part fighting back and getting her revenge and getting her lick back against Deontay.
There it is for you. Anisimova, Ohio, Iowa, and Chiefs money line. That's 5-star every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 5-star as always. We appreciate it. What's the podcast?
You guys go check me out on YouTube. Please subscribe to The Wagering World. And also you can find merch. I have merch with some of my little sayings like it's us versus the machine and doing it for the underground and the underdogs. All of that's at www.thewageringworld.com. I do not sell picks on there. My groups are private, but you can go there and support by buying merchandise.
There it is. And he's always brought to you now by Taquerias Arandas right here.
Yes, sir.
Every Friday on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As always, 5-star, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Okay, talk to you guys next week.
All right. And don't forget, I hope Justin was listening. We got the Chiefs money line tonight. I hope he was listening. Or I hope that, you got to give the spread, though. And with Justin, you can't take money line, right? You got to give whatever the number is. What's the number in that game?
I don't have the number in that one right now.
Yeah, we'll find it. We got Justin coming up bottom of the hour. We'll see which way.
If it's minus 160, then it's probably around
3.5. Yeah. Yep.
All
right.
I already think that like the Chargers, it was going to be their year, but now with their left tackle out,
Listen to what you just said. It was going to be the Chargers' year. The Chargers.
Well, to win the division. I know, and it's with Justin Herbert. He's right. Like, a lot of people have – like, Justin Herbert, he really needs to win for a lot of people to be validated because – I guess Justin Herbert's really good during the regular season. I don't know. It feels like there's different narratives out there. I don't watch him enough to know. But when Ryan Clark came after Justin Herbert and some other people have, Chargers fans have gotten very defensive, saying this is the most played out narrative. They're not taking into account regular season, this, that, or the other, acting like it doesn't matter. I didn't realize, has he been a really great regular season quarterback? I don't know.
He came on early. Like, his rookie year was spectacular.
Yeah, he had a good
last year wasn't great.
They were chasing.
Yeah, last year wasn't a great one, and then the year before wasn't great. There's some injuries that have popped up, but, last year, 23 touchdowns, then turned the ball over, threw for under 3,900 yards, and then the year before that, injury issues, threw for about 3,100 yards, 20 TDs, 7 picks. So the regular season performances have dropped as he's gotten older, and Harbaugh certainly wanted to take some of that off his plate last year. Justin Herbert is, from what I can tell, film guys love Justin Herbert. For whatever reason, they love his traits, they love the way he plays, and then, of course, the wins and losses don't matter so much to them, so he is highly thought of there. But for the common person, he's the what-if quarterback because all of the conversations around him always devolve into, well, if he had this guy or that guy, if he had better receivers or better offensive line. It appears he's one of those guys that it's always hypothetical with him because he hasn't been able to do it actually on the field.
We come back, I'm going to give an unpopular opinion, an unpopular NFL opinion.
Another one?
This guy's name pop up a lot. I'm going to give a very unpopular NFL opinion coming up.
Okay. That'll happen again right here. Lance with another unpopular.
I mean, most of his opinions are unpopular to me, but we'll see.
But you know what's popular? Underdog.
Underdog fantasy is getting bigger and bigger every year because they came on the scene. They had a lot of different athletes and sports personalities were, I know, part of their original investor group because they saw the vision, and the vision has come true. Underdog has run exceptionally well. It starts the user interface is really easy to use. Download the app. Everything can be done off the app, obviously, but it's a very clean app. It's very easy to, if you want to do, daily fantasy, they've got drafts here, season-long drafts. You can do that as well. People still do that. You can still win money. You can still create your own leagues, an individual, daily draft with you and your friends. You can all jump in there or jump in others that are already started, win real money. But, it's the pick 'em that people are really gravitating to because you get a pick against statistics that are out there and go higher or lower based on your knowledge and your analysis. And the more games or the more players you pick to go higher or lower, the more you can win. So you put 5 or 6 in there, you hit them all, you're going to win big. And sometimes you can go with higher lures that are underdogs, truly underdogs, no pun intended. And so it increases your payout even more. 500 times your original play, that can happen on a regular basis. 70, 80 times your original play. That's out there all the time for you. And yesterday they had one where you had to go higher on 0 rushing yards for Saquon Barkley. So that was a gimme they were already giving you as part of your pick'em. So there's so many different features, so many different boosts, a lot of opportunities for you to win money with Underdog, but you can only win if you play. So download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You are going to get a $50 in bonus cash when you play your first $5 with Underdog Fantasy. So free $50. Why not? Go use your sports knowledge, make some money, watch the games, and play along with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here. We still have Justin going to be joining us, Warehouse Live guy, bottom of the hour. And then we got News of the Weird. So this is basically our last segment, free segment of the week. We have tickets to give away for the Cougs game against Colorado.
Yep. Coach Prime, not this week because they got Rice. They're playing Rice this week. But next Friday, Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes come to town.
How about that?
All the
That-
primers
you know
can
what?
finally go see their god.
We'll see how the Cougs play this week. Obviously, it's a rooting interest. Whatever. Either team that wins, a city wins. So, but this is the last time those two are going to play in a while. If the Cougs win and win decisively after their decisive win against Stephen F. Austin, there should be excitement. Hey, there should be excitement at Rice too. They went to Lafayette and they won. And then now they've got the Cougs in town. If they win, there should be excitement about that program as well. So a big game here for both teams. But Coach Prime in Colorado coming in here, that's a pretty good game in the Big 12. So we've got 2 tickets to give away. Let's say exactly. Well, we got to give them away because we got Justin and at 9:30. Let's do it now. 713-780-3776, caller number 4, right now. You're going to get those tickets to the Cougs in Colorado, and that's a big game. That is a big game. That's going to be fun. Big 12 is going to be fun this year. I don't know who. I'm not sure who wins, and I think the Cougs are going to play a role in it.
I think it's going to be
they
wide
got a chance
open
to
all season long. It's going to be. I think it's back and forth all season long. A lot of these teams are going to beat up on each other and make it messy.
Yep, the champion could well have a couple losses.
If we remember last year, it came down to the final weekend and like 3 teams qualified for a spot or even more, and all these tiebreakers came into play to get the result that they that played out. So yeah, the Big 12 was messy last year, the first year without Texas and Oklahoma. Probably expect something similar this year for that conference. The Cougs, if their defense is going to hold up, now it was SFA, but they had some good defensive performances last year as well. If that defense is something that we can see throughout the year, they're going to cause people issues. And they just hope that Connor Wegman and that offense builds on week 1, and they can continue to grow, because that defense right now is one that will give people problems. And we'll see what happens against Rice. Rice had a low-scoring win. And if with the Buffaloes coming to town, that one's going to be where the Buffaloes going to want to spread them out, throw the football around. And if we go by what we saw against Georgia Tech, a lot of quick passing, we'll see what they're like on the road without Shedeur Sanders. But yeah, there should be excitement around both programs. And this week, it'll be Rice in their H-Town blue uniforms.
Yeah, how about that?
They were the team. They had them last year as well. They didn't hit the same way the Cougs uniforms did. The Cougs H-Town blue. Rice has added an H-Town blue helmet as well with the blue jerseys, and I think the Cougs are wearing all white. So crosstown rivalry, or at least intercity rivalry, and as you mentioned, it's going to be a while. And Willie Fritz talked about that when we had him on Tuesday. So it's unfortunate. It's just the way of the world now, where you can't even guarantee that 2 teams in the same city will play each other. So
That's a shame.
We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it happened with A&M and Texas for a while, and hopefully Rice and U of H can get back together in the future and work that. That's silly. I mean, two teams this close, and that's just silly. They should absolutely be playing each other after they have for years and years and years. All right. 713-780-3776. We don't have time for what did you learn this week?
We're probably going to have to. Can I give you my
unpopular
controversial
opinion?
Football take?
Yeah.
The whole generational stuff, which is dumb. I've already said we got to stop talking about generational. It's the dumbest argument ever, because no one has a good definition. Everyone thinks you could have multiple generational picks, every generational players every 3-4. Like they don't truly have the real definition. There's a player who's always mentioned, and I noticed it got really hot and heavy. And I think it has more to do with college than pro, but Andrew Luck. And I might be wrong on this. I'm looking at his college stats. They're pretty damn good at Stanford. They're pretty damn salty. I feel like he was headed in a direction, but I don't know. Am I right? I don't know if I get there on Andrew Luck as a generational talent. He did have a 40 touchdown pass. Look, he was always a higher interception guy than you were comfortable with with the Colts. 18 his rookie season, then he was 23-9 his second season. 40 touchdowns, led the league in 2014, his third year, 16 interceptions there. Then the next year was 15 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He only played 7 games. Then he came back the next year, 31 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. This is back when guys were throwing for 4,500 yards. He had 4,700 yards passing, a season with 42, then 45. The year he came back for the Colts, he had 39 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, threw for 4,500 yards, and then he just retired after that. And he's never looked back. Just didn't love football anymore, I don't think. Didn't love the injury stuff. Am I wrong? Like, did we call him? I heard what Ryan Clark said, that Tom Brady isn't generational, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees. To me, generational talent and generational player are two different things. I mean, Tom Brady didn't have generational talent in terms of all this and that, physical ability, but he's a generational player. That's the only thing that matters. I don't care what talent you have. Are you a generational player? Absolutely. Ryan Clark, I'm not sure what he's doing here. And Dan Orlovsky putting a cape on for Arch Manning is also one of the dumbest things, too. About still arguing, he's still generational. Like, what are we doing? You can't be generational until you've actually proven you're generational. That's why I hate that phrase. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Tiger Woods. Like, I've got a strict Calvin Johnson was a generational wide receiver. How many times do you ever see anyone look like that? Those numbers, that physical ability, he's once in a generation. Shohei Ohtani is a generational talent. You simply don't see, and I guess you can make the argument for Aaron Judge as well, but I don't know. I've always felt like I'm on the outside looking in on the Andrew Luck thing. I've always thought he was good. I just didn't go as crazy about him as everyone else did.
Well, we have a generational warehouse guy that we need to get to.
Yep, on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5.
Okay, nice
and
job,
92.
guys. Way to leave me hanging.
Sorry,
No,
you know the schedule.
Yeah, neat stuff.
This is bullcrap.
I didn't say all that. That wasn't my thought.
It's 9:30. We got to get to Justin, and we got to get to Beat the Warehouse Guy next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Houston Powder Coaters is what we're talking about right now. Houston Powder Coaters is the best way for you to make your stuff look good. I'm looking at park benches out here, picnic tables. If you've got metal tables, if you've got metal chair in your backyard, if you need, and if the straps and the slings and all of this stuff they can fix it at Houston Powder Coaters. They'll make it look like new. But not only that, boat parts, car parts, wheel wells, whatever it is that you need that is chrome, that is metal, that you just need to look better. That's what Houston Powder Coaters does. They pick up and deliver absolutely free. Robin and the team, they do an unbelievable job. They've got hundreds of colors for you to choose from. They can mix colors, whatever the case may be. You want your furniture or your car parts to look like your favorite team, orange and blue, or red, white, and blue, or red, whatever it is that you love, whatever team you love, they can do that as well. They do it all. They're awesome. You'll love dealing with Robin. It's the best. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back to East River 9. John and Lance along with Dell, and now it's time to play Beat the Limo Guy, Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. The Warehouse Live is where you can get your music on, and it is on this football season if you're looking for a great way. They got TVs in there as well where you can watch games, but it's about the music. It's about a good time. It is a lot of fun at Warehouse Live, and joining us is the proprietor, Justin, from Warehouse Live. What's up, Jay?
Good morning, fellas. Good to be back.
Yep, it is. It's good to have you back. We hope you suck again this year because you were better last year, weren't you?
I got to admit, I had some sleepless nights during the off season, reminiscing about how I treated your listeners. So I'm going to try to be a little nicer this year.
Yeah, well, we hope so because we like when the listener wins and you lose. But here's the deal: is we got tickets to a game, 4 tickets to a game. We got the limo ride there and back. Well, it depends. Tucker is with us here. Tucker, welcome to the show. Tucker, let me ask you a question.
Hey, guys.
What area of the city do you live in?
Santa Fe.
In Santa Fe. Ooh, that's a little
That's
ways
a bit far out.
That's a little
How
ways
far out
out
is
there.
Santa Fe?
I don't know. How far out is Santa Fe? How far does it take you to get downtown? How long?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. That's a ways away. So we'll have to work out that whole limo thing. We shall see. Why do we got – man, we're
What,
all
you
over.
complaining about
the people loves us.
listening to us
the people
all
love
around
us
the city,
all
of
over. We're
course.
big in Santa Fe. I don't know that it gets any bigger in Santa Fe.
It does. I've been there.
So, Justin, you'll have to work it out with them. But
I'm not sure why you guys are even sweating it like it's going to happen.
he does make a point.
That is true.
He doesn't have to lose.
You didn't give it up last year much, so that is true. So let's start with what's going on at Warehouse Live these days. What's the hap? What do we got? What kind of shows we got coming up?
This weekend, kind of a slow weekend, but tonight we have Knockfest, which is a tribute show with tributes to Slipknot, Linkin Park, and Stained. Saturday night we have Blade Rave, which, to be honest with you, I'm not sure what it is, but I just looked this morning and it's almost sold out, so I like it. And then Sunday we have just one of our standard Sunday Fun Days, free to everybody. This Sunday we have tributes to Soundgarden, Ghost, and Seether. So, free music.
That is. There it is. That Sunday Fun Day is free. Get on over there, but get your tickets at warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. And now, what are we gonna play for?
All right, I got 4 third-row tickets right past third base for Tuesday the 16th, Astros-Rangers, last homestand of the year.
Oh, how about that? You an Astro fan, Tucker?
Nope, I'm a Rangers fan. I'm winning this.
Oh, my God.
Well,
that's the worst thing I've – oh,
damn it.
You know, this is the first time I'm going to root for Justin. This is the first time.
Should I change it to soccer tickets or something since he's a Ranger?
Yeah, no. We don't want to give a Ranger fan 4 tickets.
Well, then pick good winners, Justin.
Yeah, Justin, we're counting on you this time. Tucker, what do you do for a living?
I'm a grave digger.
A grave digger?
Didn't we have a grave digger last year?
Yeah, we had a grave digger.
Tucker, were you on with us last year?
Yeah.
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 Oh, that's right. That's right.
I was going to say, there's no way we have 2 different grave diggers on.
All right. Well, Tucker, he knows how to get in. That's for sure. This is the second time he's playing. How did you do last time?
I think I tied last time.
Oh, that's sorry. That's a loser. And we're hoping you lose again. That's what we're hoping, Ranger fan. Okay? We don't need your kind at Daikin.
Or he can be shown the misery of losing to the Astros in person.
Yeah, except Rangers usually win at Daikin.
That's true.
That is.
That's
I hate
true.
to see him happy. That's for sure. If it was in Arlington, if your tickets were in Arlington, I'd feel a lot better about the Astros. But not at home against the Rangers. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, okay. Now, Justin, I'm rooting for you, which I never, ever do. But now I am.
What a good friend you are.
So let's play our game. Let's play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. As always, Justin, you pick first.
All right, I like this game more at -3, but I think it moved to 3.5 on us. I'm going to take Jacksonville over Carolina.
-3.5. Jacksonville at home, -3.5. All right, Tucker, who you got?
Give me Arizona. I think it's 5.5.
Arizona is on the road. It's 6.5 now. Do you still want it? It's 6.5.
Yeah, I still take it.
You got them. They're at New Orleans. Arizona -6, and that's a lot of points. The Saints suck, but that's still a lot of points. Justin, who's next?
Let's go. I think I'm going to take the Colts at a pick'em at home versus Miami.
The Colts are playing against the Miami Dolphins, and it is a pick'em. Pick'em. Colts, pick'em. Sorry about that, Del.
What advice? We want you want Justin to win this time.
Yeah, I want Justin to win.
Well, good luck with Daniel Jones, Justin.
Who's next, Tucker?
Give me the Raiders.
The Raiders. The Raiders at this point in our life are +2.5 against New England. The Raiders +2.5 at New England. Justin?
All right, let's go to Monday night and give me the home dog with the Bears +1.5.
The Bears are +1.5 at home against the Minnesota Football Vikings. The Minnesota Football Vikings is the Chicago Bears +1.5. Tucker?
Give me the Bengals.
The Bengals are at Cleveland, and at this point in our lives, the Cincinnati Bengals are -5 against the Cleveland Browns. -5 against the Cleveland Browns. Justin?
Let's go with another home dog. Let's take the Jets. Jets.
The Jets +3 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Jets are +3 against the Pitts. He's taking all the crappy quarterbacks. They're taking.
I did that last year.
Yeah, you did. You did that last year. Taking all the crappy quarterbacks. Of course, they're getting points. There's a reason they're getting points because they're crappy quarterbacks. Who you got, Tucker?
Give me the Bucs.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers? You got the Bucs?
Yeah.
-2 at the Falcons. The Bucs are -2 at the Atlanta Falcons. And your final pick, Justin?
I would feel terrible for everybody if week 1 we did not have a double banger, so let's go ahead and take the Browns.
The Cleveland Browns are That is a double banger with the Cleveland Browns +5 at home. Cleveland Browns +5 at home against the Bengals. And finally, Tucker?
Give me San Fran and Seattle. Give me the under.
The under over 43.5. Under 43.5. San Francisco at Seattle. Under 43.5. All right, Del, who we got?
No, that's not what that's for. Under 43.5 is what that is? Yeah. All right, so Justin has the Jaguars -3.5. The Colts pick them over the Dolphins. So Justin back in the AFC South in Week 1. Bears +1.5. Yeah, it does. Jets +3 and Browns +5. Part of our double banger. Tucker, the Gravedigger, has Cardinals -6.5. Raiders +2.5. Bengals -5. Bucks -2, and the under 43.5 for the 49ers and Seahawks. That sounds right to you, gentlemen. We're good to go. And we'll see how it goes Week 1.
I love that he's a gravedigger. I mean,
I know.
You can't have – and the gravedigger picks, like, that's a handicapper's name.
Yeah. Well, no, it sounds like a monster truck or a wrestler.
What is a monster truck?
It actually
was a monster
truck. The Gravedigger
Yeah.
was a monster truck. That's what I thought. Yeah. Well, we're rooting against you, Gravedigger. We appreciate you listening, but you know what I always say about the Rangers?
What do you say?
F that
What do you
team.
say?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, there it is.
Okay? That's what we say about that team. Okay. So good luck this week. I'm not wishing you good luck with the Rangers this weekend. The Astros got to go up there and kick their ass.
Wait a minute.
So
what do people learn about the show this week? Is that over now?
No, we have to move it up earlier. We have to adjust. We'll just adjust. We'll move it to an earlier time on Fridays.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, that's all. All right, but Tucker, thanks for joining and thanks for listening. We appreciate it. This is your shot. Let's see if we can't have Justin pull through for the city because we don't need no more Rangers. Stinking
Tucker,
Rangers.
I like
fans
your
at the game.
chances. Justin's backing Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Caleb Williams, whatever, Justin Fields, and Joe Flacco.
Boy, he is really taking chances.
It's crappy quarterback time.
This is a lot of pressure with the city on my shoulders here.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
Say it out loud. When you say the quarterback's out loud, Dell,
it doesn't sound great.
It really
doesn't
doesn't
sound great for us.
I'm just saying.
That's all I'm saying. Justin, man, we appreciate it as always. It's warehouselive.com. See for yourself. Make sure you get there for Sunday Fun Day. Download tickets or for any event. It's warehouselive.com. Warehouselive.com. Jay, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you.
All right, thanks, guys.
There's Justin from Warehouse Live. Yeah, I don't like all those quarterbacks you just named. Yeah.
And on the other side, Tucker's taking Kyler, Geno, Joe Burrow, and Baker, and then the under in Purdy versus Darnold.
If you're going quarterbacks, he's got better ones.
That is correct.
That is correct.
And the double banger, the gulf between Burrow and Flacco.
Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Yikes. And that's the most important. That doesn't get any bigger than a double banger. Just doesn't get any bigger in sports.
If you want to feel good, the Browns have, for some reason, handled the Bengals in these in situations like this, and it's early season Bengals as well.
Yeah,
they don't play well early, so
no, they don't.
They've tried to fix that.
They don't.
This preseason.
They did play in the preseason.
That was their fix for that. You know, they can't fix their defense, so the offense is going to have to score a lot.
Yep. All right, we're breaking, and we got News of the Weird coming your way. Next, we've got to figure out how we're going to do Fridays. What did you learn this week on the show? We'll figure that out for you sometime soon. In the meantime, we got a little Allstate Windows and Siding.
AllStateWindowsandSiding.com. That's the website, and I'm opening it up right now. And it really does give you a lot of information that you need about in terms of, if you want to look into siding. Siding's something that siding replacement when you have wood on your home. Let me give you an example. I had that, what is that, plastic type of siding that was on the side of my home. I've got brick on the lower level, and then it went to, and then there's wood on the top, and then there's siding on the side, the plastic. I don't know the name of it, but I didn't need to know it because once we had one hurricane, that thing just ripped off. It looked terrible. My homeowner's insurance company said, we're not going to insure you until you get this replaced. So they ripped it off of both sides. Allstate came out there. They ripped it off both sides. They completely started the process. It was covering up wood. The wood was dilapidated. They took the wood off, and then they put up the hardy plank siding. And so when you have this siding, there's no more worrying about having to paint it. There's no more dilapidated wood where you have to have someone come out and repair it so that it looks good again. It's set up to make your house look great and to protect your home, improve your energy efficiency across the board. It's a great way to make your house look great and withstand the elements for the rest of the time you're in your home. Once you get that, you're good to go. You want to power wash it every once in a while, go ahead. You're not going to have to paint it. I can promise you that. Allstate Windows and Siding, they do great work, not just with the siding, but obviously with double pane, double strength windows made right here in the state of Texas for our weather, which is exclusive to us. We get everything you can possibly imagine, and we get it to the extremes. And that's why you need windows that protect you and maintain that energy efficiency in your home. AllStateWindowsandSiding.com. That's AllStateWindowsandSiding.com. Call them today at 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936.
How about winning $25,000? How would that be? Because if you are somebody that sells his car to John Clay Wolf, you have a chance to win $25,000. Because he's giving away $25,000 every month. All you have to do is go to givemethevin.com. You know, you put in your VIN number or your license plate number. It takes minutes to get a quote for how much your car is worth. Then you see, I mean, you can compare. John Clay Wolf ain't scared of you comparing his offer versus the offer of CarMax or your dealer. Well, he's not scared. You do that. You come back to John Clay Wolf. That's fine. Come back to John Clay Wolf, and John Clay Wolf will give you more for the vehicle. And when he does, he'll pick up the vehicle. He'll bring you the check. He'll do it all. He'll do everything, and he'll give you 1,000 chances in the hopper to win $25,000. Everybody who sells a car to John Clay Wolf is in the hopper. Okay, so if you're somebody that's going to sell your car, get more for your car. You get all the service you could possibly need. Pick up the car, send you the check, everything else, and have a chance at $25,000. There's only one place to sell your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. I don't know I didn't know what Shine was. You know what Shine is? SHEIN. It's a clothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
well,
because it's cheap, and my sons buy that. Because
that's where your sons buy? It's
sure,
it's a fashion giant. Well, they put out a commercial.
Well, I don't know if they're China or not, but they're cheap.
They're giant. It's a giant fashion. It's a giant fashion company.
Yep.
They put out a commercial, in which they used Luigi Mangione as a model. His face
must be AI.
I don't know how they did that, but if you don't know who Luigi Mangione is, he's the man accused of killing United Healthcare's CEO last year. Should you be able, if you kill somebody, to model clothes?
While you did break the law, there's no law against that. He did allegedly break a law, but the law of being a potentially convicted murderer modeling clothes, there's no law that prohibits you. So I guess you can.
Yeah. Do you remember who was the inmate that was a model that all the women?
It was the blue eye. I don't think he murdered anyone though.
No, he didn't.
The guy with the blue eyes.
His mugshot actually launched his career. His modeling career. Yeah.
Modeling career. Shouldn't Luigi Mangione, until he's dead, when they put him to death for killing the guy? Shouldn't he be able to model?
Nope, it should not.
I don't know. I mean, if someone wants to hire him, who am I to say that the man can't earn a living?
You shouldn't be able to. No. Victims. There's actually real
you can't
laws
make money
about
while
this.
you're in
You
prison.
can't
Can't write a book. You can't do that.
But no, you can't.
You can, but the money goes to the victim.
He became famous. He became famous when he murdered someone allegedly.
Yeah. So can you model before you get convicted?
Yeah. Well, no, not after you've been arrested for that. No.
Well, probably not. Probably.
Okay.
And he hasn't been convicted yet.
Yeah.
But it's not a great look.
No, not for the company.
No, not a great look. So a vascular
Did he model?
surgeon.
They just AI'd his face onto something, didn't they? I mean, it's the company doing it.
Well,
you think they're actually paying this guy?
They took a picture of him. I don't know that he's involved in it
I don't know
at all.
He was in it. They just used his face.
So name, image,
That's
and
NIL.
likeness. Yeah.
Well, he should get paid. He's like, hey, a little something.
I don't know if he's in a position where he can demand anything.
Probably not. So apparently, in England, Truro Cornwell, apparently Neil Hopper, he's a vascular surgeon. He had his own legs removed, but apparently he's been jailed now for 2 years and 8 months for insurance fraud and possessing extreme pornography.
What's considered?
He is a surgeon himself. He lied to insurers by claiming that injuries to his legs were the result of sepsis and not self-inflicted. He actually, to get the insurance money, cut off his own legs.
So he just would rather get rid of his legs so he could make money?
Yes.
What kind of gambling debt did he have?
He also, here's the deal. He had a sexual interest in amputation.
Okay.
Apparently, that was his thing.
So, but not other amputations, his own? get some
He
going?
He loved everybody.
Okay.
He must have loved that scene in The Sopranos.
So there was a
Remember?
movie called Crash, where didn't they have wasn't that part of it too? Like there was people who it was sexual fantasies.
Yeah, was
about-
Elias Koteas was in it? Not the one with Sandra Bullock where it's like about racism and how
The
you
one
fix
where
racism
people
in a
get
movie.
turned
Yeah,
on by crash
yeah,
scenes.
it's
and
that
stuff
one
like
that came in the 90s. Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah, and there's a whole fetish that people have with that.
Yeah.
You ever heard the song "Warm Leatherette"? Melts on your burning flesh. You should
No, I have
listen to
not.
that sometime.
No, I missed that one.
Mm-hmm.
So did I. I missed it
sometime.
So this dude was so into amputation sex that he cut off his own legs.
How do you? I know he's a doctor, but
That's
cutting off your
extreme.
own legs, you get past the. How do you get to the point where you can do that? I
What
don't
if you're
know.
like, I'm not even walking around that much. My knees hurt. I'd rather just have the money.
Yeah, I mean, and then he told the insurance, and now he's doing prison time. He might like prison though too. I don't know. I'm not sure. No one's sure.
Yeah, because let me tell you what insurance isn't going to pay for. They're not going to pay for you just cutting your own stuff off.
Yeah.
Like, nah, we ain't paying for this.
A new study shows using the phone while you poop greatly raises hemorrhoid risk. Do you
Oh, that's
guys talk on the phone?
No.
While
You're
while
not supposed to
dropping
just
a
sit
deuce?
there. I'm telling you, you're not supposed to just sit there watching stuff or be on your phone or on an iPad.
Well, I have a feeling this is hitting close to home with Lance.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to get your business done and get off.
I'm not on the phone.
Unless you got little kids at home.
I'm not on the phone when I eat. I'm not on the phone when I'm in my bedroom. I don't talk on the phone, so I don't have to worry about the hemorrhoid thing.
Not talking. Nobody talks anymore on a phone.
Yes, I wouldn't. Yeah.
The phone is just a camera and a computer now.
But I
That's
don't
all.
take my phone into the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm good.
That's
yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, no,
Well, what do you do then? You have to have your phone with you.
No, I don't, because
That doesn't make any sense.
Because my business doesn't take 10 minutes. I'm in and out.
But what are you
Doesn't
going
take that
to
long.
do for those 10 minutes?
It's not
Sit
10
there in
minutes.
silence?
That's the point. It's not 10 minutes.
No, that's
It's
creepy. That's like
No,
that's,
it just
that's
be-
like
it should
cutting
be a
off your
couple
legs.
minutes.
Why are you spending 10 minutes in there? You got real problems.
Yeah.
You might want to get that looked at.
Well, when you got young kids.
If he's
it's an
hiding,
escape.
that's different. But you don't
It's
actually.
his escape
But
zone.
you don't have to poop. You can just have the seat down and sit down. You don't have to do that if you're hiding.
You saw.
Yo, no, if
you-
you're
es-
hiding, you can just sit down.
Escape rooms in movies with escape. That's Lance's escape room.
Ah, the smell. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah.
Sitting amongst yourself for 10 minutes. Nope.
I don't know.
5 minutes max.
That's it. Beat it. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. A floor. Oh, how about this one? This one. Apparently, this woman, an 80-year-old Japanese woman, apparently she connected on social media with an astronaut who then told her that he was under attack in space and running out of oxygen.
Okay.
So he needed $6,700 to buy the oxygen.
From where?
I don't know. Listen.
How's the oxygen going to get up to space after he buys it?
That's why it was so expensive.
Amazon?
No, the fact that it was only $6,700 to get oxygen from Earth up to space
Should have been
a clue. It's not expensive
Alarm
enough.
should've gone off?
Yeah, it's only going to cost me $6,700 to fly oxygen
well,
up here.
That's all she might have had, but she
Possibly.
definitely- And she went to police.
But she's a nice
and they
lady.
Listen, here's the key to the story. They found out he's not really an astronaut.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming. What a
That's
twist.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That was heartbreaking.
Did she
I mean,
get her money
somebody
back?
lied on social media about what they do. And no one saw that.
So
coming.
he didn't.
That's a plot twist.
So he couldn't get oxygen, but he somehow found her so he can contact her of all
Yes.
people.
He wasn't able to get the oxygen.
Yeah,
though.
not
He
NASA or.
He needed the money.
Was it an American astronaut or Japanese astronaut?
It must have been Japanese.
So I don't know what their space organization
Not
is,
sure
but he
they
didn't
even have a space
Yeah, he
organization.
didn't contact them. He decided to ask her to help her, some poor
Yeah.
woman in Kyoto
What a shame.
or wherever she is.
I'm just shocked that someone on social media would pose as someone else to try to get money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's an older lady, so I'll excuse it. But if you gave me the age range from anywhere from 21 to 45 or 50, like, you deserved it. You deserve what you get.
Yeah, she's 80.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I get it. I have sympathy. Anyone like 60 or younger, 65 or younger, if he took $6,700 from you with that reason, you deserve it.
Yeah. East River 9, we appreciate you. So awesome. Get on over here this weekend. They got live music every weekend right here. But you got the sports bar where you got all the games. And you play golf for an hour and a half with your buddies or your girl and have a great time out there. The course is in great shape because all the rain. It looks beautiful. It's really, really green. And come on, get on over here and enjoy East River 9 because it is awesome. We appreciate you.
John, we didn't get to play the game or have people call in, but I learned something on the show this morning.
What'd you learn?
If you don't particularly like a client and you want to spend only an hour or so with them, bring them to East River 9. I learned that on the show today.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. That's it. If you just want to golf with them for an hour and a half because you're not sure if you like them, bring them to East River 9.
It's better than spending 4 hours
That's
with them.
true.
You know?
That's true.
But you need to get with them, and you get that time together. So you sell. This is a great place to do it. East River 9. Get your corporate membership now here at East River 9. We appreciate you, East River 9. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will talk to you again on Monday. Go Texans.
We continue here at East River 9. We're going to be out here all day, the entire lineup. So whether you're here to see us or just enjoy what East River 9 provides, you should come out here. It's great views of the city. In fact, from my vantage point, I can see the Daikin sign on Minute Maid Park, and it was an eventful night last night. We'll certainly talk Texans a little bit later as they get ready for their Week 1 game against the Rams. We got some injury news. There'll be a big absence for the Texans. We know Joe Mixon won't be there. There's another, at least projected starter that won't be there as well. So C.J. Stroud will be without another weapon. We'll talk about that. But as far as what happened last night at Daikin Park, you had the Yankees take the series. They beat the Astros 8-4. In the ninth inning, the Astros had Correa up to the plate with the bases loaded. Then they had Walker up to the plate. Neither one, the strike that got them out wasn't a strike, and that they swung at those in this case, so it wasn't a controversy. They both swung at pitches out of the zone. Correa would have walked in a run if he had held up. Walker was a 1-2 count. So you had a couple of your guys up there that could tie the game with the swing of the bat, and neither one came through, so they dropped that series to the Yankees. It was a contentious one all around. Neither team was very happy with the umpiring, and one Taylor Trammell was not thrilled with Aaron Boone. He played for the Yankees, so there's some history there. He had some quotes about liking Boone during his time there, but if you missed it, late in that game, Trammell's bat was called into question by Boone and the Yankees because of some discoloration, and Boone did that whole, hey, I didn't know, I was just trying to figure it out, it seemed a little weird, I just wanted the umpires to check on it, and Trammell was insulted by it. Turns out that they took the bat, confiscated it, and they treated it like evidence, like there's a chain of evidence that they had to follow. There's a picture later on after the game where the bat is wrapped in a towel, at least a spot where the question about the bat is. It's wrapped in a towel. Apparently MLB is going to investigate it. Trammell, not thrilled with it, said it's actually ridiculous. I have no idea what really happened. If you missed it, he was on second base after getting on, and then Boone was like, hey, that bat looks weird. Can you take a look at it? And the umpire's like, sure, we'll take a look at it. And so he said he's used that bat. Trammell said he's used that bat since he's been with the Astros. He actually used it. He uses it in BP. He uses it in games. He used it in Sugarland when he's with the Space Cowboys. He kind of just uses it all the time. He says he doesn't have any gloss on the bat. It's kind of a matte finish, and with that, the paint wears down, and that's what happened. So he found it baffling. He didn't like his, as he would say, his integrity called into question. So he found it a little insulting coming from someone he kind of liked in Aaron Boone. So, as I said, contentious all around, from questioning bats to looking at the umpires, kind of trying to figure out what they're seeing at the plate. We know one of the games ended with Jazz Chisholm not thrilled with the strike call. It was borderline. He didn't like it. If you're an Astro fan, of course you loved it. So you drop a series to the hated Yankees, and the Yankees don't play solid baseball. Watching that entire series, particularly their first baseman, who, if you want to shoot him some bail, he's a guy who is a catcher by trade, and they're moving him over there. He didn't have a lot of time over there, and it showed. Routine plays led to longer innings for the Astros because of Ben Rice's inability to just make plays that first baseman make. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The Astros go down, and that's a tough one. Now, for the first time in a little bit, it looks like it didn't look like it. It just actually happened. The Rangers and the Mariners both gained ground. Well, at least the Mariners did, because they didn't play. The Mariners and Rangers didn't play, so they found a way to gain ground, which is not something they've been able to do recently because of their poor play. So the Astros lose a half a game on both. Seattle's now 3.5 back of the Astros, while the Rangers are 5. So that series is over. Took it on the chin. It was loud in there when good things happen for the Yankees. So that's to be expected. You wish you would have been able to quiet them down a bit. Unfortunately, not the case. And now they go head to Texas, a place where they play pretty well. So you feel pretty good about that. Christian Javier won't pitch in that series, and his return to play has had his ups and downs. He was good in his previous outing. Didn't give up a hit. This one, he got in trouble early, walked a guy, and that run came around the score. He only went 4 1/3 and gave up the 4 runs, walked 3. he scuffled, and we're just going to have to deal with that until we have a kind of a final resolution. That's what this final month is about, because the division, or at least the playoff spot, seems like a foregone conclusion. I won't say that much about the division. I won't be so definitive about the division considering the games I have left against division opponents, but it feels like the playoffs are in line for this team. They just have to figure out who they're going to be as far as their pitching staff is concerned. One thing you can't feel good about is Jordan, another 4-hit night. He's hitting the baseball really well, seeing the baseball well, hit another home run. So whatever was going on early in the year that had him off to a slow start, that seems to be out the window. He's one of the more, if not the most dangerous hitter in baseball, maybe top 5 when he's going good. And right now he's going really good. And a lot of the conversation was about the exit velo for him, because he's hitting the ball hard. He's just not hitting the ball and finding spots for the ball to land. He's hitting the ball really, really hard, and that is leading to great success. So it's good to see him going. Altuve, as someone tweeted us, he should be investigated because he's a serial rally killer. It's what you deal with him. As clutch as he is, he'll have these moments where they're just awful at bats, and that continued yesterday. So it's the good and the bad with Altuve. We've experienced a lot more good, but when it's bad, it can look rough. And he got thrown out. And this wasn't a bad, I guess you would say, it's any base running decision when you wind up being thrown out, you would say it's a bad one. But it was a great tag by Chisholm. Chisholm on a throw from Wells tagged Altuve like on the back as he was falling down, and he made a great play to tag Altuve out. Sean, have you ever heard of a player being removed from the game for double knee contusions?
No. This does fall in line with my whenever both legs are hurt, any injury kind of just becomes funny. Like Chris Middleton needing both double ankle surgery.
Yeah.
Just because it puts in the mental image of him up with both feet in a cast up in a hospital bed.
Like out of some stupid comedy from the 90s, yeah.
Yeah, so anytime you have, both legs are hurt at the same time? Yordan Alvarez had 2 knee surgeries at the same time. Anytime it's both knee, because it should be unrelated, you'd think, in most cases. Most athletic cases, it's unrelated. So, yeah, double knee contusions taking you out of the game. It's
2 separate incidents. They made it clear that it was 2 separate incidents that led to the double knee contusions.
So he was gutting through 1 knee contusion.
Yes, but the second one was too much.
And it wasn't compensation.
Yeah, he just had another incident that happened.
Unrelated.
Yes, an unrelated injury led to the other knee contusion, and that's why Jazz Chisholm could not finish the ball game. I've never heard of it, particularly for a baseball player. And of course, when you hear double knee contusion, then because we're not innocent or nice people, you immediately think of other things. But they were baseball injuries for Jazz Chisholm, it appears.
Oh,
yeah.
Also,
at least that's what I was told.
Also, Jazz was telling people to suck stuff after the game. So
well,
to tell people to suck stuff after the game, and then the next game you're out.
You have
double knee contusion.
Yeah, well, he was telling that to other people. He wasn't telling it to himself.
Yeah, he wasn't like, I'm gonna go suck one.
Hey. I mean, we were dancing around
Sorry.
it. We were dancing around it, but not that well, and then you just had to step on the line. And there it is as we finish up the first segment of the show. So the Astros go down 8-4. Go to Arlington, see if they can extend their lead over the Rangers, because I saw a lot of people talking about it. Like, if it does not go well, and this is something we've said about several series, particularly most recently, I think the Seattle series we talked about. If it doesn't go well there, the lead could be down to half a game, and we're in that spot again. A sweep certainly puts the division really back in play, particularly with where the Rangers are concerned, where we certainly have a cushion over them. But if you go up there and get smacked around, then it's a real 3-team race. Right now, the Rangers are at a distance at 5. You have to really play poor baseball, which is something the Astros can do. But you really have to play poor baseball this month, and they have to play really good baseball, or at least better baseball than they have recently. And by recently, I mean the last couple games. Before that point, they were pretty hot. But it has to swing in their favor quite a bit to lose the division to them if you come out of the series with with a split, or at least, excuse me, winning 2 out of 3, something like that. But if you, they rip you apart, then we're having a conversation about the Rangers, the Mariners, and the Astros down the stretch. Let's try to avoid that. Jordan, keep hitting. Let's get some better outings from the starters, and maybe put the Rangers away this weekend. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. At 11:30, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. I know, Drew, you called in yesterday, and you mentioned Peacemaker. So if you want to talk about that with Michael, I'm sure we can do that. And anyone else want to get in before then, certainly you can. We got U of H tickets giveaway. We talked about it on the morning show. They play Colorado next Friday. Coach Prime and the Buffaloes are in town, so we'll give away tickets to that today on this show. And, of course, if you don't win them with us, we're going to be giving away tickets all day today and also next week. So there'll be more chances to see the Cougs and the Buffaloes here in Houston. But as we're just getting started here at East River 9, we'll go to break. We'll get to the Texans news that I talked about earlier as we were starting the show. Not great. And this is a player who has had injury issues, and he couldn't even make it till week 1, and he could be out longer than that. So we'll talk about that and more Texans when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
Going back to the go-to guy, you've gotten on the same page with a lot of receivers going back to Ohio State. What's the trust process, like developing trust for some of the new guys that you might have this year, and how much of that do you actually have to play games for that to begin?
Yeah, I know it's kind of weird, but I would say like failure is probably the best way to get that done in ways. Like throwing a ball, like even now, me and Nico sometimes don't connect, and there's good things because now we can have a conversation. So sometimes it's in practice, like when it's too perfect, which is also a goal, sometimes it cannot be good because in the game it's not going to be exactly how we draw it up or the scout guys give it to us. So I think sometimes like having hard conversations are like, bro, you need to be better here. I need to be better there. So I think that has to do with it. And yes, playing in games definitely does help.
That's C.J. Stroud responding to a question from Landry Locker about getting acclimated and accustomed to new receivers, and that's going to be very important on Sunday because Christian Kirk, who is a new receiver but is a veteran, won't be available for the game. He has a hamstring injury that's going to keep him out for week 1, and it could go beyond that for the slot receiver most recently of the Jaguars. So he has had injury issues in his past, and it pops up very early in his Texans tenure. So while we knew that Jaden Higgins was a starter and Hutchinson would get time on the outside too, looks like Noel will be someone who will be elevated to a real guy who could get plenty of targets in the slot, and we'll see how much Dalton Schultz grabs. But when you're talking about C.J. Stroud against that Rams front, it feels like if Nico Collins wasn't already going to get the majority of the targets, that might get up even more because, sure, we're going to hope for the best with Higgins and Noel, but and you heard CJ talk about it as far as sometimes things go poorly and failure helps you get better, but failure in week 1 means you lose. So I think he is going to be someone who locks in on Nico, and thankfully the Rams don't have a great secondary when it comes to their cornerbacks, so it may not matter if Nico Collins is really the only legitimate threat he's comfortable with as far as the wide receivers are concerned, but he's going to have to lean heavily on his guy because outside of him, there are very few catches in the NFL in that wide receiver core right now. Hutchinson certainly has made a couple plays in his tenure with the Texans, but other than that, with Berrios likely not available as well, I believe. So what are we talking about? Does Justin Watson become a bigger part of the offense? And, he's made a couple plays here and there with the Chiefs. But at this point, we go with their top 3 guys or top 4 guys. It's Nico, Hutchinson, and then a couple guys who don't have a career catch. So that is a bit of a blow. We didn't see what Kirk was going to be in this offense, but you just assumed he would play a major role as one of the guys who's established. He's just not going to be around. And that was always the concern when you get a guy like Christian Kirk. There's a dynamic ability in the slot. He can be a guy who gets open against nickel corners or nickel players overall, but can he be around? His tenure in Jacksonville was hampered by that, and before he even plays an official down for the Texans, it happens again. So Christian Kirk out week 1, could be longer than that. Just a lot more on the plate of some younger guys in a big game. Well, of course, it's week 1, so it's big, but this is a team who's got stuff to prove as far as what their offense is going to be, and the guy making those calls is going to be Nick Caley, and he's a guy who's been given high praise by his quarterback and his coach, or excuse me, his head coach and DeMeco Ryans. He has stated he's got full trust in Nick Caley and what he's going to do offensively. Now Nick Caley has an even bigger challenge. Down Joe Mixon, down Christian Kirk. But Nick Caley, while he's new, he also is someone that acknowledges that he can learn from his players. They're expected to pick up his offense and be ones who can execute what he's putting out there. But he also has been someone a bit self-aware and said, hey, I don't know everything. And here's Nick Caley on what he can learn from his players.
I learn a lot from players too, and you're around these guys. And again, it's this from day one, it's not about us imposing what we want on the players. This is really a partnership. It's a collective effort where we're all trying to get better. We're all trying to work through things, improve every single day, coaches and players, and we, there's a vulnerability where we can be honest with each other about those things and tell each other the truth and go out and work hard. And no one's getting their feelings hurt about it, because all we're trying to do is be the best that we can be every single day. And that's what we've tried to do since we started here in spring.
It's a reasonable way to be a coach. Some coaches aren't that way. It's their way or no way. We'll see when we get going. The personality of Nick Caley, as there will be some adversity, as there always is in a football game, and for the first time, he will be the one responsible for how an offense plays, and he just so happens to be going against his former team in the LA Rams on Sunday. It'll be the afternoon game because of the location. So what's the plan, Sean? Are you going red zone, and there 1 minute of I don't know how many commercials you'll see over the course of the first window, because that's a big story.
Yeah.
So we'll see how many commercials there actually are.
30 seconds of commercials.
Yeah, they have kind of made it clear that, yes, there will be commercials, so Scott Hansen can't say that commercial-free football is a thing. 7 hours of commercial-free football. No longer can he say that, but they won't be that big of an issue. So are we going red zone before Texans in the late window, or are you going to lock in on a game?
I paid good money. Well, no, actually, I'm going to find a alternative to Stream East, the dearly departed Stream East, and I'm going to brave the elements of on pace for 2 commercials over the course of 3.5 hours of the opening slate, because
what a sacrifice.
Yes. And really it's because there's not really a game that I'm dying to watch every second of, and I don't know what the in-market option for us is going to be in the early slate. I haven't dug into that, but none of these look that enticing to me. So instead, I'll just do the little hack of only watch the scoring plays from all of them. There you go.
Oh, look at you.
Just bounce around. Hey, I have that guy in fantasy. Oh, my God. Why'd he fumble?
I pulled up Awful Announcing to see what games we're going to get in that early window, and we're getting Steelers-Jets.
Oh, sick. Love that.
Justin Fields versus Aaron Rodgers. Both their former teams are going against each other, so that's what we're going to get in Week 1 on CBS. So
that's what y'all are going to get on CBS.
Yeah, that's what some of you are going to get. I've got methods to avoid the Fields versus Rodgers revenge game for both. I will not be locked in on that game, and it's a game going to a lot of markets because, as you kind of pointed out, it's not a great slate in the morning. You look at Colts, Dolphins, Raiders, Patriots, Cardinals, Saints. So, sure, if you're a real football sicko, you'll love whatever there is. But for us normies, nah. You got Giants Commanders on Fox. That's the early market game, or the early slate game for the Fox game. Yeah. So that's at least got a playoff team, but it does have Russell Wilson. So still not that thrilled by the Giants playing the Commanders, even if it is an NFC East thing. Yeah. Is that even a real thing anymore? Do we actually care so much about NFC East football? Like, it's supposed to be something that attracts attention, but I don't care that 2 NFC East teams are playing. Like, if you told me AFC North and I got Steelers, Ravens, and more at this point Bengals, Ravens, I would care more. The NFC East thing has lost its luster for me.
I think you can thank the last 10 years of New York Giants football, and before last year, the previous 25 years of Washington football to tarnish the legacy of what was once a great and compelling division.
Yeah.
And even, hey,
the Cowboys haven't helped.
You fought gamely last night.
And we'll get to that in the next segment,
yeah. You haven't been as bad as these two for many of the past 10 years. But, yeah, it's not exactly a bunch of marquee teams, and it's a situation where it is, hey, it's New York and Philadelphia and Dallas and the nation's capital. Aren't you excited to watch this?
No, that don't hit the same anymore. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, when I was a dumb little kid, I cared about Rodney Hampton versus Emmitt Smith, but not anymore.
Yeah,
that ain't
now,
that ain't a thing anymore.
Yeah, they've been so bad that little kids now are just like, whatever.
Whatever. Give me Red Zone.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here to watch Austin Eckler tote the rock.
Yeah,
versus
run like
Tracy.
he's got a linebacker on his back. That's how slow he is. And we'll talk about another slow running back when we come back, because the Miles Sanders stuff cost his team a touchdown because he got caught from behind and then fumbled very soon after. So we'll talk Eagles, Cowboys when we come back. Texans, Rams, of course, we'll be locked in on that, and we'll talk about it on Monday. But there's plenty to get to before then. We'll go over the college football slate, because while this weekend isn't like last weekend, you do have two blue bloods playing each other. We'll talk about that. Then you have the Cyhawk game. I love a rivalry game. And then something, it might be a little under the radar for some, but you got what could be a really good quarterback matchup we'll get to as well. We'll see if Sean has a particular game he's interested in this college football weekend, besides the arch bounce back. All right, so we'll get to Eagles, Cowboys, and what all came from that when we come back. We're here at East River 9. The entire station will be out here till 6. But join us, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show is on the road, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Now back to Del Olaleye.
The start of the NFL season last night also meant the start of the ESPN 97.5 Fantasy Football League. Sean had Saquon, got himself a touchdown. Jalen Hurts running in a couple. Didn't help, but, they're in passing situations, so you probably wouldn't have scored a touchdown there anyway. So that's begun. Of course, John will certainly make it known when he's playing one of us how well he did, but that'll be a point of conversation throughout the season. But the game itself involved a spitting incident, not even a snap-in, one play, and it also had the fullback for the Eagles, it appears, lose his season on the initial kickoff coverage, but it was overshadowed by the Jalen Carter spit. Dak spit on the ground. Jalen Carter didn't like it, and apparently, according to Dak, Jalen Carter said, "Are you trying to spit on me?" And Dak's like, "Well, you're about 6 feet away from me, so no." But I would never, and Dak said, "I would never do that." In fact, he said it was insulting that someone would think he would do that. Jalen Carter didn't feel like it's that big of an issue, I guess, to spit on someone. He has already apologized, as you might expect, but he spit on someone. He was escorted off the field by Big Dom and some other Eagles personnel as the refs ejected him. And it was, let's just say, a weird start to the NFL season. I will say this, though, because this popped up on the broadcast, and it is not a stat. We can kind of make a stat out of anything, but to put up a graphic and then put up there for the world to see Jalen Carter, first player on defending Super Bowl champion, ejected in season opener. That's not a thing. It's not something you have to. It's not something you have to make a graphic for to tell us that this has never happened. I'm going to say not a stat. Maybe I'm wrong, but considering the unlikelihood of it, doesn't need to be said. The fact that it happened before he even played it down this season is the interesting part, not the fact that he was a member of a Super Bowl winner the year before.
First NFL player on the defending champion to get suspended 6 seconds into the season after his teammate sustains a season-ending injury,
devastating knee injury. Yeah, how far do you want to go? Since you just made that up
in a game that was later delayed for an hour
by lightning in the state of Pennsylvania. That's how stupid making that a stat is. It is not a stat. It is just dumb by Jalen Carter, and it led to, at least initially, the Cowboys doing whatever they wanted to offensively. And then, of course, after the lightning delay, they slowed down remarkably on offense. And by the way, now this is show lore at this point, and speaking of making things out of nothing, remember when we were talking about the NFL's top 100 list and Nico Collins and his status as his ranking as far as receivers are concerned came up, and then I think Lazy J called in and got upset because CeeDee Lamb was ranked below him. Well, Lazy J, look at your guy. Is this your king? What we saw last night. Now, I don't know what Nico's going to do on Sunday, but I imagine he's not going to drop 3 to 4 big plays that CJ lays right in his hand. So there it is. I don't know why I remember that. Maybe because of the ridiculousness of the argument to begin with. But CeeDee Lamb, certainly one of the top players in football, left the game, besides Jalen Carter, as one of the GOATs, and not the good one, not the acronym, just an actual GOAT because of his performance. I would level him with 4 drops. Like, people aren't giving him the one where he had to dive, but that's a play you got to make. You're the $30+ million wide receiver, the best offensive player on the team, at least in most people's eyes. Some people have their issues with how good Dak is, although Dak was aggressive as hell in that game, particularly to start. But that continued throughout. CeeDee's got to make that play. He didn't, and there are several other ones he didn't make, and that led to the Eagles winning the game 24-20. The Cowboys had their shots, plenty of shots, as their defense kind of got it going after the lightning delay, but the Cowboys' offense was a non-factor, thanks to CeeDee and also thanks to Miles Sanders. So we have talked on the show because Jaden Blue, former Longhorn, or I guess always a Longhorn, is on that Cowboys roster. And there's some talk about him being lazy from outside sources outside the Cowboys camp who attributed their sourcing to inside the Cowboys camp. Jaden Blue pushed back on that, and from all accounts, he had been someone that they thought highly of. He didn't get any snaps thanks to Javonte Williams and his performance, and certainly Miles Sanders getting the backup reps. But maybe after watching Miles Sanders get caught from behind by a 4'6" linebacker, they might want to make a decision because that should be a touchdown. Look, of course, Saquon's taking that to the house. Plenty of other running backs are doing that, and then he just compounded the issue with fumbling the football a couple plays later. So I would say stock down Miles Sanders. Maybe Jaden Blue gets more snaps going forward because you cannot get caught from behind there. It's not like Zach Bond's fine. He's turned himself into an all-pro somehow as an off-ball linebacker, something he had never played before last year. First year doing it, he becomes an all-pro. But if you're Miles Sanders, who at one point was clocked out of 4.45 or so, and Zach Bond was like a 4.65 guy, that's not a play you allow him to make.
Yeah, what position did Zach Bond play before Vic Fangio made him a linebacker?
He was like an edge rusher.
Oh, okay.
He was an end. Yeah.
He got beat from behind by
he got caught
defensive
from behind
lineman.
Yeah.
Okay.
A former defensive
All right.
lineman, yes.
All right.
If you want to throw more slander on him, yes.
I mean,
you got caught from behind by a relatively average defensive lineman up until last year, Miles Sanders. What are you doing? And then you top it off with the fumble.
His former team, too.
Yeah, Jaden Blue. Now's your time.
Do him a favor. Yeah. Looked a lot like the Clemson run up until like the 30-yard line and where he got tackled. Look a lot like Jaden Blue against Clemson, except
he doesn't get caught. He's fast enough that he doesn't get caught. So
those
are the big.
We wait.
Yeah,
it's a long season.
Looming. Jaden Blue's looming. That's
I know.
That's
Schottenheimer saw that clip too.
Yeah. What are we doing, Miles Sanders? You can't. That's a touchdown, man. Who knows how that game goes if you can outrun Zach Bond? He didn't.
It would have been it was so much better for him if Quinion Mitchell or
if it's a corner,
I'll even say Cooper DeJean caught him from behind.
Well, Cooper DeJean, yes, the former prolific college punt returner, yes, it would have been much better if one of the secondary members of the
came from the
Eagles
other side of the field to
cut off your angle, whatever it is. But Zach Bond was behind him.
Yeah,
and
they're in
down.
the same screen because I also saw get this, Cowboys fans with an hour to kill weren't happy about this play.
Of course.
Someone screenshotted like when Miles Sanders had no one in front of him and where Zach Bond was. And he had like a 5-yard head start, and Zach Bond wasn't like facing that direction yet.
No.
And he got caught from behind.
It was only grass between him and the end zone, and then Zach Bond caught him. And this was even with Zach Bond initially trying to strip him with a football. He kind of batted at the ball a couple times and realized, okay, I can still catch this guy. I'm going to just tackle him. and then a couple plays later, he just fumbles. So that's a tough moment for Miles Sanders and the Cowboys. The Cowboys, if we're going to be honest, probably played better than a lot of people thought. I guess they just assumed Micah Parsons not being there was going to turn them into an awful team all around. Now defensively early, they had a bad plan. You're rushing with 4, but your defensive ends aren't cognizant of Jalen Hurts and what he's able to do. You had a good plan as far as shutting down Devontae Smith and also A.J. Brown, who only caught that one ball to help set up the Jalen Hurts scramble to get the first down to close out the game. But other than the Dotson play, their secondary held up. They just did not contain Jalen Hurts. He kept making plays with his feet. It was like 19 of 23 for, under 170 or something like that. He didn't have a prolific day throwing the football, but he did whatever he wanted to on the ground, including the killer when he ran for the first down to close it out. So the Eagles get a win in their defense of their title, 24-20 over the Cowboys. What it means, not sure, but there's a lot of people who are saying the Cowboys should feel good. The Cowboy fans should feel good. You held up against the Eagles. What are we doing? Participation and moral victories against your NFC East rival when you had every chance in the world to win the game. No, you shouldn't feel good. You should feel terrible because that's a game your team should have won, or at least could have won. They had multiple opportunities, and the best parts of your team, at least when it comes to your receiver, let you down. And now you're 0-1. So I'm not buying the whole they should feel good about themselves. At least, hey guys, at least you didn't get blown out by the Eagles. That's not the standard. Although maybe that speaks to what people think of. Now we're playing the Eagles close. Should make them feel good.
Yeah,
Would make me feel good.
It's not a good sign for your organization if that's the takeaway. Is hey, good job, guys. Hey,
yeah, you've got
you know that absolute slop fest of a game for A, the first half because no one could play any defense, and then B, the second half when your star receiver kept dropping passes. Hey, good job. You almost had him. That's
I know you got the highest paid quarterback in football.
Yeah. No, you're not Arizona State playing Texas. Like you should have won that game.
Yeah, your receiver makes plays that he himself said he should have made, and you win that game. And you go from
a red zone turnover.
Go from moral victory. Yeah, you did everything possible not to win the game, where the Eagles were willing to give it to you, and you didn't get it done. So moral victories, nah. I don't know that most Cowboy fans feel that way. I just know that was some of the narrative that they should feel pretty good that they played the Eagles close.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
With that.
It's I guess not even pregame, just like the season-long expectations for both these teams are the only reason that anyone would ever say that. Like you would, if that exact game happened to, if the Texans lose to the Rams.
To the Rams that way, where Nico drops 3 balls that could have put them in the spot to win the game. No one's saying the Texans should feel good about that.
Yeah.
Hey, the Rams were a one blown protection away from possibly getting in the NFC title game last year. The Texans just feel pretty good. No one's going to say that if they got a chance to win and Nico drops a couple. We're talking about how they blew a chance to win a game on the road against a good football team. So, the Cowboys are in a bad state, at least how the perception of them, where the team itself may be a little bit better than the perception of them. All right, we'll go to break with that. When we come back, we'll give away some tickets to the Cougs. They've got a game against the Colorado Buffaloes next week. This week they're playing Rice. It won't be the final game, but it will be the last game for a while in that rivalry because conference realignment schedules have gotten in the way, so Rice and the Cougs won't be playing for a little bit. We'll give you tickets not for that game, but for their game against Colorado because Coach Prime and the Buffaloes will be in town Friday night. So if you're looking for a chance to win those tickets, stick with us. I'll set you up for that, and we'll get your information when we come back. Also, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. He is the host of Comicast. That's the podcast that he does with John Lee where they talk about the best things and maybe some of the worst things going on in what you might call nerd culture. We'll have him on to discuss their most recent episode, which you can also hear on ESPN 975 Wednesdays from 9 to 10. And also, he'll give you what you should or shouldn't watch this weekend, obviously beyond all the football that'll be on. All right, we'll do that when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And, hey, if you're watching last night's Dallas-Philly game, you saw Dak Prescott throw for more than half a yard. So if you got in on that max discount of Dak Prescott more than half a yard, boom, you're on your way to making money. Hopefully you didn't take any CeeDee Lamb. I don't know if they have less on drops. I don't think they actually have that one. He had a pretty good game up until then, but obviously the drops cost him there. So Prize Picks is interested in helping you get some money early this football season because they had a max discount for last night's game with Dak Prescott. Guess what? Sunday Night Football, they have another max discount. This time it's Lamar Jackson to throw for, get this, more than half a yard. When Lamar Jackson throws for 1 yard, you will win money. It's that easy. All you have to do is add him to your lineup, add at least one other player to your lineup, and boom, that's how you make money right there. So if you want to add Lamar Jackson to this one is one of my favorites. The combined field goal yardage for Kaimi Fairbairn and Josh Carty, the two kickers in the LA-Houston game on Sunday, more than 136.5 yards. I think, obviously, early in the season, it's a lot more defensive, and these two teams have questions on how they're going to protect their quarterbacks against two good defensive lines. A lot of drives stalling out in the red zone or a little bit outside the red zone. I think we're on pace for a lot of field goals. There you go. Kaimi Fairbairn, also a lot of range. Good from 50. And related to the protection issues that I see happening for Houston, give me C.J. Stroud more than 11.5 rushing yards. He's a guy who proved last year that when the pocket collapses, he'll get out, take some yards here and there. I think he rushes for more than 11.5 yards. You can make those picks. You can follow my picks. You can make those. Or you can make your own. Download the Price Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win that lineup to get that bonus. It's guaranteed. Price Picks. It's good to be right.
Michael Carroll's right. We are at East River 9. The entire lineup will be here up until 6. The Killer Bees will close it out. And it's not just a place where you can play golf and have great views of the city. I mentioned to start the show, I can look out and see Dyken Park from here. But they got pickleball. They got the driving range. I'm sitting in the clubhouse right now that doubles as a sports bar. They have a full restaurant as well. So if you want to have a good time and spend an afternoon here playing some golf and then enjoying all the things that East River 9 provides, now's the time. The weather, of course, Houston is warm, maybe even bordering on hot for some of you. But it's cool in here. The air conditioning does work, and the drinks are flowing, so you can get here and enjoy your time here. Let's do this now because we're going to do some college football stuff anyway in this segment as we have a couple more segments before we're joined by Michael Carroll. So let's go caller 4 right now, 713-780-3776, wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs play the Colorado Buffaloes. Coach Prime comes to town. He leads his Buffaloes in town. Now, they dropped a tough one to Georgia Tech in week 1. They have a game this weekend, and then they'll come in and play the Cougs. And it'll be Hispanic Heritage time for the Cougs. They'll have a Hispanic Heritage halftime show. The Spirit of Houston will perform songs from Selena, and the UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. You get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. If you don't win them from us, you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Tailgating is going to start at 3:30 p.m. Cougs on Parade is at 5:20. So, as I said, call 4 right now. Get in. Try to get in if you haven't already. 713-780-3776. So, that's a Friday game, by the way. It's a little bit of a switch-up. The Cougs have had an interesting schedule. They played Thursday to start the year. They've got a game against Rice on Saturday, and then they have a short week on Friday against the Buffaloes of Colorado. So, as I said, tickets, we're going to give them away. John and Lance gave some away. I'm giving some away now. If you miss out, the Killer Bees will give them away. Paul Gallant will give them away, and we'll do that next week as well. So stay tuned if you want to see the Cougs. Maybe you have an interest in seeing Coach Prime in his third year with that program, and without his 2 sons on the roster. We'll see what the Colorado Buffaloes have for the Cougs this Friday as part of Hispanic Heritage. All right. So while we're giving those tickets away, Sean will get you squared away for that. We do have other college football games to discuss. And while it's not a big top 25 weekend like it was last week to get the season going, we do have some interesting matchups. Like you got Bryce Underwood as a true freshman going into Norman. Sean and I have discussed this game a little bit earlier in the week. And it's a game, sure, Michigan would love to win it, would love to see their young quarterback go into a hostile environment and go out there and get the dub. But if we're talking about teams who are desperate for it, it's got to be Oklahoma. Like, they kind of handed over their entire offense to Pullman. They brought in Arbuckle to be the OC from Washington State, and also John Mateer. John Mateer was a highly thought-of quarterback in the portal. A lot of teams wanted to give him a lot of money to play quarterback for them, and he chose Oklahoma partly because, and maybe mostly because, his OC is there. This is a team who struggled last year to score. Their offense was flat-out bad. They played a couple quarterbacks. None of it was good. Their high water mark was beating Alabama at home. So at the end of the year, they did have a moment, but Venables needs it. You are going to have certainly a tough SEC slate, and they're ranked. People think maybe it's simply because of the OU on the side of the helmet, but people think pretty highly of that Oklahoma team coming off that year last year, and specifically maybe it's just because they got John Mateer. That's a team who needs to win that game and kind of say, hey, yeah, last year was bad, but we're a real threat, even if it's not to win the SEC, but to be someone who you can consider as a playoff contender this year, which is where Oklahoma believes they should always be. So that's a game. You're bringing in a freshman for his first road start. We saw what happened to a more veteran quarterback. Now, Arch didn't have a lot of starts, but he had been around the Texas program for several years, and he goes into the shoe and doesn't look good. So if you're bringing in Bryce Underwood and you are Oklahoma, that's a game you got to win.
Yeah, I think it's one where Michigan has a lot to gain for winning this. I think OU has a lot to lose, and I guess it's a little gain, but it's more of negating the downside of, oh my God, we just lost to a freshman quarterback who came in here against a defense that looks like it's going to be very good and a good defensive coach. And if OU doesn't come out winning this game, you're going to have some real issues, especially if you get a repeat of what OU got last week. They won 35-3 against Illinois State, but running the ball, they had 32 rushes for 103 yards, good for 3.2 per carry against Illinois State for a long, Dell, of 12 yards by a receiver.
Now, you know, Sean, we are people who know all the little things fans do when it comes to college football to kind of comfort themselves. Like if you struggle in week 1 offensively, the playbook, we didn't want to put it out there. This is an opponent that we can name our score against. We weren't going to give out everything because we got a bigger name opponent next week. I'm not sure what in the playbook couldn't have been revealed to run the football against Illinois State. That's an issue.
Yeah,
and you got Michigan coming in. You talk about a good defensive coach in Venables. You've got a standard set at Michigan of playing really good defense, no matter who is calling the plays there. So. Is it simply a team who overlooked, but Illinois State maybe, but can't you just line up and run the ball against Illinois State if you're Oklahoma, and then you got Michigan coming in? What's that going to look like?
Yeah, there's no we're hiding how good we are at running inside zone against Illinois State. So
you should just be able to do whatever you want to them.
Yeah, maybe if you want to shoot them some bail, it would be that maybe the offensive line didn't come ready to play, but I would still say probably should be ready to play against Illinois State.
What level does?
Or actually,
you don't have to be ready to play against Illinois
State.
State.
Be ready to play against Illinois
No.
State. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe running backs are missing gaps there. I didn't watch this game. I just can look at the box score and go, hey, 3.2 yards per attempt against Illinois State doesn't seem like enough. Now, maybe Mateer can do enough just throwing the ball around where they don't have to be good running the ball against Michigan, but I do think they need to avoid disaster. And if they come in and play like they did against Illinois State, I think it would be a disaster running the ball. But to me, it's mostly on when Michigan has the ball. That's when I'm most interested because Bryce Underwood, let's see this super talented 5-star freshman against Brent Venables in this OU defense. And I don't think it'll go well for young Mr. Underwood. But if it does, buddy.
Yeah, it would certainly change the way I feel about Michigan and their upside this year. The defense will keep them in most games, but if he's going to be a guy who can weather Owen Field and then go in there and win a game and it be because of how he played as opposed to kind of just being a shepherd and not screwing things up and allowing the defense to win a game, then we got some actual conversations about the Big Ten and where Michigan actually ranks. So that's I think the one top 25 matchup this week, 15 versus 18. Oklahoma's like a 5.5 point favorite. We'll see how that one plays out. I don't particularly have an interest in picking the game. That's never really an interest to me. I know how ridiculous that is, considering all people do when it's football season is pick games, and we have 2 segments on the John and Lance show with it. It's just not something I've cared that much about. I would imagine that's an Oklahoma win. But I don't have much faith in Venables anyway. So if you tell me that Michigan goes in there and wins that game, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I just think the desperation for Oklahoma to set kind of a tone for their year this year and change the narrative, they'll get that one at home at night against Michigan. Other games, certainly as we said, it's not the same type of weekend, but if you're just looking around, just for rivalry's sake, I enjoy the Iowa State-Iowa game because I don't expect good football. I just expect a mess, and I can watch a mess at 11:15 in the morning when that game starts. Gronowski, who is he from? Is he from South Dakota State, or was he at North Dakota State last year? South Dakota State? One of them. I think it was South Dakota State. He was a good player.
I think it's
and
South
it did
Dakota
not
State.
show itself in week 1, which is the whole Iowa Hawkeye of it all. You just assume he got a taste of a Kurt Ferentz in that offense and say, you know what? I'm gonna devolve into a quarterback who can barely complete a forward pass. 'Cause that's what an Iowa quarterback is about.
What was it? 44 passing yards.
Eight passes completed for 44 yards.
Not gonna do it against Iowa State, who so far this year has looked pretty good. Now they did beat absolute nobody last week. Hold on, let me pull up who. Sorry, South Dakota. South Dakota. Someone Mark Gronowski's used to going up against.
Certainly.
But yeah, I think and they beat them 55-7. So beating K-State in Ireland, then 7 days later coming back and laying the wood on South Dakota. That does show me a little bit of something, especially look how Kansas State looked against their FCS opponent last week, where they needed to win in the fourth quarter. I think, I don't know. I mean, this is the most, or not the most. This is one of the most, like, just bleep happens rivalry games every single year. It's a different flavor than, say, like Red River, where bleep happens in Red River, but it normally is.
But it's like fun bleep.
Yeah,
like,
it's like
that's a great play by
34
someone.
to 31,
or
bleep
look
happens.
at the athletes out there. Yeah,
this is like, oh my God, what? I need a shower after watching this. But
it's dirty football, disgusting football.
16-13, Iowa State wins. Like, that's normally what we're looking at here. So yeah, I think that's why I have a level of just like, I'm not too worried about Mark Gronowski because chances are this will be a tight game. I don't see anyone really pulling away. If anyone does pull away, it'd be Iowa State. If Iowa doesn't get their stuff together on offense, just a little bit, not even that much. Even grading on the Iowa curve.
So we talked about OU and their inability to run the ball against Illinois State to the tune of like 3.2 yards per carry. Is that worse or better than Gronowski throwing for 44 yards against Albany?
God. I mean, it's better. It is better just like on its face. Now, when you slap an Iowa logo on the side of the helmet, this is helmet analysis, which I know I'm not supposed to do.
Okay.
But 44 yards, I'm like, that's bad. That's still bad for Iowa, but it's less bad. You know, it's more understandable.
Because it's because it's
like,
Iowa.
I can't say I'm stunned by less than 50 yards passing against an FCS team, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, they did run for
like
310 yards. They nearly 6 yards to carry. So they did have that going for them. They did not suffer the same fate run the football as Oklahoma did. But, yeah, the 48 yards overall because they brought in Hank Brown, and he went 1 for 4 yards. So
you know what? Start him. Like, what are we doing?
I mean, 4 yards per 4 yards on average. Gronowski, 0.7 for Hank Brown. QBR for Gronowski, 24.4. So certainly less than his yards that he threw for. 8 for 15 for 44 yards. Not a great performance.
That should be a rule for passer rating and QBR. Your QBR can't surpass how many yards you had.
Yeah, particularly when it's under 50 yards thrown for. So we'll see. That is the Cy-Hawk rivalry. We're not doing it any favors. Rocco Beck's a pretty good quarterback, so maybe
that's
we'll
why I think they win. Is just like I have one guy who threw 44 yards against an FCS opponent.
But Gronowski was, at least before he put on the black and yellow, was a good quarterback.
Yeah,
that's the reason they went and got him.
But
so maybe that's a blip. Maybe it's a blip, and we'll see a better Gronowski because Iowa was holding things back. It was just Albany.
Again, if it was like 110 yards, I'd be like, yeah, they were holding things back. 44. I mean, come on.
It's disgusting.
Come on, guys.
It's embarrassing.
50% passing.
Everything's on TV, so they can't get away with this. But if I was them, sorry, we lost all our stats. Sorry, our passing stats. Sorry, the stat guy. Stat guy was drunk. We don't know what happened. He didn't take stats for the game. That's what I would have done.
Verification.
Yeah, we're not we'll treat it like Max Preps. Sorry, we don't get our eyes on every game. We're waiting for the coaches to call in and tell us what the numbers are. So that's a game that's in the early window on Fox. Big noon kickoff will be at Iowa State and Iowa for the Cy-Hawk rivalry. A game that's not under the radar for me because I understand what it means in that state. USF versus the Gators. That's one of those games where the Gators have nothing to gain, everything to lose. And, of course, it can establish UCF as a contender for one of the group of, I guess you want to say, the non-Power 4 spots. I think they're coming into the year like the third favorite to get that spot from a non-Power 4 conference. We saw what they did. Kind of probably kicked off the season for most people. I'm sure some people were watching Week 0 and saw Iowa State versus Kansas. Off Week 1, that was the bigger game on Thursday, and they took Boise apart after some early offensive struggles. So they got to go into the swamp, and Florida's got a murderous schedule. USF may be better than people think. Then they've got Miami to play and LSU. So I don't I won't say they're going to be looking past USF. They probably were more focused on this one during off-season preparations in Long Island. But Byron Brown at quarterback for USF, he was the highlight of that Thursday night, considering him running through Boise State. DJ Lagway's on the other side. So you're going to have a pretty good quarterback matchup. Florida's, I believe, is winning that game. I just am there for the schadenfreude of if it's close and all the anxiety that not only the Florida fans will feel. I would just imagine what Billy Napier's going to feel like if he's got a team ranked in the top 15 with games against LSU and Miami coming up, and he's in a death struggle with USF, a team that most fans who root for Florida don't think they should even be on the same field with. But I think it'll be competitive. The question is, can Florida, who they weren't a fan of their own offensive performance in game one against Long Island of all teams, get their passing game going? Because DJ Lagway threw for like 3 touchdowns, but I think he threw for under 150 yards, something like that. So that's a game that should have some interest around the country, even if it doesn't feature another top 25 team on the other side.
Yeah, I think South Florida has done enough to where it's like, okay, my antenna's up on this game on SEC Network 3:15. So yeah, I think that Florida will have a better idea of what Florida is after this game, as opposed to Long Island, where it's like, yeah, they didn't play well against Long Island. This is a situation where I'll buy. Yeah, we weren't trying to show stuff against Long Island. That's why DJ Lagway threw for 120-something yards. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt there, because at least there were some bright spots. It just wasn't explosive. South Florida. God, second time I did that. South Florida with Byron Brown is feisty enough to where I think this earns a check-in, earns a couple check-ins.
Look, maybe not locked in. You'll see if maybe South Florida gets an early start, and I mean they get off to a good start early. Maybe you make that one of your featured viewing games as we go forward. So those are just a couple of the games to look at. Of course, there'll be plenty of games to choose from, but those are kind of the ones that jumped out to me. Illinois and Duke is another one, mostly because Duke has Mensah from the quarterback from Tulane that transferred, and Illinois is one of those teams who's got some real playoff aspirations. They got to go to Duke. Early starts. Don't know how big the crowd will be in Raleigh for the Durham. I'm blanking on Durham for the game. But that's a Duke team who is only a slight underdog at home, so that's something to take a look at. Illinois may be a team who's ranked in the top 15 could fall in that one.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Duke wins this. They got a pretty good shot at the playoff.
Yeah, I'm looking at their schedule, right now.
They play a lot of ACC teams that I don't feel awesome about, and they play Tulane next week. So I think these two games will go a long way. But then it gets to NC State, Syracuse, Cal, Georgia Tech, at home. At Clemson, sorry guys. Then UConn, Virginia, UNC, Wake. Win this one, you might go 10-2.
Yeah, the question is, you just laid out that schedule, and it's not tough, but you would have, and of course Illinois would have to go on and continue to be good.
If Illinois stays ranked, that resume could. I mean, it's not that much different than
Indiana's. You think that resume, if they're true, and maybe they would say we've learned our lesson from putting a team like Indiana in. But so if they let's say drop a game, they beat Illinois, but now you have to find a way where they drop 2 games where it's not crazy. And like the Clemson one, you understand, but what's the game where people would point to and go, but you lost to this school, so we can't put you in.
I think
you would have to, So if they were 10-2, but if you're losing to Tulane and Tulane's a real competitor for a spot, then you have a different conversation. So the schedule sets up for them to go on a run, but it also may lead to the conversation about why they don't deserve it. But to your point, looking at that schedule, it is one, if they can get Illinois, Duke could be one of those surprise teams, and as you said, the Indiana of this year. But at least in Duke's case, they would have beaten a top 25 team. Did Indiana get one last year? Do we remember them beating a top 25 team last year on the way to the playoff?
Remember them beating. Did they beat Illinois? That's the only one I could.
They might have. I would have to look that up. So that might be the only one. So So they could be the Indiana of this year, the surprise team. And could you imagine? Speaking of things that people wouldn't know that I would know, if Manny Diaz made the playoff before Mario Cristobal did, what that would do to the Miami fan base.
John Ruiz.
Yeah, losing his mind. Not just him, the entire Miami fan base losing their mind if somehow, some way, Manny Diaz, who for another year doesn't have Miami in the schedule, somehow got into the playoff. And he's got probably the easier path because Miami does have Florida, but they don't, and they have to go to SMU. So if we're talking about potholes on the way to the playoff, now Miami got over a big one when they beat Notre Dame. But if we're talking about things, you might say Manny might have the easier path, just the worst team. All right, we're going to break with that. That's just a little bit of what's going to happen this weekend in college football. If you want to join us to talk about that or anything else, the number is 713-780-3776. We're out at East River 9 up until 6, at least the entire station is. And Dr. Dre, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. If you want to join them, as I say, you can call in. So whether you want to play golf, pickleball, or watch the games, because they got TVs everywhere. So they've got that big TV outside that doesn't even get affected by the sun. It's a giant projection screen, it looks like, and it's perfect. I can see it from here, and I don't know what's on, but I can tell that it's probably something on ESPN. But either way, it is a nice time out here, whether you want to just eat, play golf, or watch the games. It's all here for you at East River 9. We will come back with a little bit more. We'll hear from Dr. Dre. And then certainly Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Dr. Dre on 290 here. So we'll have Michael Carroll in a little bit, but if you want to get in before we do that, number 713-780-3776. What's up, Dr. Dre?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Shortest wait times in the game. Hey, man, I wanted to ask you a question, Del, and Sean as well. When Miles Sanders got run down last night by Bond, I don't remember his first name. Does that man lose his dark meat card? And maybe
Yeah,
he's
Sean.
related to Israel, because I know he'd probably be chased down by a white man too. And I'll check y'all later, man. We'll see you tonight. Peace.
All right, man. I'll see you tonight. I can't speak to Israel and his personal life. Yeah, Sean, answer the question. Does in his words, does Miles Sanders lose his dark meat card? Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
You know, I don't know if it's my place to weigh in.
Oh,
so
you're going to abstain from answering?
Yeah, I'll ask John Granado.
Let's see what he says.
I'll see
First
what
of all,
John's the arbiter on this. I feel
like it's unlikely that this is how people listen, but if you just start tuning in at 10 because you're not up before then and you don't know where that dark meat reference came from, that is a John Granado reference, the morning shows. Just in case you don't know why Dr. Dre would say that. On this show, we don't refer to people as dark meat. That's just something, that's a connotation for food.
Not
Miles
Italians,
Sanders,
apparently.
he may lose his running back card in that running back room.
Yeah, he might lose his active running back card.
Yeah, like he gets cut after getting hawked down, then fumbled later in the possession. It's a tough look, man. Miles Sanders, and Lance brought the numbers that running backs, they lose speed, as you might imagine, as they spend more and more time in the pros. And Miles Sanders, I think, was drafted in 19 or something. And Zach Bond was drafted in 2020, I believe. At the time of their combines, or their 40s, Miles Sanders was a 4.45 guy around there, and Zach Bond was a 4.65 guy. So Zach Bond playing on the edge as far as his position, he was an edge rusher before he became an off-ball linebacker last year. Maybe less wear and tear, Zach Bond. Or maybe he ran a poor 40 that day, and he's faster than he was suspected to be. But Miles Sanders is certainly slower than he was coming out of Penn State. That was bad. Go ahead.
We always get the Amazon next gen stats of this guy on this long touchdown was Xavier Worthy was clocked at 22 miles per hour on this play. I want to see the next gen miles per hour stats on Miles Sanders. And Zach Bond. What was he clocked at? We never see those. We never see the
when someone gets caught.
Yeah, or even I guess we don't have as many quarterbacks that are just painfully slow, but in week one,
Joe Flacco.
Flacco rolls out and scrambles for 7 yards. I want the AWS on his.
Do they do that if you only make it 7 yards? I don't know if they break it out if you only run 7 yards down the field.
Not long enough.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what they do that for. Now, I don't know. I don't know who got it this morning, but I don't know if it was Lance or John. They said that Zach Bond was running over 20 miles an hour. If that's the case, sure. It didn't feel like either one was going that fast. Just that Zach Bond was faster.
I would say Miles Sanders was definitely, and this should be obvious because he got caught by Zach Bond.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Miles Sanders was running 20 miles per hour.
No, if you can get Miles Sanders to run more than 10 yards down the field, that speed seems to decrease rapidly, and it led to what should have been a touchdown, at least for most NFL running backs. It feels like, at least in today's age, did not, and of course it helped the Cowboys not win that game. CeeDee Lamb's drops didn't help either. Thank you for the call, Dr. Dre. On 290. He's apparently going to be at the party. So will a lot of us. At least if you're out there and you got a chance to get tickets. We're going to be out there at St. Arnold, the entire station. It's going to be a tough, maybe not tough, but a quick turnaround for the guys who host the Killer Bees. They got to do this from 6 to 6:30 and then no breaks. Head on out there to St. Arnold and be there relatively quickly because we're going to get roasted by Barry Laminack. Maybe you're in the 7 o'clock hour. Forgot exactly what. Yeah, so like you and I, we probably got naps on the table before we get out there.
Yeah, we do.
Same can't be said for the Killer Bees, as they're going to be out here at East River 9 till 6, and then they will head over to St. Arnold for the party. Hopefully you guys were able to get in because it should be a fun time. So, of course, St. Arnold's going to be there. BB Tex Leans will be feeding you. Great Plate Hospitality. Portillo's will be there as well. So you're going to have good food, good drinks, and, you guys will be good people. I don't know about the people who work here as far as I put them in the good people category, but you guys will be the good people out there enjoying the party. All right, we'll go to break with that, and Michael Carroll will join us. Speaking of good people, he'll join us coming up here, and he'll tell us what's good in movies and television, what you should and in some cases shouldn't wash. But before we do that, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I was thinking about this, trying to figure out the best way to describe why it's so important to have a great plumber. It happened to me where I had an issue where there's issue with the fixture. I needed to shut down the main valve to turn off the water. I didn't get out there in time, so it caused water damage, and it damaged the floors. So something that you think is small, hey, I can fix this plumbing issue. It's not that big. Tighten the thing here, tighten the thing there, and you're good. If you don't do it correctly, it can go beyond just the plumbing issue. It can turn something that should be small into a major thing pretty quickly, and that's why you need to get with the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can go to the website right now and see all the services they provide so you don't mess up your floors. Go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and see it all. Whether it's a small job like a leak, maybe it's something bigger like a remodel, maybe you need that repiping done because you're in an older home. It's all there for you, and they'll fix you up right. They also do something that's great because no one likes getting charged for something when you're just trying to figure it out. You don't know what it is. You don't know what the problem is. You're just trying to figure it out. They'll take a look, and they'll get you a free price quote before you have to make a decision. They'll tell you what the price will be. And then, of course, when the price works out for you, you get them to do a great job. If you want to call them, the number is 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. Take advantage of all the things that a great plumbing company will do for you. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Welcome in to the Del Olaleye Show on ESPN 97.5. Yes, I did just say that anyway, but I'm here along with Sean Mapes and maybe Del.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there you are.
I was just trying to get some information because I've said this thing so many times, the Power on Electric Bicycle Company e-bike. I was trying to figure out who actually won it. Sam didn't have an answer, and she's outside of East River 9. So I tried to figure that out. That's why I was a little late.
Slacking.
Yeah, I don't know who has that name. I'm sure the bikes are in John Granado's garage or something. But let's just pretend we actually gave them to a listener, and maybe I'll get a name at some point. But Michael Carroll, who took over for me for a little bit, appreciate that. He's back in studio. He is the host of Comicast. You can hear that wherever you listen to podcasts. But, of course, you can also hear it with us on Wednesday nights from 9 to 10 on ESPN 97.5. So, Michael, we had a caller yesterday, Drew. I don't know if he's going to call in. He asked about Peacemaker because I think he's taking a look at that. So that's certainly a topic of conversation considering the reviews it's gotten, and we're in season 2 of that show. I think episode 3 aired this week. But what were the big things you guys talked about on Comicast this week?
Well, matter of fact, we did talk about Peacemaker. We talked about episode 2 of Peacemaker and episode 4 of Alien Earth. In regards to Peacemaker, I think it's been a very good show so far. It's more in terms of like character development, a lot of like figuring out where all the characters are. There is an action sequence that is terrifying in some ways this past on episode 2. But yeah, it's been good so far. Episode 3 premiered last night. I haven't had a chance to watch that one as of yet, but we'll talk more about that one on next week's issue of Comicast. But in terms of if you're looking for something for good character development and everything, and just what it's building towards in terms of the multiverse angle for DC Studio stuff, Peacemaker is where it's at right now. It's really well done, and we've been talking about it. John Cena actually has gotten better as an actor.
I was going to ask you about that. His growth, because in some of his things he's been comedic relief, and certainly that's part of his character here. But this season, at least from the episode I watched, I've only seen episode 1 so far. There is now a level where he has to be an emotional lead as well. You have to connect with him on a level beyond him being the guy who shoots people and makes jokes about Superman and Aquaman. What do you think of not just the turn as far as some of the subject matter, but how he's handling it as just an actor?
He's really doing well, because I joked with Jong about it. He's come a long way from the Marine way back when.
Oh, those WWE produced movies, yeah.
Those movies. He's come a long way from that. All right, you stop.
I've never seen it.
Of course
not.
Not many people have, I believe.
But like he's come a long way, and also if you just look at the character of Peacemaker from the Suicide Squad in 2021 to season 1, you see the growth of that character as well, and how he's able to play it more emotionally is really well done. There's a scene in episode 1 where he's in a room by himself, and the emotions of the moment just kind of hit him, and you see the tears going down his face and everything. Like it's really well done by him. I'm surprised at how well he's done so far.
As far as the active actors currently who are actually wrestlers as well, has he surpassed The Rock, or was he already ahead of The Rock as far as good actors, or at least ranking them as far as their talent as actors?
I would say he was probably right there with The Rock. I'm trying to think, because I know Dave Bautista's really good too.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Batista's out there too. Yeah. I think Batista's number 1.
I think it's right now. It's Batista, Cena, Rock, but Smashing Machine starring The Rock.
That's in the back of my mind on this is when we talk about it. It's like, well Smashing Machine looks interesting.
How about this snapshot? That's the rankings.
Mm-hmm.
The next time we convene, I don't know when Smashing Machine comes.
It's like October, I think.
In October, we revisit.
Okay.
We come back. We talk it out like the college football playoff committee.
So
we decide who's the most SEC. We bump them up a little bit.
So
now that's not how it'll play. We're not doing that even here. Stop it. The SEC thing. Yeah, Smash Machine getting good reviews, and I don't know what it means to get a long ovation, or what's considered a long ovation at Cannes. It depends. Like apparently every movie gets one, but if it depends on how long it is. Like, am I standing up for 15 minutes and applauding The Rock? I think he got like a 15-minute standing ovation.
He got apparently a 15-minute standing ovation, which I don't know. There's an article about like how they time that, because I'm like, there's no way people are just standing
just
there
clapping
for 15 minutes.
You know how long that is?
It has to be some
clap
where they're like, they introduce the movie, people clap. They introduce The Rock, people clap. They introduce Emily Blunt. Like, it's just several people getting these ovations, right? That has to be it.
They combine them. Total combined
That has to be
applause gets to 15 minutes. You think that's it's not? You don't think it's 15 minutes straight?
Yes, which is still a lot, by the way.
Yeah, it's still a lot, but-
if you are clapping for 5 people for 15 minutes, like that's a long time you're clapping.
I think it's something to that effect, though, because I don't remember the article offhand. I had to find it, but like it's something where they start a stopwatch. Like they actually do this. They track the timing, and they start a stopwatch, and they'll pause it at different moments. I think is how it goes. But it's something to what you're saying about like I think they do that where they introduce or say something. But it's all done at the end of the movie, not at the beginning.
You know what? Next week or next year, I'm going to get credentialed to go to Cannes.
Is it Cannes or Cannes?
I think it's
I
Cannes.
think it's Cannes, actually.
Cannes, okay.
Which is weird.
Yeah, I'm not
'cause
ever
it's French.
sure.
You would think that it's not pronounced Cannes.
Yeah.
The one going
it
on
sounds
right
very
now.
American and what they would make fun of.
Yeah.
Cannes, yeah.
The one going on right now is the Venice one, the Venice Film
Okay,
Festival.
maybe next year I get
Yeah.
credentialed to that one too.
You try. Good luck.
Yeah.
You think
When
Joe can get that
Greenland
done?
comes out.
Joe can't even get more than 3 credentials from the Rockets, and maybe it's only 2 this year. You think he can? Maybe he can. I don't know what Joe's capable of, to be honest with you. So maybe you're right.
Greenland 2, I'll be there clapping for 10 minutes straight.
You'll be the actual guy clapping for 10 minutes straight for Gerard Butler.
They have to escort Sean out for clapping
because he won't stop clapping.
You
Even
gotta
Butler's
stop,
like
bro.
enough.
No, Plane
Enough.
2 is also, they're showing that one later, right?
Yeah, Butler and Mike Coulter. You're their biggest fans. All right, let's get to Eric here. Oh, you got something more, Michael?
No, I was just gonna say, but going back to John Cena really quickly, he's done a great job, and this season of Peacemaker has been very, very good. And I can't, like, I know episode 3 was crazy last night, so I'm excited to get back into it when I can.
All right, we will get to Eric here. Then when we come back from break, Michael will tell you what's good or what's not good in TV and movies this weekend. Eric, what's up?
Hey guys, yeah, I heard they're going to do a live action of The Brave and the Bold with Damian Pierce, Batman's son, as Robin. And I've heard James Gunn is trying to get Alan Richkin, who plays Jack Reacher. And I also heard White Rabbit's going to be in that. And Michael, how good was Toxic Avenger? It was really good. And anything good on The Conjuring? I'll hang up and listen.
So as far as Alan Richman, who you know him as the Reacher in the Reacher show, he was also in Blue Mountain State way back when. He has, I think, come out and said he may be working with James Gunn on something DC related, will be for Batman. I think he's been asked about that and said there may be something there, but it won't be for the thing everyone's who's put rumors on him for. So we'll see with where that goes. Michael, have you seen Toxic Avenger?
Sadly, I haven't seen that yet. I didn't know. Well, I did know because I talked about it last week. But it's out, and I haven't had a chance to go check it out. But everyone that's seen it has given it good reviews so far. So
I'm going to tell you, Eric. It feels like if anybody a part of the segment watches that, it's going to be a streaming joint. We will wait for it to come to our homes, and then we'll watch it then. I'm speaking for 2 other people, but it feels like that's got to come to Prime or Hulu or whatever it's going to be on. I'm certainly not paying for it on demand, but if it's already on a streaming platform I own, then I'll watch Toxic Avenger. Even if it's good. Just because I got to stand on business and not go see a movie you've been talking about for the last 6 months, you're not gonna set me into watching it in theaters. I'll wait for it to come to the comfort of my home.
So through Eric calling about it and everything, you're just going out of spite. I'm not watching this movie until streaming. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
he actually hurt Toxic Avenger with all the talking.
So
Sorry.
if he hadn't talked about it for the however long, you probably would go see it.
There's a better chance I would have seen it. Like like if I didn't have to go take a nap because we got the party tonight, probably would have seen it after the show. But because of Eric, it'll wait.
Dang.
And I can wait. Sorry. Just sometimes enough is enough, and sometimes you got to take a stand against the tyranny of Eric and Toxic Avenger. So that's my own personal stance. I'll watch it at home while I speak truth to power. All right. So we'll go to break with that. my ridiculous rant about Toxic Avenger. We'll go to break, and then when we come back, Michael Carroll will tell us what's good or not good in movies and television. But before we do, I'm going to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's all good at Monument Chevrolet. From the people to the vehicles, it's all good. No matter what you're looking for, they got you covered. Just check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. Maybe you're looking for an EV. Maybe you're looking for the Silverado 1500. The Blazer is catching your eye. The tracks, it's all there. Take a look on the website, monumentchevrolet.com. Find the car you want, find the price you want, and then head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. It's pretty much a campus because not only do they have a wide range of vehicles for your new vehicles, they have a great pre-owned inventory as well, and also a large fleet if you're got a business. If you got a business and you're trying to add to the fleet or you're trying to start one, that's a place for you as well. So check out the great prices and then head on out there and have a conversation with the great people. They've been in business for over 50 years, and it simply means that they treat people right. They're going to get you into the right car for you at the right price for you, and it's not going to be something where they're pushing you into something you don't want. They're going to work with you on price and on the car. So monumentchevrolet.com is the website. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
We got a couple more minutes before we wrap it up. Paul Gallant will follow me, and no train. At least he avoided one if there was one. So Paul Gallant's ready to go to start at noon, and he'll take you to 3, and then the Killer Bees will follow him. All right, Michael. We'll get to Drew here, and then we'll get into some of the things you want to recommend. And Drew called in yesterday. He mentioned Peacemaker. What's up, Drew?
Hey, how y'all doing today? I just wanted
Good,
to
man.
say rest in peace. I just want to say rest in peace, Stream East, if they shut that down or whatever. But
Yeah,
I was calling
that
about
happened.
Peacemaker or whatever. Peacemaker is pretty good or whatever. I usually just watch it at the end of the season because I hate like week to week thing or whatever. So I'm just kind of waiting on it to end or whatever to start watching. But I watched half the first episode and it was pretty good from what I see or whatever.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you, Drew. I've been trained by Netflix to watch things in bulk, and even with Amazon, with their drops, they'll drop 3 episodes at a time. So Peacemaker is one that's week to week. I watched the first episode. I think maybe that's what's keeping me from watching it, watching episode 2. Maybe I want to get a couple episodes back to back before I start really getting into it. So, yeah, you heard us talk about it earlier. I think season 2's been well reviewed, and I liked episode 1. I liked the ending of that and the conflict it put Chris, John Cena's character in, or Peacemaker, as he's better known. So, yeah, I think as a consensus. I don't know about Sean. Sean, what do you think about it? Have you been able to watch any episodes?
No, I'm following the Dell game plan of I was gonna let the first half of the season pile up and then go week to week for the last month.
Yeah, I'm there. I blame
Sorry, MC. Who's shaking
yeah.
his head?
I'm shaking my head.
You are a week-to-week person, Michael?
I'm a week-to-week person, partially, obviously, because of the podcast and having to do the week-to-week breakdowns or everything. But I like seeing it and kind of sitting on it and thinking about it a little bit before I just jump straight into the next one. Now, if it's like a whatever comedy or something like that, I get it. I'll watch that in bulk. But like something like Peacemaker, something like Alien Earth or anything like that, I like to sit with it for now, for a little bit before I jump into the next one.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm disrespecting John Cena by doing this, because I do watch Alien Earth Tuesday nights when they come out. So
I was trying to think if that's what it was, where I'm just disrespecting him because I don't expect much from him. But I just like the option of going to the next episode. I think that's what it is more than anything, because there's no, I will wait and then just watch an episode at a time. Doesn't mean I'm going to watch the next one immediately. I just like the buffer to know if I'm really entranced by an episode that I don't have to wait. I just like to know a little cushion. Hey, if I love episode 2, I want episode 3 there waiting for me. But there's no guarantee that I'll watch it. Yeah. So I just did a little psychoanalysis on myself.
I think there's also something to Prestige, where it's if it's Prestige, I'll go week to week.
Yeah. House of the Dragon, stuff like that. Sunday nights on HBO, stuff like that. Yeah, of course, I got you. But Alien Earth, I'm an episode behind, but I'll catch up with that before we get to the next episode. I like hearing that. So, Michael, beyond Alien Earth, which I think that is a consensus, we all like that show. What else are you recommending or not recommending this week?
Well, when it comes to theaters, you have the big one is The Conjuring: Last Rites. I forget if we talked about if you and Sean are big fans of The Conjuring.
I'm a big fan of The Nun and The Nun 2.
Okay, Nun and
I don't
Nun
know
2.
Why. I watched The Nun again this week.
Oh, again?
Randomly. Randomly did. I'm going to watch The Nun again.
That's not one I would expect to just, you know what? Throw it on. Yeah.
I've talked about this before.
Yeah, you like the extended universe more than the...
I do love the Conjuring extended universe, and if an actor is in it, I will watch it. And Taissa Farmiga, the younger sister of Vera Farmiga, is the star of the Conjuring. She plays the nun, and she was in some of the American Horror Story stuff. So I watched her there, and apparently she's now just going to be someone who does horror. Beyond her turns on Gilded Age, another show you should watch, by the way. So I watched it. You know what? I saw those commercials for The Conjuring. Let me watch The Nun. Don't regret it.
Well, I guess it's the final entry into, at least for Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson as they're playing the Warrens. The last film for them was releasing this weekend. Not loved by critics, but it's more of an audience thing at this point, especially I would say if you're invested into the Conjuring universe, like Eric mentioned The Conjuring earlier. If you're invested in this universe, it's definitely one to go watch and see this weekend how it wraps up their story. The Conjuring is not going to go away as a film universe. I would imagine there's going to be more, whether it's extended like something like The Nun or Annabelle or whatever, or some just other places where the film can go, or the film universe can go. But this seems like the last outing for Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson. So that's available this weekend in theaters. Not really too much else in theaters. There's a lot of limited releases and re-releases, like the Breakfast Club 40th anniversary re-release is happening this weekend, as well as Hamilton and Linda. That's the name, Linda. But let's go to streaming, because there is one I'm very curious about, and that's Task, which is season 1 premieres on HBO Max this Sunday, from the creator of Mayor of Easttown. Stars Mark Ruffalo. Set in working class suburbs of Philadelphia, an FBI agent heads a task force to put an end to a string of violent robberies led by an unsuspecting family man. Getting rave reviews so far, 88% on Rotten Tomatoes. The first episode premieres Sunday at 8 p.m. Central Time on HBO and HBO Max, and then new episodes released every Sunday following that. This seems like, when we talk about Prestige, this seems like the Prestige entry for the weekend.
Yeah, right along. I wonder the vibes, because you mentioned Mayor of Easttown, which I enjoyed. Will it be closer to that? That was dark. I imagine this one, we're going to get dark turns beyond the fact that, it's about a serial killer. I'm sure there will be some psychological trauma throughout from some of the main characters or police officers. So we're going to get a lot of that. And it's HBO Sunday night. So it's always going to get a watch from me because of the Prestige part of it.
And it's from my understanding, it's a slow burn, so you're going to kind of try and keep you in. It's going to be moving a little bit slowly, but it's well worth it by the end of it. People are raving about it, so definitely one I want to recommend. The Paper, the new spin-off of The Office, released last night on Peacock after the Cowboys-Eagles game. All 10 episodes are available right now, so if you want to go check that out. It's getting actually pretty solid reviews from both critics and audiences, so if you're a fan of that, fan of The Office, maybe give this one a try. That's on Peacock. And then I do want to mention before we run out, Highest to Lowest, the Denzel Washington film that Spike Lee directed. It is available on Apple TV Plus right now. So if you want to go check that out, it's available right now where you can watch it, stream it, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, Denzel, Jeffrey Wright, Dean Winters, and of course A$AP Rocky.
Yeah,
all in the movie. And
I gotta support A$AP Rocky, so I'm watching.
And I believe Jeffrey Wright's son is also in this movie. So
A$AP Rocky and nepotism, let's go.
I'm all in, and Rick Fox is in it as well. So
what?
Yeah, Rick Fox. Remember him? He is in this one as well. It got good reviews from the critics. So if that's something that gets you to watch a movie, there it is. And of course Spike Lee and also Denzel. All right, Michael, appreciate it. That's Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. You can hear it wherever you listen to podcasts. He does that with John Lee every week. Sometimes they put out a couple of episodes a week.
It's true.
You can hear it. You can hear. Thanks for the confirmation,
You're welcome.
Michael. You can hear it here on ESPN 975's ESPN 975 Wednesdays at 9 from
Also
9
true.
to 10. All right, more confirmation. 2 sources will tell you. Now you got to believe us. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant's up next. So, Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
Thank you, John. You can meet John if you haven't, or just see him at the party tonight. We're all going to be at St. Arnold starting at 6:30. All right, Paul Gallant up next. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Sean. I will talk to you guys on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live from East River 9. We're going to be here the remainder of the afternoon, Killer Bees after me, before we head over to St. Arnold's for our listener appreciation party. So you got 2 chances to hang out with your boy. And you've got 6 more hours before all of us perhaps get a little sloppy. Gonna be fun. Not so fun last night. The Astros lost 8-4 to the New York Yankees. And what's really frustrating about that game is that there were some cool things that took place. For example, Yordan Alvarez is on an absolute tear. 2 4-hit games in a row. Would have been nice to see this early on in the year, but hey, he's healthy. Whatever he was dealing with in his hand, whether it was a muscle strain at first or eventually the diagnosis of a small hand fracture, it ain't affecting him at all. He goes yard off of a lefty last night, which was very cool to see. I don't know how he's so good against lefties. Since returning, he is 14 for his first 37. 14 hits in his first 37 plate appearances. He's hitting .500, 14 for 28 with a sacrifice fly to this point. That's absolutely nuts. But the problem is the Astros should be scoring 5 runs or more without assistance from the opposition on a more regular basis. We established that a little bit earlier in the week. And they didn't last night. Making matters worse, you got Christian Javier on the hill, and you know that Christian Javier is not going to be able to give you a full 6 innings. He's going to get pulled at some point in the 5th. But unfortunately, that 5th inning for Christian Javier is where the Astros lost the game. Because you think to yourself, okay, the Astros, they're in the midst of a tie game going into the 5th, but you get a home run, a single, another single. You've got a single to right field where the ball bounces awkwardly off of Jeremy Pena and into right field. And then when De Los Santos comes in, he walks the guy in with the bases loaded. It's 4-1, and then a couple of innings later, you saw an Astros reliever. What was his name? It was Ort, gave up a 3-run homer to some guy by the name of Grisham, not John Grisham. You're at a point right now where these starts from Christian Javier bring in a bullpen that just does not have enough quality arms at this moment in time. And when you're going up against a team that's playing as well as the Yankees, good luck. The Yankees are one of the hottest teams in baseball and are the hottest team in the American League of late. They had won 7 in a row before losing to the Tigers, before starting their series against the Astros, and now they take 2 or 3. So not freaking out here, but this is one of those games that exposes the shallow nature of the Astros bullpen, which already has some questions now about Brian Abreu the last couple of nights with how he's looked when he's been brought into a save situation. Throwing a lot of pitches, giving up a lot of runs. Angels, more concerning than giving it up against the Yankees. But now the Astros get the Texas Rangers. And unfortunately for the Astros, this is once again one of the hottest teams in the American League that they are about to play. They have won 7 of 10, though they have lost their last 2. The Mariners cooperated and lost again, of course, on Wednesday. So no game for them last night. 3.5 games back of the Astros in the AL West. Meanwhile, the Rangers are 5 games back. You can ask any question on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. HTX Rhino asks how I feel about he who shall not be named, the starter who definitely threw at Cesar Salazar, with Dreadlock Man. Would you rock the dreadlock look? A la Bo Derek and 10. I would look like such a stoner, and I think that I'm a little bit too white to pull that off. I feel like if I were able to get a tan of some sort, that maybe, just maybe, I could pull off dreadlocks. But no, I like the flow I've got right now. I don't know why I would do the dreadlocks unless I lost some sort of bet. And I'm not sure if I can even grow my hair long enough to do dreadlocks. I feel like I would need or braids. I don't know what they're called. I always thought they were called dreadlocks until the last couple of years. People are like, oh, they're braids. And then I find out sometimes they're extensions. Other times I find out they're wigs. What do you want? What do you want from me? This is too much to keep track of. But to answer your question, I would not want to do it, and I do not think I could pull it off. Just ask Gallant anything Friday. You can ask any question. We'll work it in. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We did have a reminder last night that the Yankees are the absolute worst because Aaron Boone, in the middle of the game, and I was watching it on mute while watching the Cowboys and the Eagles game to open up the season, and all of a sudden I see Aaron Boone is bitching and moaning about something, and I was wondering, is the roof, does he want it open this time? Does he have issues with the dimensions of Dyken Park, even though he doesn't seem to have issues with the dimensions of his own park? What the hell is he bitching about this time? Well, we found out because in the ninth inning, the Astros did make things spicy. They did have the bases loaded with 2 outs, down 8-4. They were not able to do anything with it. But in the ninth inning, Taylor Trammell's bat, which he had doubled with in his last at-bat, was checked upon bitching and moaning by Aaron Boone and eventually confiscated. Boone's rationale is as follows, quote, "It was just something that we noticed this series and asked the league about. You're not allowed to do anything to your bat. I'm not saying he was. We noticed, and the league thought it was maybe illegal too." Well, of course, Rob Manfred is a Yankees fan, and he's the commissioner of baseball. That certainly, if you want to put on your tinfoil hat, is a theory that you could put in response to Aaron Boone saying that. So Boone just speculated. I don't know if there's any confirmation about what was done with the bat, and since the bat was confiscated, I guess it will be investigated. But Aaron Boone says, you're not allowed to do anything with your bat. I'm not saying he was. What? Okay, so now you can just do this with anybody? I don't like this bat. I think you should take a look. Now, maybe he had a conversation with baseball after, I don't know, one of the games in this series between the Astros and Yankees, but this is a lot of crap. You can just ask for a bat to be confiscated in the middle of a game. More from Aaron Boone. The discoloration was on the label. Like, I don't know if it was just natural or if it was sand. I don't know. I don't want to accuse Taylor. I'm not saying anything untoward or whatever. What are you talking about? If you're asking for them to look at the bat, you are making an accusation. That is a fact. They took the bat. It is now confiscated. Taylor Trammell played for the Yankees last year on top of this. So one, patronizing move by Aaron Boone for one of his ex-players. Oh, he hit a double? Let's take a look at the bat. A guy you don't typically expect to hit a double. Two, I don't want to make any accusations against him, but okay, but you just made accusations against him. You don't need to say, I think Taylor Trammell specifically is doing something. If you're asking umpires to take the bat away, you are making an accusation against Taylor Trammell. Trammell's response in postgame, to be honest, I have no idea how you shave down a bat because that's what the Yankees thought. He was told the Yankees thought his bat was shaved down too much. My biggest problem is I feel kind of defensive right now, so it's testing my character of like, I'm going to willingly do that? I'm kind of lost on that thing. I think if anybody knows me, knows that I'm never going to cheat any turns or anything like that. I have no idea. That's baffling to me that it was even checked. They didn't like it. Sorry. My time over there, I had a lot of respect for Booney. He was straight up with me. In that situation, I really don't understand it. Yeah, I don't either. They thought that the bat was sanded down. I don't know how they prove whether or not a bat is sanded down upon review by baseball. And I don't know, are baseball players going out of their way after a game, like a samurai with a whetstone on his katana, to sand the bat down, to sharpen the bat? I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a reach. But that's just me. And guess what? The Yankees confiscate the bat, and now people are once again pointing at the Astros and saying that they're cheating, they're up to something. That's what happens as a byproduct of this. Aaron Boone being patronizing towards one of his ex-players and then making an allegation without actually making an allegation, being too much of a chicken bleep to actually put his name on the allegation. This is why it's so easy to hate the New York Yankees. I suppose that in a world where they are the Astros' little brother, even though they did take 2 or 3, season series split at 3 games apiece, I suppose that at the very least, they can still find ways to make us hate them. I would not have an issue with Boone looking at this as much if he was saying, yeah, I'm not making any accusations. Shut up. What are you talking about? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. A disrespectful question on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday from Dr. Dre on 290. Paul, did Hannah McNair hire you as the Cabana Boy yet? Hey. Just because I've got a nice bod does not mean I'm a pool boy, and does not mean that Hannah McNair, who is married, would hire someone who is in a strong relationship with a strong, powerful, and independent woman. Come on. Not nice. Cal McNair, he's got a 6 stash. Doesn't look bad for his age. Is tall. How dare you? How dare you slander the First Lady of the Houston Texans and our beloved king, Cal McNair, who sometimes cooks hamburgers for us or something, which I've never actually gotten to eat. Can't tell if they're actually good, if the quality of the meat's good. Did he put onions on top of it? Does he put cheese in all of them and not ask anybody if they want cheese on them? That's generally, I will put a thumbs down towards that when somebody does that. I don't want cheese on my burger. Back off. Get back. You don't know me like that. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And Not Santa says I'm going with the Yacht Rock look today. No, I'm wearing a golf polo right now. This is a golf polo. And I always wear sunglasses on remotes because I don't want to make eye contact with anybody and have them come up to me and start talking to me. This happens literally every single time. That's the only reason I do it. Much like I sometimes wear sunglasses when I'm driving my car, even if it's sunny outside, so that if I go up to an intersection where there's a homeless person there, I don't have to make eye contact with them and feel bad. I also just don't carry cash entirely because I don't want to feel obligated to give a homeless person a couple of dollars. Am I a bad person? Probably. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The NFL is back. We saw the Eagles take down the Cowboys last night in the season opener. But the story of the game happened before the game even really began. We'll talk about it on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show, live from East River 9 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Yankees beat the Astros last night 8-4. Yordan Alvarez continued his hot streak, but the Astros bullpen definitely limited, and the Astros had opportunities to tie the game up at the very end. They weren't able to make it happen. A texter said, Paul, this is the most mentally weak team we've had during this run, isn't it? Botch ground ball, give up a game-ending 3-run homer, come up to bat in clutch situations, constantly ending in a strikeout or double play. It's become sadly predictable. Well, look, I understand getting upset that they had the opportunities, but I also think that they deserve credit because they gave themselves the opportunities at the very end of this game, you know? Like, they did hang in there, and they hung in there also on Wednesday night. So I get being frustrated for sure. I think more than anything, I would be frustrated just about how this bullpen has some real volume in terms of limitation in terms of just the sheer volume they have. They just don't have enough arms. And Christian Javier is one of those pitchers where, yes, he's going to give you some good moments, but he's going to be out of the game early. And if he's out of the game early in the midst of a jam and the bullpen has to come clean that up and then clean up the next couple of innings and Brian Abreu pitched the night before, I mean, you're in a kind of tough spot. So definitely not feeling Caleb Ort these days. But I mentally weak, I think that's a strong thing to say about him. You know, I would say of all the guys on the team, the guys who's the most mentally weak because he constantly throws temper tantrums is the pitcher who will not be named, who claims he did not throw intentionally at his catcher, even though his body language and his catcher's body language screams otherwise. 713-780-3776 to call into text and on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We will talk about Spitgate and Cowboys-Eagles. Jeff has a question about the Astros. Jeff, what's going on?
What's going on, Paul? How are you?
Doing great.
Hey, a couple things real quick, and I'll get off the phone. One thing is I don't know why they kept Ord in after walking the second batter. I said to pull him. Sure enough, he gives up the 3-run home run. That was just terrible coaching, along with the bunt calls that Scott has been doing.
The bunts are getting out of control. I'm with you there. I can understand leaving Ord in because of the limits on in the bullpen arms. And Jeff, I'll let you continue. The bunts, though. Good God, can we stop? This is not a Mickey Mouse team with a Mickey Mouse lineup.
How about Correa batting fourth? He did all right last night, but why is he batting DH? I don't understand that either. He hasn't got anything but he had 2 hits, I think, besides singles. And Dyken, since he's been back, he's had 2 extra base hits since he's been
It does feel like they're just spinning a random wheel when it comes to who gets the DH and who isn't the DH. So I'm with you on that front too. I like him in that spot. He just didn't come through when he needed to last night. What else you got?
My big question is, how do you feel, or what do you think is going to happen when the Rangers are going to take 2 out of 3, if not sweep us? That's They got
Jeff,
our number, brother. They got our number.
Jeff, I agree with that negativity. I'm not allowing it. We're at East River 9. We got the listener party tonight. And appreciate the phone call. Look, Astros fans. I'm
going to try to get up there tonight.
You're going to try to? All right, cool. Well, if you don't have a ticket, I think we will be hanging out in the actual, not the beer hall area, but the beer garden afterwards. So if people are lingering outside, we will probably be there at the very end. Jeff, appreciate the phone call. Look, I bring this up every now and then with Astros fans. I don't want to call Astros fans soft, but there's a lot of this. Like you know what they've been able to do over all these years. And earlier in the week, I had a little pre-football syndrome. You know, the male version of PMS is PFS. I had it. I was being bitchy and moany and all that stuff. After last night's loss, certainly things to be frustrated about. But to go into this weekend series against a team that's 5 games back of you in the AL West and assume that they're going to take 2 out of 3, the team that's 5 games back of you, come on. Now, there's going to be a tough pitcher matchup on Saturday. It's Hunter Brown versus Jacob deGrom. And tonight, we don't even know, I think, yet officially who the Astros starter is going to be unless that's been released in the last couple of minutes. But no, do not go into this weekend with negative energy. I'm sorry. Not allowing it. Not allowing it. It's too nice outside at East River 9. It is breezy. It is definitely still a little bit humid, though. 713-780-3776 to call the text to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. We will talk about the Texans, their Week 1 game against the Rams, a little bit later on in the show in more detail. Vera, our guy, has a question about the Houston Texans. Good to hear from you again, Vera. What's up?
Hey, Paul. Hope you're doing well, man. Hey, question. So, Rams, I know everybody talks about Stafford's health, but the main thing I'm really looking forward to seeing, I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on, because we got a very unknown offensive line. I know Nico said he was tired of talking about the offensive line, but Rams have probably one of the most dynamic young front seven. I mean, with Verse and Jared Verse and Kobe Turner and Byron Young and Braden Fisk. I mean, they got a legit front seven. I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on what do you think about the prospects of the Houston offensive line, especially the interior offensive line against the Rams front seven.
I don't feel good about it, Vera. I mean, this is a true trial by fire, and appreciate the phone call because Jared Verse, their best player. Can you believe this Rams defensive line doesn't have Aaron Donald anymore and is this good? Like, they were really good last season. And I know that maybe against the run, take a look at what Saquon Barkley did to them in 2 games. I think it was almost 500, if not over 500 yards in 2 games that he had between the regular season game and the playoff game. But while they're not great against the run based off of last season, specifically against the Eagles running game, which who is good against that, might I add. Take a look at the Cowboys and their issues stopping that last night, whether it's Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley. Obviously, they got rid of Micah Parsons, so that adds a little extra ease to that. Sorry, AJ, back at Mission Control. But to bring it back to the Texans and going up against this pass rush, this is a trial by fire. I do think by default they should be better because the new offensive line coach, I think that this guy has the right attitude. Cole Popovich stepping in for a guy who was on the verge of retiring. I think the new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, is someone that seems like he'll at the very least be better than Bobby Slowick, low bar to clear. But there's so much new for this Week 1 game where Christian Kirk's out, I would imagine. I bet they make the official ruling later on this afternoon if they haven't already. He's dealing with a hamstring issue. He's supposed to be out a couple of weeks. So you don't have one of those slot guys who can get open with experience very early on in with Stroud under pressure. Like, that's what the best part about Christian Kirk is he brought in a guy that when he's healthy, and that's an issue for him, he can get open in a short range and you can dump the ball off to him if you're under pressure. So now that means that Jalen Noel, who is a rookie that you took after Jaden Higgins, 2 Iowa State wide receivers, is going to be thrust into a much bigger role. How's he going to fare? It's his first ever NFL game. It's on the road. I imagine it will be at the very least semi-loud for him. Probably louder than anything he's faced at Iowa State. Could be wrong on that front, at least as far as hostile environments he's gone into, unless Iowa's really loud. And then on top of that, like, Jaden Higgins has to step up too. So you're asking 2 rookie receivers and a rookie tackle to play their best game in their first game against a Rams defense that's pretty good, that's also on the road. The defense has to win you this game. The defense has to win you this game, and I don't know if it's by scoring a touchdown, scoring multiple touchdowns, or knocking Matt Stafford out, who's going to be probably the freshest he is all season, but vibes are not great going into this game. I don't feel good about it right now. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. It is an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask any question, and I will work it into the show. Darren in Nederland says, after my Rangers sweep the Astros this weekend, what are the odds we take the division? Well, let's cross that bridge when we get there. I'm not even entertaining that thought. I think one of these teams will take 2 or 3 against the other. We will see which one it actually is, you know? Tony the Handsome says, you're being too negative about the Texans. I'm turning it over to the Texans flagship. On the other side, because we did touch on the Texans a little bit, we will talk about Spitgate. Jalen Carter got ejected for spitting at Dak Prescott. Did Dak Prescott perhaps spit at Jalen Carter intentionally? Because he definitely spit at him. Both accounts. We try to figure out what's right and what's not on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show live at East River 9 on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The NFL is back. Last night, the Cowboys went up to Philadelphia, saw the Eagles hang banner number 2. I thought it was pretty funny that all the Eagles players were turning away from the banner as it was hung. The game was fun early on. Both offenses looked really good. I thought the Cowboys, specifically Dak Prescott, looked awesome before the thunderstorm hour-long break. And specifically, Prescott to CeeDee Lamb looked borderline unstoppable in the first half. And I thought to myself during the first half, man, maybe I've been a little bit too hard on CeeDee Lamb, who I've always called a tad overrated, because every now and then there's a drop. No drops in the first half. Second half, oh boy, 3-4. Some, I think it's debatable. Was it a drop? Would it have been a tough catch? I would say the last one would have been a tough catch, but the one that Dak dropped in his basket a couple of plays before, oh man, you got to catch that one. So CeeDee Lamb is probably pretty happy that the very beginning of the NFL season was this. An Eagles player suffers what looks to be a season-ending injury. You can see it in his face right away. And during the stoppage before play one, because that happened on the opening kickoff, flags were thrown, shoves were exchanged, and we found out that Jalen Carter had been ejected. And thanks to NBC and all the cameras that they have for the first game of the season, we saw all sorts of angles, Zapruder-style analysis of every single spit from both, one, Jalen Carter, and two, eventually, Dak Prescott. So someone asked on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, Paul, what are your thoughts about Jalen Carter spitting on Dak last night? So entirely based off of the observations. At first reaction is, oh, Jalen Carter doing something dumb? What a surprise. He doesn't exactly have the best judgment. See his time at Georgia and why he slipped in the draft to the Eagles. Probably would have been the first overall pick, or up for the first overall pick after the quarterbacks, had he not been into fast and furious bulldog drip. But he was. So, okay. Carter gets tossed. But they didn't show right away Dak Prescott and what Prescott did. And if you're watching the cameras and if you do not take into account what Dak and Jalen said, you'll hear from Dak in just a moment. Watch that replay. Jalen Carter, who should not have been on the Cowboys side of the line of scrimmage. I don't know why he walked over there. He walks close by the Cowboys offensive lineman while they're in the huddle. And Dak spits. And when Dak spits behind a couple of offensive linemen, I'm not sure if he was intending to spit at Carter for getting so close or spit near Carter for getting so close. But Carter comes closer after that spit happens. And the look on Dak Prescott's face, it did not seem to be apologetic. It did not seem to be, whoops, my bad either. I mean, he looked like a troll. He looked like he had a twinkle in his eye. I don't know if he expected Jalen Carter to fire back, but watch that replay. Remove your Cowboys hate or Cowboys love from the equation, and you tell me what happened. He had a twinkle in his eye after the spit. He did. You can't tell me otherwise. Here's what Dak Prescott said about Spitgate after last night's game.
Was trolling, I guess you could say, trying to mess with Tyler Booker. I was just looking at him. I was right here by the two linemen, and yes, I needed to spit, and I wasn't going to spit on my lineman. I just spit ahead, but I'd say he was back there where Jory was in that sense, and he asked, or he goes, "You trying to spit on me?" At that point, I mean, I felt like he was insulting me. Like I wouldn't spit on somebody. I'm damn sure not trying to spit on you. Like we're about to play a game. I'm wondering why you're trying to mess with the rookie. And so when I stepped through, I actually say the words like, "What the hell would I? Excuse me, but I'm probably even more colorful. What would I need to spit on you for?" And he just spit on me in that moment, and it was more of a surprise than anything. Refs obviously saw it through the flag. I was like, "Hell yeah, we get 15 yards to start the game off." Didn't realize he was getting ejected. Unfortunate that he did. Hell of a player. Changed our plan and our blocking scheme. As I told you all right before the week, that we're going to protect against him. So helped in that manner, but I don't wish for anybody to get out of the game. I'm sure he probably regrets that to some extent. I'm pretty sure he knows I didn't try to spit on him or wasn't even aiming to spit on him. So something that's probably going to get a lot of coverage and a lot of attention that I feel sorry for in the sense of, yeah, I mean, I know how excited each and every one of us are, right, to kick off the season and the season opener, and hell of a player like that doesn't even get a chance in the first play. Yeah, unfortunate circumstances.
How did you?
A minute and a half long answer when asked about that. And I believe part of what he said, I do think there's a chance that he wasn't trying to spit at Jalen Carter. But the look on his face makes him seem guilty. It does. Go back and watch it. He's got a twinkle in his eye as he does it. Now, maybe he was just surprised that Jalen Carter was so close to the Cowboys' line of scrimmage. Or, excuse me, the Cowboys' huddle. And he was practically in the Cowboys' huddle. And Jalen Carter, I think you could say, definitely was asking for it. You know? But in that long answer that Dak gave, he says, I spit so many times over the course of a game. I don't know. It didn't seem like there was a lot of spit going on there. Like, both he and Carter, like, these weren't loogie hawkages. These were just spits with not a lot of spit in them. I don't know that you can entirely rule out that Prescott might have had a little intent behind it. Poor Marine comments on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Dak was not spitting on anyone. Captain Photon said, I didn't see Dak spit on Carter. There is a replay. There is 100% a replay of it. It definitely happened. The intent, I think, is debatable. Meanwhile, here is Eagles defensive lineman Jalen Carter talking about his ejection.
Hey, Jalen, could you explain what happened from your vantage point?
You know, it was a mistake that happened on my side, and it just won't happen again. You know, I feel bad for just my teammates and the fans out there. You know, I'm doing it for them. You know, I'm doing it for my family also. But the fans, you know, they show the most love. You heard them out there today. Just not being able to start the game, even finish the game, just fucked me up. But we'll get it better. It won't happen again.
Yeah, can we?
I made that promise.
Let's give him a little bit of room.
There's some footage later that showed that Dak may have done something first. Do you feel like he precipitated it?
A little bit of room.
No, I don't try to do nothing out of the ordinary. You know, anything that I feel like I've done something back is provoked. But you know, if there's something out there, y'all see it, we'll go off that.
So, I'll give Jalen Carter credit here, and Carter knows he's going to be in trouble all week for this. He did not blame anybody but himself. That's a sign of some growth, some maturity, because it was a stupid move. He shouldn't have been on the Cowboys side of the field, the Cowboys side of the line of scrimmage, by the Cowboys huddle. But I don't think Dak is 100% innocent here. I don't. A couple of texts, let's respond to them on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. One texter says, Dak definitely spit at Jalen Carter. He even had a bleepy smirk after he did, not justifying what Carter did, but Dak did that on purpose. Had Dak not smirked, I don't think any of us would be making this. Had Dak acted like, oh, man, my bad, afterwards, I think that perhaps we would be giving Dak all the benefit of the doubt here, because Jalen Carter, again, not the best judgment. He showed some poor judgment here multiple times. Another texter, what pisses me off is people saying he didn't spit anywhere near him. Dak literally spit in his direction and smiled, for crying out loud. Yeah, like that. It was near him. Was it at him? And this is the last part of what Dak said. So true. Like, this is going to be talked about for a couple of days, at least until the first slate of Sunday games. And it's a slow college football weekend, so it might be discussed a little bit tomorrow as well. Texter says, asks the question, wait, Dak actually spit on him or in his direction? It's in his direction, at the very least. I do not know if there was intent behind it, but go watch it if you haven't seen it. Go watch it if you only saw the Jalen Carter side of it, because for the longest time, that's the only side that I saw of it. But there was a second spitman in last night's Cowboys-Eagles game. Waka waka. I'm sure that joke has been made a million times today. For the 936, Dak 100% did it intentionally, not on him but at him. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. And there's a part of me that doesn't hate that. He's on your side of the line of scrimmage. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. It's like Rajon Rondo stuff. Remember him when back in the day, he would constantly go into team huddles and just stand there and just trying to be annoying. And I mean, when he was on your team and does it, it's great. But when he's not on your team and does it, it's obnoxious. From the YouTube, Captain Photon says Dak spit on Lamb in the locker room. I mean, he deserved it. For the 936, I fat in your genial direction. That's a Monty Python reference. Yeah, maybe Dak should have farted instead of spitting. From the 817, the second guy always gets caught. That is true. Not exonerating Jalen Carter for what he did. And I think that C.D. Lamb should send Jalen Carter a nice bottle of whiskey or something. Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Johan says Dak should have been ejected. NFL is looking out for the Cowgirls. No. Hey, I think this really was the refs didn't see it. He was sneaky about it. Like, he did it behind the two offensive linemen, in between them, too. And he's right. He didn't want to spit on them. I mean, he had his story down straight. He's a quarterback. Quarterbacks are always pretty polished because they're in front of the podium as much as Dak's been. There was a twinkle in his eyes. He gave that spit. There's definitely room to say Dak did that on purpose. You know how to get in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Up next, Texans, Rams, Sunday. The vibes are not great. You'll hear why on the other side on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live
Great
from the
move.
Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
What a move by Slim Thug. Turning the Fox NFL theme into a rap. How did no one else think to do that? It's one of those ones where after the fact, you got to wonder, wait, why did no one else do that? But shout out to Slim Thug being the first. Houston, Texas, on my arm. Love it. Anyway, you want to weigh in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Lots of takes on Spitgate. Chandler Westmoreland thinks the NFL should sue Slim Thug. I guess it would be Fox. I'm sure that he was able to greenlight that in some way, shape, or form. So we could put that out there. Someone texted in when I said CeeDee Lamb should give Jalen Carter a bottle of whiskey. This texter says, a bottle of whiskey and a don't drive after drinking letter. Yeah, that might be a nice clarification with said bottle. So, if you take a look at the Texans going into week one, there are some causes for concern. And you heard Vera call about it a little bit earlier. The Rams have a really good pass rush, and the Texans have an entirely new offensive line. It's entirely new. Titus Howard at right tackle, I suppose, is the one constant from last year, but Howard's been back and forth between guard and tackle on the right side so often that, in a way, it is kind of new. Right guard, it's Ed Ingram. Center, it's Jake Andrews. Left guard, it's Laken Tomlinson. And at left tackle, it's a rookie, and Ariante Ursary. Tomlinson and Ingram are journeymen. Andrews was a Patriots cast-off on an offensive line that wasn't very good. I mean, there are some real reasons to wonder, damn. Last year sucked for the Texans' offensive line, but how much better can it be? Is it really a matter of coaching? Is Cole Popovich going to be able, as the new offensive line coach, to get all these guys together? Is the offensive coordinator going to have all these players up to speed? Because week one, the Texans will be without Joe Mixon. We've known that for a while. And they're also going to be without Christian Kirk based off of Adam Schefter's reporting yesterday. C.J. Gardner-Johnson might be out there, so that's nice to see on the Texans' defense, which is the strength of their team and will be likely for the entirety of this year. But you've got a lot of unknown for the Texans' offense on Sunday. And you're going up against a competent team. It would be one thing if they were playing the Jaguars or the Colts or the Titans or some team that also has as many new parts. But with the Rams, you've got Matt Stafford. And I know Matt Stafford's been dealing with back issues all offseason, but you got to imagine this is probably going to be the best that Matt Stafford feels all season, right? He might be rusty, of course, because he hasn't really practiced at training camp on the level you would expect out of your starting quarterback. But we've seen lots of veteran quarterbacks take their time to report to the offseason for their respective teams over the NFL's history. It's not like this is something that's never happened before. And Stafford is one of those guys that I think puts in the work. I don't think he's like Brett Favre and he just shows up, you know? Nothing against Brett Favre. I always felt Brett Favre could have put in a little extra work when he was out there. But for Stafford, I think that this is going to be the best Stafford feels all season, just by default. It's the first game. Until he gets hit a few times, and hey, if the Texans defense is swarming all over the place, then okay. Maybe, just maybe, they're able to force a couple of takeaways, they're able to score, but I think that the defense is going to have to score for them to win on Sunday. And look, you got some ball hawks in the secondary, but the Rams, you could argue, upgraded the receiver core. Cooper Kupp was not the Cooper Kupp he used to be. So in the offseason, along with Puka Nacua, who had such an awesome season, they also bring in Devontae Adams. Yeah, that's Devontae Adams. Everything dies with the Jets. I think Devontae Adams with Sean McVay, Devontae Adams with Matt Stafford, I think he's going to look good. Now, Texans secondary, you feel pretty good with them. You feel good about Derek Stingley matching up against Adams. But, I mean, they have two good receivers. And sure, Kamari Lassiter is a really good number 2 corner. I think he's one of the better number 2 corners, if not the best number 2 corner in the league. Definitely better than the Cowboys guy, Deron Bland. But how are they going to hold up? The defense is going to have to make things happen all game long, and I think the Texans' offense is going to struggle to stay on the field. I think Stroud's going to get hit. I hope that he does not continue to have the same jitters that he's had. And also for Stroud, this is the first game where he is in ownership of the offense. He's going to be out there. He's going to be making calls at the line of scrimmage, and he's been dismissing it a lot over the course of the offseason now, as it's not that big of a deal. But that is also new. There's just so many new layers for the Texans in week 1. And while I think they're going to clean up a lot of them by the end of the season, to expect all of them to be cleaned up right away, enough so that the Texans' offense can power this team to a win, you're asking too much. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The vibes seem off on the YouTube side of things. I can't read that. Roy Smith? My bad. I was about to say like ROI Smith. Roy Smith says the Texans are going to get worked in L.A. Don't get your battle red hopes up. Wouldn't it be deep steel blue hopes up? Because it's a blue pill, and we're talking about getting up, and, you know, the pills, pants tense, all that jazz. So your deep steel blue hopes up. No? By the way, they're going to be wearing the deep steel blue jerseys. The Rams are wearing this L.A. uniform, and it's so L.A. We're going to wear these uniforms today, okay? After our trip to the farmer's market, we're going to go to SoFi Stadium, and we're going to wear our white and Sol uniforms. That's right, white and Sol. We call our pant color Sol. Even though it's yellow, we call it Sol. Right. So we're going to wear our white jerseys and our Sol color pants. It looks really good. Okay? We're solid. So the Texans are going to be wearing their blues. And we've got Kevin Harlan on the call. I love it when Kevin Harlan ends up calling a Texans game. So much better than the days of Andrew Catalon and like the F team for CBS. Like we finally getting some respect. Chandler Westmoreland says on YouTube, the only work the Texans are getting in L.A. is from them beautiful women. Well, I hope not. I know. I think C.J. Stroud was asked about women, and he said L.A. women over Houston women, and I think that I would agree with that. L.A. is like top of the top. But the accessibility of the top, not so accessible. By the way, I have a beautiful girlfriend who I love. Just wanted to clarify that. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Roy Smith says, I miss Solomon Wilcots. Yeah. I remember they always would have some words of wisdom, like Solomon's keys to the game, and I think it was like Solomon's mind. Wait, no, that was Jerome Solomon's column in the Houston Chronicle. But it was like King Solomon's takes or something like that. And I was like, hey, man, hey. Like cutting the baby in half was not that novel of a concept, you know? I bet he actually wanted the baby to be cut in half. He was like, let's just spill this baby open because we want to decrease, starvation in our town. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. On the table, the Astros losing 2 of 3 to the Yankees. Aaron Boone being a narc on Taylor Trammell and his bat in last night's game. Also on the table, Spitgate. Did Dak spit at Jalen Carter? Was Jalen Carter in the right? And the Texans season opener against the Rams on Sunday. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Work in more of your questions. Stick around here. We're live at East River 9 with the best view of Houston's downtown in town. Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. By the way, Pixies are in town. Anyone know that? I think they're playing tomorrow at White Oak. It's outside, though. Gonna be a little humid. Could be a thunderstorm. Tickets a little bit expensive. Concert tickets are so damn expensive. Like $88 for a lawn ticket. But it is the Pixies, who are one of my low-key favorite bands. That's why we opened the show with Where Is My Mind? Also because I just ramble and forget what I'm talking about so often, you know? It's the theme of the Paul Gallant Show. We have some people weighing in on Sunday's Texans-Rams game. Captain Photon says, Texans and the points. I'm buying. Meanwhile, Roy says, spread, 3.5, not good enough value to take the Toros. I am probably taking the Rams to win and cover. They definitely made it a little more difficult by throwing that half point in there, because I could see the Texans losing by 3. I could. Just as much as I could see them losing by 7. But I do think that they will end up losing on Sunday. That's where I'm at right now. On the last segment, I talked about that Solomon decision where he's like, hey, cut the baby in half. Cut the baby in half. We'll figure out who the real mom is. And the texter says, bro, what? It was to test the women to see who truly was the mother of the baby. I thought you were good at history. Listen, I am good at history. I know that story. It's more this. This is going to sound a little sexist. I do not want it to. I have a beautiful, strong, powerful, and independent woman who I love. But, you don't think that woman could have been a sociopath who knows exactly how to play reverse psychology with men? Come on. Women are great at these games. We are bad. We're simple. We're stupid. Direct. I bet one of those two women, there is a chance that one of those two women was not actually the mother of that baby. And it's like, okay, this guy's asking a trick question, so I'm going to say it like this. And maybe the real mother sucked, you know? Anyone think about that? No. Like, there's bad mothers out there. You think there weren't bad mothers in prehistoric times? Or whatever the hell it was? Prehistory? Yeah. Anyway, you get what I'm saying here. Paul, this show's about sports. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter asks, did you just tell your girlfriend you love her for the first time on accident? No, we had that conversation 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was 3. I don't know. I'm new to relationships, so is that when a relationship starts? 713-780-3776. Is that where your anniversary begins? Or is it where you say that you guys are officially exclusive? Or is it the first date? I don't even know. It's 2025. Things are wacky. Roy asks Paul on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, were you in a frat in college? Nope. We would, at Rush, my second semester of my freshman year, we went to a bunch of frats. We wrote down a bunch of names, and then we would try to use those names at the door to get into frats. And when that didn't work, we would go in the alleyways behind a lot of the frats at Syracuse University, and we would huddle around in a circle and pretend to be lighting a little oski-woski. And then at some point, usually, a frat member would come outside asking what we were doing. We would offer him some. He would say yes, and then they would let us inside. This worked every time. This worked every single time. Anyway, yeah, things are a little bit different now. I mean, that was, shoot. Was that 15 years ago? Oh, my God, that was 15 years ago. Anyway, hey, everybody. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. There were some good signs in last night's Astros game. I'm not that flustered about the loss. I know some are. They did have a chance to win a game that they were down by 4 runs with the last at-bat. They didn't come through. They had opportunities to come through, and they didn't. And I could understand frustration over that. You know, you did have the meat of your order for that part of the game, and you would think, okay, Christian Walker's hitting better of late. Can't Christian Walker make things happen here? Carlos Correa, also in that spot. Can you make something happen? I mean, you got off to a really good start in the ninth. Caratini single, Taylor Trammell double, Alvarez single scores a runner, Altuve walk, bases loaded, Correa strikeout, Walker strikeout. Like I get being frustrated about that, but they had an opportunity to win the game, and they looked dead to rights, down 8-3 going into the ninth. Also, Yordan Alvarez is on an absolute tear since his return, and that really excites me. He homered off of a lefty. He's so good against lefties. He had 4 hits on Wednesday night. He had 4 hits last night. And as the Astros go to Globe Life Field, who a couple of years ago they turned into their batting practice venue, as they go out there, I am very, very curious to see if he's going to be able to keep up how hot he's been. I mean, since his return on August 26th, he is 14 for 28. 14 for 28, along with 7 walks and a sacrifice fly. He has been awesome. So now can the rest of the lineup wake up around him? I don't know, but I like him in the 2 spot. I really do. I think they should keep him in the 2 spot. I think it's a really nice way to put the pitchers on their heels early on. And I hope that this continues all the way into the postseason. But that's the best sign, especially with how much Yordan struggled for the first couple of weeks of the year, especially with all those issues. To see him like this, hitting exactly the way he's supposed to, it's fantastic. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 281. If anything, be more frustrated with the bullpen blowing up like that and making the game out of reach. Yeah, that's fair. Caleb Ward comes in and he allows the 3 runs. You had a feeling with Christian Javier on the hill that you're going to have to go to your bullpen earlier. That's just the Christian Javier experience. He doesn't throw 7 innings. It's generally, if he gives you 6, like, awesome. And now that your bullpen is putting Brian Abreu in there as a closer with Josh Hader out, yeah, you're asking a lot more of these arms, and they weren't able to get it done. So that definitely is frustrating, as is the Astros offense always taking until the 5th or 6th inning to get going. They are rather slow when it comes to getting things started, a bit of procrastinators, if you will. They're kind of like me. I have an app on my phone that I have, and it makes me do a couple of things when I wake up so that I actually get up and do all of my morning tasks and stuff. And I have found a way to stop the app. Like, I have found a way to get around it. I just turn off my phone. And the next stage of this app, if you are somebody who is a chronic sleep past my alarm guy, the next stage of this app is to pay $1 every single time that I turn off the phone. But sometimes I don't even remember turning off the phone. And anyway, what I'm trying to say is the Astros are kind of like me with that. Just master procrastinators, constantly sleeping in. Some questions, because Isaac Paredes is another good sign for the Astros, has been cleared for baseball activities. From the 409, if Paredes makes it for the playoffs, how do you keep all your bats in the lineup? Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes, Carlos Correa, Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz, Cam Smith, Jesus Sanchez, Jake Myers. That's a tough one. I think you're going to put Paredes at DH, and you're going to make Yordan play somewhere in the outfield, but where the hell can he play? You know, if you're put Jose Altuve in left, are you going to move Jose Altuve back to second? Urias has actually been doing pretty well, and he's been getting opportunities over the last couple of games. It's a good problem to have, to have too many bats, just given where the Astros offense was a couple of weeks ago with all these minor leaguers that they were throwing out there, you know? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. Roy says the Astros runners in scoring position situation is abhorrent. Yeah. It's been an all-season thing. Someone had texted in a little bit earlier saying that it's a sign of them being a mentally weak team, maybe the most mentally weak team of the Astros era. I think that's a bit of a reach, but it's an all-season thing, so it stands to reason that it's going to continue. It would be nice if they were finally able to get out of that by the end of the year, especially as the American League West continues to bend over backwards to bail the Astros out. Like, they should not be leading the American League West at this moment in time. What else do we have here? It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Hans Chu asks on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, what's your go-to food when the Patriots or North Carolina gets blown out by 40? Jell-O shots. Yeah. Jell-O shots. I eat Jell-O shots. What I like to do is forget where I am, who I am, all of history. Now, thankfully, there haven't been that many games where the Patriots have lost by 40. And technically, North Carolina didn't lose by 40 plus, okay? And Bill Belichick, he knows what he's doing, and he's just trying to save things for the ACC schedule. You can't show what those other teams, what you really want to do out there, okay? So, just something to think about. Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You know how to jump aboard on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Up next, what is the biggest Week 1 question for our beloved Houston Texans? We'll talk about that on the flip side. Stay put. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, hanging out at East River 9. Breezy day, though, as always, down here. Hot as balls. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text as well. What's the biggest question for the Texans in this game on Sunday against the Los Angeles Rams? My big question really going forward, now that C.J. Stroud has the ability to do things at the line of scrimmage, which for whatever reason he wasn't able to do in his first 2 seasons at the helm of the Texans, how good is he going to be? I'm of the belief that C.J. Stroud is a nerd when it comes to football. And it's nuts that someone like Bobby Slowick, not a lot of pelts on the wall in the NFL, someone who's, hell, not that much older than most of the players, I think he's my age, not allowing a guy like Stroud to make checks at the line of scrimmage. It's weird. It's just weird to think back on. And then on top of that, sprinkle in that the first interaction these two had, per Lance Zierlein, was a little bit confrontational. When things weren't going well for this offense, I don't care if you're the most confident person out there. Do you think C.J. Stroud didn't think about that from time to time, thinking, my God, this guy isn't letting me make the play calls at the line of scrimmage, the checks, the adjustments. This guy who seemed to be fronting during my pre-draft interview with the Texans. That's the way it was portrayed by Lance. And I believe Lance on that front. He's very connected in draft circles. So now he has the thing that he's always wanted. How's he going to be? The Texans regime with DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud is going to be determined by their partnership. And I think for Stroud, just being in more charge of the offense, we're going to learn a lot about him this year more than we have in these first 2 seasons, where if you watch him, you know that there's some elite traits there. He does have, at least when he's not behind an offensive line that's getting him sacked 52 times, he does have, I think, really good pocket presence. He can put an incredible touch on a pass. He has mobility that surprises people. Like, there's a lot of things to work with here. But is the next step coming in year 3 that did not come in year 2? Stroud was asked on the NFL Network about having command at the line of scrimmage, and he downplayed finally getting this opportunity.
Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud, welcome to the Insiders. C.J., we are so close to football again. How are you feeling about 2025?
I'm feeling great, blessed, and just grateful to be in the NFL for another year on this great team, this great city. So, yeah, I'm very, very blessed and happy.
CJ, let me just get the first things out of the way here. Congratulations to the Buckeyes. Nice win on Saturday, taking care of business. They look like they're in good shape here. But the last time we saw you,
It's
CJ,
the
playoff loss to Kansas
quote
City.
tweeted one of
Tough
this.
one.
That was on
but a lot
top.
of
That's fine.
change.
Yeah, just pull out of this. So anyway, look, we had some technical issues on that front with the actual clip there. Basically, though, Stroud was asked about having command on the line of scrimmage going into this year, and he downplayed it. And he said, yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a deal that I finally have the opportunity to do it. No, it is. It is. It's huge. And it's going to be big for DeMeco Ryans to have a little bit more ownership of the offense. It does seem like he was a little bit siloed off. And defensive-minded coach, the stereotype about defensive-minded coaches is that they're going to be conservative when it comes to game management decisions. And on top of that, that their offense is not going to be that good because they're giving oversight of that to somebody else entirely. And I think that there is a very, very strong chance that last year DeMeco was not as on top of all the offensive problems as he needed to be. It's one of those things where I look at DeMeco now, and you saw some of the things that he had to say about this issues all last season, and it felt like he was gaslighting people at times. And I'm wondering if now he's going to actually look at what's going on the offensive side of things. And if you took a look at the Texans and their joint practices against the Panthers, D'Amico said afterwards, I wasn't watching the defense at all. I was entirely focusing on the offense. I was focusing on, by proxy, C.J. Stroud, by proxy, Nick Caley. He's going to have a little bit more ownership of the offense, I think, going forward, just based off of some of the changes that happened. And also, from what I understand, like, people that were in the offense did not tell him about the issues that were going on. So that gaslighting he was giving us, I think it stands to reason that maybe, just maybe, he actually wasn't as aware of what was going on in offense as he needed to be. Second-year head coach, I can understand how that would happen. I can also understand how you're going to trust somebody that you worked with back in San Francisco implicitly to the point where you think that that guy's going to do his job when he needs to do his job. But clearly that did not happen last year, so now we fast forward to this season, and I think that going forward, when it comes to D'Amico Ryans, I think that he is going to be on top of this, as is C.J. Stroud. And that's huge going forward, but I do not know what the net result of that is going to be. More from the big questions for the Houston Texans going into this season. It's all about the offensive line. The Rams' defensive line is a very difficult first test. Here is C.J. Stroud talking about that Rams defensive line, a first test.
You know, one thing about this group that I'm really proud of is that, man, they're dogs, man, from left to right, up and down, no matter the age or the position. I think everybody, you know, that we got up there loves to play and plays really hard. The effort is there, and, I think got a great challenge. You know, this D-line is really good, you know, starting with Verse. You know, he's really, really good and really strong, powerful. There's different type of rushes, good in the run game, 55, 91. 0, really all of them are really good. So, I think this is a great challenge for us, and, you know, those guys they know that and they're preparing. So, I think it's going to be a great battle.
They have some really good defensive linemen. Really good defensive linemen out there. And this new offensive line is going to have to handle them. And then on top of that, remember in the preseason, you might have liked what you saw from the offensive line from a run blocking perspective. I really did. That's simple. Run blocking is simple. But defending a pass rush in long situations, second and long, third and long, where they can do more exotic things, they know that you're not going to run on them. That's where it gets really tricky. And last season, that team had no ability to stop exotic stuff. Like, they were a sucker for that. You know? Much like if you go to Egypt, you might get suckered into paying money to get a tour around the pyramids because there's all sorts of hucksters out there who are trying to steal your money. That's kind of what happened to the Texans' offensive line. Exotic fronts confuse them. Exotic locales confuse you. They're looking to rip off tourists here. Texans' offensive line's a bunch of tourists against this Rams team. And I am with D'Amico Ryans when he was asked about the offensive line earlier this week. Here's what he had to say.
There's been questions all offseason about our offensive line. Everybody wants to know who's going out there. Who is this guy, this position, that position. It's just a lot of talk that quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it. Like, it's time to go play, and let's see how our five matches up against a really great defensive line. And that's what we'll see on Sunday. Let's see how it all plays out.
I am too. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of some of the hype that I've seen, the unnecessary glazing that's been happening online from those who cover the team. Hey, I give them credit, putting content out there. But there has been a lot of praise for this unit, and, I mean, we're not going to know an effing thing until Sunday. Previewing a season is very difficult, but especially difficult when you have no idea what really is about to happen. And that is where we are at with this team. And I just want this game to start. I really do. Because there's so many questions about the team, and none of them can be answered until we have one game under our belt, perhaps multiple. I do like feeling grounded going into this game, because there were times last season where I did not feel grounded until probably about week 6 or 7 or so. Here is C.J. Stroud talking about the new wide receivers. Christian Kirk has a hamstring issue, so he will be out on Sunday. It's at least trending there. I don't know if it's been ruled officially yet. Here is C.J. Stroud talking about what it will take to build chemistry with those new wide receivers.
I would say, like, failure is probably the best way to get that done in ways. Like, throwing the ball. Like, even now, me and Nico sometimes don't connect, and that there's good things because now we can have a conversation. So sometimes it's in practice, like when it's too perfect, which is also a goal, sometimes it could not be good because in the game it's not going to be exactly how we draw it up or the scout guys give it to us. So I think sometimes like having hard conversations are like, bro, you need to be better here. I need to be better there. So I think that has to do with it. And yes, playing the games definitely does help.
Okay. Well, let's see them playing a game, and maybe they can get this thing figured out sooner rather than later. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter says, I got the Toros winning 20-3. I'm not going to go that far. Another texter asks, why is Egypt catching strays? Because my mom and my stepdad experienced that. Also, I've seen a lot of videos about it after being told about it. It's wild. Like, you go around the pyramids, you are going to have a lot of people that are trying to take your money that do not get to take your money, and they're going to, like, pretend that they're cops. It's wild. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. On YouTube, Captain Photon asks, Paul, can you interview your girlfriend one segment? Your fans want it. Well, maybe not during football season, but perhaps I can do this on my own live stream. The Gallant Says Podcast. Subscribe to my YouTube channel at Paul Gallant to see more. Hugh Dab asks, who will you cheer for when the Patriots and Texans meet in the AFC Championship game? I have to stay true to my roots on some front, and I will root for the Patriots, but in a weird way, I will be probably more upset if the Texans lose than happy if the Patriots win, if that makes sense. Because I've never covered a Super Bowl team. I've never covered a team that's made it to a conference championship. Seahawks never got there when I was there. Divisional round and done my first year in Seattle. Second year, wild card round out against the Rams. And then here, I mean, we all know where the Texans haven't been before. So I would be more disappointed if the Texans lost than happy that the Patriots won. And I actually, going back to 2018 when I first got moved up to morning drive on the Texans flagship, and I really do feel like this definitely affected the future of our station. The Texans losing the first 3 games of the year and everyone being checked out, and then they go on a 9-game winning streak and no one checked back in. Like, that was so a sign of where this city is with this team. Like, whenever you think you should get excited, they fail, and people tend to get very depressed to the point of not wanting to care about it anymore. It's an interesting sports town on that front. From the 281, Paul, are your nipples pierced? No, and I think they're too tiny to pierce. I have very tiny nipples, so now you know. There you go, everybody. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Who spit first? It's like who shot first with Han Solo and Greedo. Was it Dak Prescott who caused getting spit at by Jalen Carter, or was Jalen Carter in the wrong? That's next on the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Yes. We're not even doing a countdown anymore. We had a football game last night. The Philadelphia Eagles opened up their title defense, which they are claiming is not in progress. They would say to you, nope, it's a new season, and last year did not happen, new team, blah, 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 all that BS. But they took down the Dallas Cowboys last night by a final score of 24-20. It was a very interesting game on a lot of fronts before we get to the big controversy from the game. I thought Dak Prescott looked great. I know his numbers say otherwise. 21 of 34 for 188 yards. But early on, he and CeeDee Lamb looked awesome together. I also liked what I saw out of Javonte Williams as a running back. This game just completely changed after an hour-long lightning delay that I felt was unnecessary. An hour? And especially when at the very end of that delay, like you saw Tony Dungy and Jack Collinsworth and Rodney Harrison on the field talking through the delay. Credit to the NBC guys talking about it. But, I mean, did they need to delay that game for an hour due to inclement weather? I do say this as somebody who, and this is a flex, I flexed about this online. I do say this as somebody who was the third person to go back in the pool while there was lightning and thunder outside last Saturday. The guy was in the pool. You know, once we knew that there was like 1 second after the strike of lightning, I knew, okay, it's 2 seconds, it's 3 seconds. Oh, I'm fine. Got back in the pool. Probably not the smartest thing to do in the world. A little bit of my Florida upbringing chipping in right there, getting a little crazy, forgetting the brain cells and all that. But did we need to stop that game for an hour last night? It did really ruin the flow of the game. The Eagles' offense at times looked unstoppable, especially on the ground. Jalen Hurts, you got to wonder, how good would Jalen Hurts look, his numbers specifically as a runner, if he didn't slide all the time? Because he is strong enough to run through people. You got Saquon Barkley also with massive quads. And you've got A.J. Dillon, who has the biggest legs that I think I've ever seen. And you got the great white hope, Will Shipley, as well. Like, that is a great running attack for Philadelphia. So I liked what I saw from the Cowboys offensively, even though the stats don't say that the Cowboys look great offensively. And I also liked what I saw out of the Eagles, too. But everyone's talking about Spitgate. Go back and watch it. I think it is unclear whether Dak Prescott spit at Jalen Carter, but Dak Prescott definitely spit in Jalen Carter's general direction. Jalen Carter screwed this whole thing up because, for whatever reason, he was on the Cowboys' side of the line of scrimmage. In fact, he was practically in the Cowboys huddle. I don't know what he thought he was doing there. You're supposed to stay behind the football on your side of the field. I think refs could throw a flag for that, especially now that they're talking about more unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. So I don't know what Carter was doing on that side of the field. But I do not think that Dak is necessarily 100% innocent. Go back and watch the slow-motion replay of Dak Prescott spitting back in Jalen Carter's general direction. He made a face right after he did it. I don't think you can entirely rule out that Dak did that intentionally, even if he didn't hit Jalen Carter. It did seem to be in his general direction. Carter hit Dak. Neither of them had much spit. You know, these weren't bony loogies or anything like that. And had they been something like that, like I think one of them would have plausible deniability. But no, they weren't hucking big old chunks, you know? Big old chunks of saliva. Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in to text. And some more questions we'll get to in a moment. One of the other things that took place in last night's game, did you see Nolan Smith Jr. penalty? It's the first taunting penalty. The NFL said that they're going to crack down on unsportsmanlike conduct a lot more this year than in years past. And they did do that. Nolan Smith made a tackle, and he stood up over the Eagles player who he tackled, and as he stood up over said Eagles player, a flag was thrown immediately. He definitely was flexing over him as he stood up over him, but not a great day for Georgia players when it comes to shooting the Eagles in the foot. They have so many Georgia players. In the first half, the Eagles were penalized more times for more yardage than any team had been in a game since 2023. 9 penalties for 110 yards over the course of the game. This game was really determined by the Cowboys driving down the field and then fumbling. Big run by, who was the Eagles running? Or excuse me, the Cowboys running back who had that big carry to Miles Sanders. He had the big carry to set the Eagles up, set the Cowboys up, and then he fumbles a couple of plays later against his old team. Rough moment. Sorry, A.J. Russ back at Mission Control. Looked like they were going to have a shot, and then that happened.
They'll beat them in Week 12.
Sucks. Anyway, that is true. They could beat them in Week 12. You think they will. Confidence level 1 through 10 coming out of this game. How are you feeling?
About the team overall or just like the matchup?
Or resident Cowboys fan. Team overall, confidence level 1 through 10 for your Dallas Cowboys.
I would say 8.5 or 9. I mean, I've been saying they're going to be like 10-7 or 11-6 this year. So.
Whoa!
Not even wild to me.
Okay, 11-6. You know what? I don't think that's far-fetched. I don't think that's far-fetched at all. We were talking about it yesterday in the season predictions. The Cowboys being plus 850 to win the NFC East. I get that the Eagles are in it, but the Commanders being plus 200, I feel like the Commanders and Cowboys should be on a more level playing field on that front. And I liked what I saw out of Dallas last night. I think Brian Schottenheimer's offense in the first half looked pretty damn good. And CeeDee Lamb just has to catch the ball more. 4 drops in last night's game. He does do that from time to time. That is probably the one bugaboo that you get with CeeDee Lamb. We do have a fun slate of NFL games this weekend. Tonight, you've got the Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Los Angeles Chargers on YouTube in Brazil. Sao Paulo at Corinthians Arena. The Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites. I hate that they're playing this game in Brazil. I hate that my grandfather fought in World War II against the Nazis, and they're playing in a country that harbored Nazis. I hate it, hate it, hate it. Brazil doesn't share our values. They have some ridiculous censorship policies. F Brazil. We shouldn't be playing a game there. That field is going to be terrible. Players are going to slip. They're going to slide. And someone is probably going to get hurt just like Jordan Love did last year. So keep all that in mind. Someone's getting hurt tonight. If you could bet on that at some gambling website, I would. Also, other big games of the weekend. The noon slate, you got the Bucks and the Falcons. That's an interesting one. Bucks are 1.5-point favorites in Atlanta. We'll see if Michael Penix and that Atlanta offense are for real. Also, in the noon slate, there's nothing else. Unless you want to see the Steelers and the Jets. You will be able to see the Steelers and Jets on your TV at home here. Aaron Rodgers' return to New York. J.J. Watt's going to be on the call for that one with Ian Eagle. Also, the big games of the weekend are taking place in the afternoon window. Texans and Rams, a matchup of 2 playoff teams last year. The Lions and Packers with Micah Parsons aboard, also in 3:25 window. That's going to be the nationally televised game with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the call. And then Sunday Night Football, it's the Ravens and Bills. So the noon slate, you might want to go to a bar so you can watch whatever game you want. Unless you have NFL Sunday ticket. I will be at a bar probably for the first slate of games so I can see the Patriots playing the Raiders. And then late at night, tuck yourself in, though you might have to go to a bar to see Lions and Packers. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, we continue to take some of your Ask Gallant Anything questions. But first, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. That is where our ESPN Listener Appreciation Party is going to be tonight. You already know that St. Arnold's has a beer for everyone, that their beer garden is a place for everyone. If you don't make it to the listener party, I think we're going to be probably out there late at night, but you might have to wait a little bit for that. And for private events, St. Arnold has a space for everyone. You can have your private event at St. Arnold. a wedding, a family reunion, a birthday bash, a listener appreciation party. They've got a space for groups of 20 to 300 people. Less than 100 people, there's the Investors Pub. Larger groups, there's the Beer Hall with full audio-visual capabilities, projectors, screens, and so much more. They offer a full in-house catering menu. It's prepared by the St. Arnold chef. From an appetizer table to a full-on feast, they've got you covered with some fantastic food. The food at St. Arnold's is really, really good. And on top of that, they have beer for your event, the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world, straight from the source with wine, cider, and root beer to boot. Book your event now, especially those holiday parties, to get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or evening event, a weekday, or a weekend. And since you're a listener of this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Paul Gallant, Paulie G, the Paul Gallant Show. Paul, you'll get the brewery game package free for your event, which gives you dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and a photo booth. Go to starnold.com and click on private events. It's starnold.com. Click on private events and tell them Paul Gallant sent you. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone. Their beer garden's a place for everyone. And for private events, they've now got a space for everyone. Get your space while you still can. starnold.com. Click on private events and tell them Paul Gallant sent you. Bye.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Still some people weighing in on Dak Prescott, Jalen Carter, Spitgate from the 936 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Carter clearly in the wrong, even though Dak baited him into it. He should have spit on the ground right in front of Dak, then stared him in the eyes. Same effect, probably wouldn't get you booted. It might, though. They've got a new sportsmanship policy. Spitting at someone, it is considered very disrespectful. Paul, is that something you've ever done? Yes, I still think about it. I still feel guilty about it. I was in the midst of the throes of battle. Yes, that's right. I was in the midst of a football game when I was in 4th grade. Maybe it was 3rd. It was on our field day. I'm lucky I didn't get in any trouble with school for this. And I don't know what I was mad about, but your boy had temper issues, and we were playing. It was a co-ed game, and I forget what happened, but a girl said something, and I think I spit at her feet. I was such a little bastard until probably about 7th grade, and still am to a degree 1. But you don't do that. I remember afterwards I apologized profusely because I'm one of those people that I'll do something, and then 5 minutes later I feel so bad. So bad. And then I'm kind of annoying with how much I apologize for it. It's like almost worse than the actual action. Just being annoying like that. But that is something you don't do. And I wonder, back in the days of dip and stuff, if someone was to spit his spittoon at your feet, what would happen? From the 409, baseball players have thought when the batter running the bases spits close to them, okay, Dak definitely did that on purpose. So this happens in baseball from time to time. 337, Dak should have gotten his ass tossed out of the game himself. Yeah, but they would have had to see it in the action, From the 832, making a big deal of spit, the game's gone soft. Yeah, and also the camera angles, I think, add to it as well. And we did have a long game pause due to the lightning delay. So it adds a little bit. From the 832, is Sean Mapes going to be at the listener appreciation party? Yes, he will be. Can't wait to go there. Ask Gallant anything Friday from the 337. Paul is today, do you think LSU can win the SEC championship? I mean, anyone's got a shot. It's wide open. Bama's dead. Bama's dead. And a lot of people think LSU might have the best quarterback in the conference. Yeah, I think this year's wide open. I think anyone could win it. From the 832, someone who's saying, hey, man, Brazil did bring us the thong. So, come on, bro. Don't be so mad about the NFL going to Brazil. Fine. That is true. From the 281, spitting on somebody has got to be the most disrespectful thing you can do. Definitely deserve a punch in the face for it. He did spit on his jersey. He didn't spit in his face. He didn't spit in his open mouth. Perhaps if he had a little more volume of the spit, he would have been able to get a little bit more velocity and distance on it. From the 845, spitting on someone is a felony in some states. That's right. Some states. That's right. I think I saw an account earlier today, FSU Molly, posted at Adam Schefter like, hey, man, like this could be considered an assault in Pennsylvania. So we'll see if Dak presses charges against Jalen Carter. Can't taunt, can't spit on people, can't get electrocuted. What happened to the game I love? What happened to the country I loved? Yeah, it's a good point. Good point. From the 346, the whole ESPN 97.5 radio station told me to start Pickens yesterday, and he didn't even get 5 points. Y'all some chumps. Well, I would blame the weather. But, I mean, again, you're turning to us for fantasy advice. Have trust in yourself. You shouldn't be asking a radio station about what you should do in fantasy football. That is up to you. There's all sorts of people online that are better fantasy experts than me. But I thought that Pickens might have a good game. From the 832, not watching Chiefs tonight. Not watching Chiefs Chargers. Real men are watching John Cena's retirement tour. I will not be. Texans, Rams, Sunday, 3:25, CBS. Kevin Harlan on the call. Texans in deep steel blue jerseys. The Rams wearing white at home. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's alive. He did not spontaneously combust. His knee did not explode. He is okay. He met with Texans media and spoke for about 5 minutes for the first time since everyone thought that he might be out for the year. Here is what he had to say about being now in this Texans locker room after being with the Eagles before and helping his teammates out.
Diagnose players with teammates. You can give them tips and stuff like that. Long story short, yeah, just being a vet.
He said no diddy. He was talking about tips, and then he said no diddy. I love this man. I am appreciative in advance of the free content that he will give us. I salute you. I salute you, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. More from C.J. Gardner-Johnson if this doesn't give you the deep steel blue pill your body desperately needs. Giving you a little pants tent action. I don't know what will. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's back, and he's ready to do something.
I'm good. I feel good. I'm ready to go hunt. New team, so everybody trying to see how they haven't seen me play all preseason. They wondering what I'm gonna do. I feel good. Just blessed to be on the field with a group of guys that's ready to play ball.
He's ready to go hunt. He's ready to go hunt. Love it. And he's going to be hunting rams out there. I wonder if ram tastes good. I think people eat goat. Do people eat ram? Probably very gamey, little tough. But ram probably tastes good. I'm gonna look this up. Do people eat rams? Let's see. Artificial intelligence. Yes, people eat rams. Though it is less common than eating lambs, it's referred to as mutton. Oh, that's what mutton is. Because I've heard of mutton before, and I was like, well, why do we call sheep mutton? Rams or mutton. Ram meat is tougher and has a stronger, more gamey flavor than lamb. Some enjoy it, but it requires longer, slow cooking methods to become tender and delicious. Oh, okay. So this is something that you could use in the old brisket cooker. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I don't have one of those, and I don't know what they're called. But hell yeah, man. Mutton is generally cheaper than lamb, making it an economical choice. Some people prefer the bolder, more intense taste of mutton over lamb's mild flavor. Wonder what mutton smells like. Lamb's got a real smell to it. Now I'm getting hungry. Parts of Europe and Asia, mutton is common and prized meat, often used in stews or other slow-cooked dishes. Now I'm hungry. Is there ram soup here? Can I have a ram burger? A cheese and ram sandwich? People do that? I don't know. Anyway, speaking of those Rams, they respect the Texans. They respect their defense. Here's Matt Stafford talking about that Texans D.
Yeah, they got really good players. Got guys up front that can rush the passer, do a nice job of stopping the run, and then I think their back end is as talented as anybody in the league. They do a heck of a job with, marrying rush and coverage, which is what you want as a defense. So, I got a ton of respect for them. Obviously, played at a really high level last year and have a lot of the same players and added a few more. So, it'll be a huge challenge for us.
Matthew, with everything you've endured with your back.
That's the biggest question. Matthew, you're back. Is it connected? But he respects this Texans defense. And look, that means that the Rams are going to try to find ways to make sure that pass rush is not going to win the day. Like Sean McVay is a great offensive mind. I know we all like this Texans defense, but Sean McVay is going to find a way to minimize the pressure that is on Matt Stafford. And I imagine the Rams are going to try to run the football. And we will see if they can, What do we think about the Texans' interior defensive line? There's some questions. What do we think about the Texans' linebacker group? I think there's some questions, too, to a degree. After Azeez Al-Shaair, do you feel good about this linebacker group? Is Christian Harris going to be the Christian Harris of old? How do we feel about Henry To'oTo'o? Some questions. Here's Devontae Adams talking about that Texans D.
It is. I mean, it's a good defense on paper. On tape, individually, all the players, I mean, they play well together. They have some real good individual talent. I think it's one of the best, as far as star-studded teams across the board on defense. So a lot of respect for them. Every level, too. I mean, up front, they got, the big two, obviously, that everybody knows about, but they got some good interior guys as well. Backers play real hard, and they got some guys on the back end that know how to play as well. So it'll be fun. It'll be a good challenge.
Devontae, with you.
Yeah. Let's go. I'm excited about that. We're getting some actuallys on the meat side of things. Sorry, I just basically pulled a Lance Zierlein's brisket picture on X. Some comments here from the 281. Lamb is a baby sheep. Okay. I thought. Okay, so there's sheep. There's lamb. Mutton. The 713. Ram is not mutton. Mutton usually refers to old. Old lamb is called mutton. I'm a chef, just for your information. Okay. So is it old sheep or is it old lamb? This is what we're getting into. Classic Paul Gallant Show. For the 337, I have had a chance to go out hunting bighorn sheep, and it's pretty much like a white-tailed deer. Oh. I've never had a white-tailed deer. It has a little bit stronger gamey taste, but you have to cook it longer because it is tough. Okay. Interesting. Old sheep is called mutton. Lamb refers to meat from a young sheep under a year old. Mutton is the meat of a more mature sheep. Got it. Okay. And it was like a wild sheep. So what? So why do they call them rams? Like, why are they just called sheep? Is it like a bull to a cow? I'm assuming that's the case. I don't know much about things. I don't know much about nothing. I'm just a man hosting a radio show, spitball here on Ask Along Anything Friday. My name's Forrest Gump. I know lots about shrimp, but I learned that from my friend Bubba, who I saved in the war, but didn't save him enough because then he died at one time. I kind of just stole his company from him. I suppose I did give a check to his family, and they were okay afterwards. I was too busy fixating on Jenny, old Jenny, who treated me so wrong. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Astros lost 2-3 to the Yankees, but they have a chance to redeem themselves against the Texas Rangers over the weekend. Texans-Rams, confidence level going into that game. How you feeling? And you want to talk about Spitgate some more, you can. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Hour 3 next. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We are hanging out at East River 9, the place in Houston with the best view of downtown in all of HTX, here until 6 o'clock, and then our ESPN Houston listener party at St. Arnold's tonight. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Can't wait to get over there. Couple of little tidbits to tell you about. September 11th, you join Culture Map for The Tailgate, an all-out celebration of Houston sports and the fans who cheer them. Savor tailgate-inspired bites from your favorite restaurants, Christian's Tailgate, Bayou Butcher's, Waffle Bus, many more. You can sip on signature drinks, enjoy game day activities, plus VIP ticket holders can meet and greet with former Astro Ryan Presley, also Texans legend Owen Daniels. I saw Owen Daniels at a bar a couple weeks ago. Tickets are on sale now and include all food and drinks. Use promo code ESPN for $10 off any ticket type. Head to tailgate.culturemap.com to get your tickets again. Tailgate.culturemap.com to get your tickets. And on top of that, listen, sorry about this, guys. Buried the lead here because we got a big old game tomorrow. You know what game I'm talking about. Cougars. Who are we talking about? We're talking about the Cougars. Cougars. It's the mother-loving Cougars. Cougs, Rice, tomorrow, 6 p.m. The battle for the Bayou Bucket. Shout out to the Rice folks. You're smart. But smart don't win your football games, although it can from time to time. But you need to have skill as well. It's the battle for Houston College football supremacy. Sorry, Sam Houston State. You don't count. I know you're playing at the downtown stadium this year. This is the battle for all the marbles. And guess what? I'm about to give you a pair of tickets to go watch the game. Because guess what? In addition to the Bayou Bucket being on the line, there's also a great Hispanic Heritage halftime show. The Spirit of Houston will perform songs from Selena. I'm not going to lie. I don't know one song by Selena. Take away my Texas card if you want. I know she got shot and died. Superfan killed her. But guess what? That's not going to happen during the band. That's not going to happen. The UH Mariachi Pumas are going to take the field for a special performance in the midst of the battle for the Bayou Bucket. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments tomorrow night. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. Get this. You're going to the battle for the Bayou Bucket. And you get to see Hispanic Heritage halftime show. If you don't end up winning, go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Tailgating starts 3:30. Cougs on parade is at 5:20. Ooh, there's a Cougs on parade. What kind of Cougars? I'm a taken man, so it's not like I'm going to be looking. But do they have does old Shasta come on down the street? Is there even still a Cougar? Is there a live Cougar on UH's campus? I don't know. I'm just asking the questions. Can we feed them mutton? Which we were continuing to get cleanups about. So mutton includes ram. A mutton is old sheep. Male sheep are mutton. Wait, hang on. This is so bad. So, Paul Gallant. I'm Paul Gallant here. I'm the ram hunter. I'm Australian, like Steve Irwin. The thing about the ram is a male sheep. And then the mutton is old sheep meat. And then if you have lamb, that's generally a young sheep meat. Okay? And that's why the lamb chops are so small there. I don't know why this turned into a Cockney accent. Coogblay says Shasta lives at the zoo. That's fun. I like it. There you go, guys. But you're going to get a pair of tickets to go to the Cougs game. And I guess we need some more clarification here because I'm not 100% sure which game this is going to be. Did I give away tickets to Saturday's game? I'm not 100% sure. Guess what? You're going to a Cougs game at some point. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You can ask me any question, and I will work it in to the show. I'll do it. I will work that question in. Oh, yeah, I'll work it. I'll work it so much. Captain Photon, bold take. Texans will have a better record than the Tennessee Titans this year. Yes, I think so as well. If the Texans have a worse record than the Titans, crikey! We'll all be feeling like we've been stung by a stingray. What else do we have here on an Ask Alon Anything Friday? Scrolling through some questions. Somebody asked the question, Paul, what's your upset special for this weekend in NFL action? Well, that means a bad team is beating a good team. These games, I don't think an upset can happen. I think Bucs-Falcons is a pretty level game going into this week. The spread indicates it. It's 1.5. You've also got the Lions and Packers, 2 playoff teams from last year. Texans and Rams, playoff teams from last year. Ravens and Bills, playoff teams from last year. I think those games are for sure level playing field. Titans at Broncos is an interesting one because it's Cam Ward's first start. If you are in on the Cam Ward hype, going on the road and beating the Broncos, that would be a hell of an upset. Broncos are 8.5-point favorites, but I don't have the stones to do that. Giants at Commanders. A lot of hype for the Commanders going into the year. A lot of hype. I think if we're looking at lines of 6 or more from this weekend, I would not confidently bet on this, but I think that the Giants beating Washington is most likely of all the upset games this weekend. And I know I say that with a Giants team that, like, what the hell's going on with Russell Wilson under center, how much talent do they actually have, but, man, there's a lot of hype going into this Commanders season, and I'm very curious if the leadership they have, old leadership, is going to have them 100% focused for this game. So if I'm picking any upset, it's that one. I suppose if you really want to get crazy, you could say Joe Flacco and the Browns beat the Bengals because the Bengals are constantly losing in week 1. So that's another one potentially that could be at play. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. We pick the 6 best games of the football weekend and then pick them against the spread next. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. Walmart. There's a wall and a mart, and that's why we call it Walmart. I'm kidding. That's not their actual slogan. We're just trying something out for size. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. You already know if when you go into the store, they've got a ton of items. Now, if you want to order something online, you can get all of it. And some of those items, if they're eligible, you can get them in as fast as an hour. There's a huge online selection that you can't get in stores. And also, you can get groceries there. Whoa! Did you think that groceries cost more at Walmart when they're delivered at some stores? Yeah, that's the case. But not at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And you already know that at Walmart, the prices are low. They can deliver things to you in as fast as an hour. That's awesome. And if you use express delivery, you can get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all of your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Go to walmart.com for more.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ask any question, and I will work it into the show. On an Ask Along Anything Friday from the 281. Paul, since you've admitted you don't like cheese, does that mean you don't like nachos as well? If so, that's a shame because nachos are an amazing item of food. Yeah, I don't. I used to. I don't. It's a weird psychological thing. I can't really explain it, but yeah. I like chips and salsa. I really like the salsa verde at El Tiempo. Ooh, it's so good. Salsa verde is generally my go-to, but chips and salsa, fantastic. Chips and guacamole, the best. Chips and guacamole, also the best. Yeah, I'm Paul Gallant. I'm so cool. From the 346, hey, Paul, if Nick Chubb is one of the best running backs in the first 4 weeks of the season, do the Texans bench him for Joe Mixon or just let it run? No, they're going to let it run. Look, you need multiple running backs over the course of a season. I really have no idea what to expect out of Nick Chubb. Some people said that he looked slow in camp. I actually respect that after the play he would run through contact and continue to run, but a lot of people said he looked slow. Then in that preseason game, he actually looked pretty good. So I really do not know what to make of Nick Chubb and the expectations for Chubb going into this season. I would definitely temper them, but I'm also not writing him off completely like some are. Because, I mean, he's one of the, I think, best running backs that we've seen this century. And I don't think that's overstating it. He's fantastic, especially when it comes to breaking tackles and moving things forward. From the 409, nachos overrated. Chips get soggy. I'd rather have chips and guac. I will say that. Anyway, guys, 2:15 on a Friday. Every single week, as part of the Pick 6, we pick the 6 best games of the week against the spread. And we do it now. All right, I guess we don't have the open for that. Anyway, listen, tonight, Friday, 7 p.m. on YouTube, you have the Chiefs at the Chargers in Brazil. The Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites. The over-under for this game is 46.5. This is a good game. It is a good enough game to the point where if I have to watch Astros, Rangers.
There's a lot of games you can watch this weekend.
He's got another one. Unbelievable. He is gone. Kiss McKinney goodbye.
But Paul Gallant is going to pick 6 games.
There's 6. Pick 6. Wow, that's got pick 6 written all over it.
You need to watch.
This is exactly what we needed.
Give a lot of NFL primetime music in the background. This is generally the music that they would play in the background for the second best game of the weekend. And Chris Berman's reading the highlights. And look at him go! Whoop! Whoop! Anyway, Friday night, YouTube, Chiefs, Chargers in Brazil. Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites. The over-under for this game is 46.5. I thought it was very funny to see a post about how this is really incredible. Apparently, Xavier Worthy says, Chiefs wide receiver, Texas grad, everything he knows about Brazil, he learned from the Fast and Furious movie franchise. Oh, that's awesome. That really is funny. That's kind of everything I know, and also from World War II history, because I know a bunch of Nazis fled the fled Germany, and they showed up in Brazil, and then they just settled down there. So there you go. By the way, some strong, powerful, independent women just entered the fray. Just saying. Looking away, girlfriend. I'm looking away. Watch on YouTube or on Twitch. Anyway, everybody, hey. College football weekend, not so good. I'm picking the Chiefs to win that game, by the way. Someone's going to get hurt in this game. I wish I could bet on that. I wish I could bet on someone to get hurt. These fields in Brazil Anywhere overseas, they suck. They are not worthy of NFL talent. They just aren't. They are beneath us. Anyway, I am picking the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm betting on someone to get hurt, as I said before. What else do you have in the pick six, Paulie? Saturday is not as fun as last Saturday, that's for sure. Texas is playing San Jose State. Texas A&M is playing Utah State. So I'm picking between these three games off the top of my head. First, at 11 on the CW. Does that mean we get Tom Brenneman? And there's a drive to the left field by Castellanos. You've got Baylor at number 17, SMU. The Mustangs, 2.5-point favorites. Over-under for that game, 63.5. You've also got at 11 the battle for Iowa supremacy between Iowa and I believe Iowa State is ranked 16th. So that's fun. Games are always pretty crazy on that front. The funny thing is, poor Iowa State. You look up Iowa State ranking, the first thing that comes up is not Iowa State's football ranking. Where does Iowa State rank among states? But Iowa State, 2-0 at this moment in time. So we shall see how they do in that game. And also, on the SEC Network, 3:15, South Florida at Florida. Florida, 17.5-point favorites. South Florida looked pretty damn good in week one. I actually think that game is the most intriguing. I am biased here because I like Florida, who is also a top 25 team. Florida is a 17.5-point favorite. So it's South Florida against Florida, or Iowa against Iowa State, or Baylor against SMU. Which of these games is the best of these games? I think I got to pick the actual rivalry. Sorry to Baylor and SMU. Sorry to South Florida and Florida. South Florida, I've always had a lot of respect for. As someone who used to go to like 5 South Florida football games a year when I was living in the St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay area. But I'm going to pick the Iowa State game. Iowa State 3.5-point dogs. If I could pick anything in this game, I would take the under 42.5. But I'm going to pick Iowa State to win and to cover in that game. The only matchup of the college football weekend featuring 2 top 25 teams is number 15 Michigan against number 18 Oklahoma. Oklahoma a 5.5-point favorite with the over-under 44.5. Decisions. Oklahoma favored against a Michigan team that was underwhelming last season and might be getting that number 15 ranking based off of the past. I will say, John Mateer, the Oklahoma quarterback, who everyone was giving crap for his Venmo history a couple of weeks ago, wondering if he was gambling on games. He's looked pretty good. So I think I'm going to take Oklahoma, the home team, 5.5-point favorites to win and to cover here. I'm just not feeling Michigan right now. Sunday action. If you do not have NFL Sunday ticket and are not going to a bar, these are the games that you can get at your home. Noon on CBS, Steelers at Jets. Noon on Fox, Giants at Commanders. 3:25 on CBS, Texans at Rams. I would probably go somewhere for the early window. The best game in that early window, I think, is Falcons and Bucks. But we're going to pick all the late games on Sunday for our final 3 of the Pick 6. Lions at Packers. The Packers are 1.5-point favorites. The over-under for this game, 47.5. Micah Parsons just joined the Packers. The Packers defense is good. Jeff Havley's really good as a defensive coordinator. It's really all about Jordan Love. Jordan Love's got a new receiver to throw to in Matthew Golden. So much hype for the Packers, but you know what I like right now for the Lions? For the Lions right now, Dan Campbell is looking at the preseason, looking at training camp, and he didn't think it was good enough. So I think he's going to have the Lions as focused as possible. I think the Packers bringing in Micah Parsons puts a little bit more of a target on their back, so I'm going to take the Lions to cover that 1.5-point spread. They're 1.5-point dogs on the road. I'm taking the Lions. Sunday Night Football, NBC, 7:20. The Baltimore Ravens at the Buffalo Bills. The two teams that aren't the Chiefs at the top of the AFC. The Ravens are 1.5-point favorites on the road. In the eyes of many, the Super Bowl pick. They are my Super Bowl pick. I do think the Bills could be in for a Billsing this year. But I like Baltimore more than I like Buffalo at this moment in time. So I'm going to also take the Ravens to cover on the road. And then you've got the Texans and Rams. The Rams are 3.5-point favorites. It's an exciting game for your Houston Texans. I'm definitely taking the under if I'm betting on anything in this game. I would not bet on this game as it is. Two good defenses, lots of questions about both offenses going into it. But who am I going to pick? I'll tell you on the other side. My Texans-Rams pick next on the Paul Gallant Show, and I'll tell you why. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
I'm picking the Rams to cover the 3.5. Here's why. Just too many questions for the Texans on offense. You got a brand new offensive line. You got a brand new offensive coordinator. You've got rookie wide receivers who by default are going to have to be relied on, given that both Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios have been out of practice this week with hamstring issues. So that means Jalen Knowles is going to be relied on out of the slot. Maybe he's awesome. Maybe he is. And maybe Jaden Higgins is awesome in his first game too. But generally it takes people a little bit of time to figure things out when you've got a new offense, new offensive line. There's so many new parts on this team. Joe Mixon's out as well. If they pull this off, I'm going to be incredibly impressed by the Texans. Like, I'm not even mad that they're likely going to lose on Sunday. I'm not even mad about it. You know, I'm expecting a loss. So if they pull it off, great, fantastic. But this is just so much to overcome in the first game for an offensive coordinator who's never called plays, for a quarterback who's going to be making pre-snap reads and decisions at the line of scrimmage for the first time, for an offensive line that has had very limited reps together, specifically in game action. Have we even seen the entirety of this Texans offensive line together on a football field in a game setting for more than 2 drives? And now all of a sudden on an NFL field in a game where the crowd will, I would imagine, be semi-loud. It is L.A. L.A. is not exactly the most diehard NFL city. But the Rams have been good for a couple of years. You're expecting all of this to go according to plan. I'm just not. It's going to be a low-scoring game. And if the Texans do win this one, I think it's going to be because they scored a defensive touchdown or a special teams touchdown. I think it's going to be very tough for this offense to move the football. If they prove me wrong again, awesome. C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins is an impressive tandem. But is Stroud going to have the time to get the ball to Collins? Is that offensive line going to help him out? Meanwhile, on the other side of things, even if Matt Stafford is dealing with some back issues and might be running for his life all game, you don't think that Sean McVay is going to scheme something up that makes it really difficult for the Texans to come after him the way that they want to come after him? They're going to do something. I like D'Amico Ryans as a defensive play caller, and we have seen this Texans defense last season give a number of good quarterbacks issues. Josh Allen specifically, less so Lamar Jackson. But how is it going to look when your offense can't help the defense out? And it's not me ruling out the possibility of the offense being able to make things happen entirely, but, I mean, if they come out of week one with a victory, if they come out of week one with a dominant offensive performance, that will shock me. It really will. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. On YouTube, Captain Photon says, I'm in Denver. No Texans for me. The Broncos game against the Tennessee Titans is going to be interesting. There are some people in Houston that actually like the Tennessee Titans. Can you believe it? Isn't that wild? For the 2A1, talking about the pick six, I picked the 6 best games of the week. Kansas versus Missouri is must-watch. I mean, the rivalry itself, if you're a Kansas grad or a Missouri grad, sure, but down year for Missouri, right? Doesn't Missouri have a very high sense of self on the football side of things because they had a couple of good years in the last decade in the SEC? I like Jaden Daniels at Kansas. But hang on a second. What's the Kansas quarterback's name? I always feel like I confuse his name. Kansas quarterback name. I had to look it up really quickly. Jalen Daniels. That's right. Not Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is the Commanders guy. But, yeah, I'm not feeling that one now. I think Iowa versus Iowa State's bigger. From the 409, a texter asks, who's the biggest B of the week? Is it Framber Valdez or is it Aaron Boone? Framber Valdez, whose name I said I will never mention again, definitely has to be it. Because this is a big thing with Framber. Like, hey, listen, he's in our backyard, Every single time he's out there and things don't go according to plan, what does he do? He loses his temper. He throws a hissy fit. And I think he did that with Cesar Salazar there. I don't care if Cesar Salazar's out there after the fact who's defending him, or Joe Espada's doing the same thing, or Framber Valdez is saying, yeah, it was unintentional. Bro, you got a track record. I've seen you throw against Jose Caballeros. I've seen you throw against Marcus Semien. I think that was intentional. So, yeah, right now, Framber. Aaron Boone, you expect this. Aaron Boone's always making excuses and looking for things that the Astros might be doing over the course of the game. Oh, the roof's open. Oh, my God, Taylor Trammell hit a double. His bat must be sanded down too much. Nah. Ask Gallant Anything Friday continues from the 281, the Nachos text. Yeah, I addressed that on the air. From the 281, someone said 20-3 Texans as far as a prediction for Sunday. I see us winning. Our defense is going to be so good. I can see us smothering Matt Stafford. 20-7 Texans. Why are they scoring 20 points? Like I could see them giving Stafford and the Rams offense a lot of issues, but 20 points seems like a lot for this offense. And holding a Rams team to 7 points, I think that is also thinking very highly of yourself. Because if the offense isn't helping the defense out, the defense theoretically gets tired over the course of the game. For the 713, Paul, can you just give them the Lombardi Trophy already? Can you give the Texans any credit? Good job. Like, there are some good things for the Texans. I just think that the Rams are better right now. And as someone who has been caught with his pants down in Seattle a couple of times, picking the Seahawks over the Rams, like I've learned, like even though I don't think that Sean McVay is as good as he is made out to be, Sean McVay definitely has his ass kissed more than probably any coach in NFL history, given that he's only got the one Super Bowl and that the other Super Bowl performance, his Rams looked like doo-doo. I know he's a good coach. But he is one of those coaches where no one ever criticizes him, and I think part of it has to do with the fact that he's in L.A. I think he handled the end of the Jared Goff situation not so well. And honestly, it looked like things were leading to the same end with Matt Stafford earlier this offseason before they eventually brought him back in. Kind of understandable given the potential back issues for him. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, so excited for the listener to party. Yep, that's right. It's tonight at East River 9. Not at East River 9. We're at East River 9 right now. It's tonight at St. Arnold's. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I think it's going to be in the beer hall. And I can't remember if I've been inside the beer hall before, so very excited for that. Also from the 832, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 23-17, Stafford with a fumble or interception, if penalties don't kill us. Trying to stop at East River 9 right now. Killer Bees are up next, but the train is blocking the road. Yes, that is the East River 9 one drawback. There's an exit, and if you take the exit that the GPS tells you to take, which I always do, you will end up driving on a road that goes up to train tracks, and the train tracks continue at every single exit past that exit. I forget what the exit is off the top of my head, but I just know as soon as you can take an exit when you're close to East River 9, you want to take the exit before the one it tells you. Take the early exit. You take the early exit, you'll avoid the trains because there's always an effing train here. It's the worst. But otherwise, East River 9's great. It's the best skyline of Houston and all the land. We got good Frozens here. It's going to be good. For the 281, a texter asks, any chance the Rangers sneak in and win the AL West? How dare you even ask such a thing with the Astros playing 3 games against the Texas Rangers this weekend? How dare you? How dare you ask something such as this? How dare you? It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. What's the talent level at the party? Well, my girlfriend's a smoke show, so everyone after her. How about that? How about that? But I have no eyes for anyone else. None. Not even if Sydney Sweeney was there. It's not my girlfriend. What else do we have here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? Hugh Dab asks, Paul, what are you wearing tonight? I'm probably wearing the white linen pants and an outrageously loud Hawaiian shirt, and I might look like I have small bags in my pocket. I do not. I don't do that. Stop. Bad. That's a bad texter being outfitsist against me. Don't assume that I am from Miami just because I dress awesome. Do not. HRW713 asks, Paul, can you sneak me in? Probably not, but, if you come later, we will probably be in the beer garden after the party wraps up. So we'll be there for a long time. Looking forward to it. Can't wait. Sean Mapes is going to be there. John and Lance are going to be there. Dell's going to be there. And the Killer Bees are going to be there. Ain't that fun? It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll get your last questions in. A little garbage time and some other things you could do this weekend. Plus some thoughts on the Astros and Rangers series coming up. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Oh, hell yeah, brother. Little Guns N' Roses to get us to the finish line? Let's go. I might not have any of that stuff in my pocket, but this song is essentially the audio version of that on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Ask Gallant Anything Friday live at East River 9. I always wondered, the lead singer for Guns N' Roses, if his voice just hurts all the time. Because, Slash is the star, but the lead singer, Axl Rose, I mean, given that I just assumed that all metal / hair metal bands were doing copious amounts of fun things, I do wonder about this man and like, hey, how do you keep your throat going so that you can sound like that? Because after a while, it's going to leave you. I mean, AC/DC, similar voices, they are still doing concerts, and it's looking a little older than it did a while ago when it already was looking old. How do you keep your voice sounding like, welcome to the jungle, and just singing it like that? Truly. What an athlete to be able to do it for that long. I don't think I would pay full price for Guns N' Roses concert in 2025. It's pretty cool that the Pixies are in town tomorrow at White Oak Music Hall. Parker McCollum, saw him at the rodeo. Woodlands Pavilion tomorrow. And tonight, Simple Plan. Oh, you got a little emo going on at 713 Music Hall. I'm going to sing a song about my father who doesn't like me. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. You've also got Blind Melon. It's going to be fun. There's another Conjuring movie out, too. Shout out to my dog, Patrick Wilson, Shorecrest Preparatory School's most famous alum. After that, it's Monica Raymond. Monica Raymond is the, I believe, director for Dexter Resurrection, which I think just had its season finale. Shorecrest Prep. And then am I the third most famous person there? Paul Gallant. Tucker Carlson took a dump on him on national TV once. Not figuratively, not literally. What else do we got going on? Astros and Rangers. So the Astros called up Colton Gordon. I thought he was dead, to be perfectly honest. Forgot about him completely. And I would imagine there is a chance that he starts tonight because there is no Astros starter listed for tonight. I'm going to look this up really quickly because you go to MLB.com or to the Astros website, you will see that there is still no announced starter. So I assume that'll happen maybe at 3 p.m. There's an article that came out, courtesy of Chandler Rome. Baseball ruled that Taylor Trammell's confiscated bat was illegal, but also that it didn't provide him any advantage in the game. Feels like they are just making things so that Aaron Boone, when he throws out this baseless accusation, oh, something was up, I don't like it, but I'm not going to make any accusations against Taylor Trammell. I just don't like the bat. It seems like they're giving him a little plausible deniability, seeing as Rob Manfred is, of course, a Yankees fan. But that's neither here nor there. So this weekend, Astros, Rangers. Rangers, one of the hottest teams in the American League. The Yankees are the hottest team in the American League. So, I mean, yeah, them taking 2 or 3 against you shouldn't be that surprising, even if you owned them historically. The Rangers have lost their last 2 games, but they've also won 7 of their last 10, and they are just a game and a half back of the Seattle Mariners in the American League West and, of course, in the wild card race. This Rangers team is, I would say, not fraudulent. I just don't take them seriously, and I feel like the Astros just do very well at Globe Life Field. I think that might be based off of what happened 2 years ago, which led up to me killing the Rangers, and then the Rangers won the World Series. Whoops. That one series where the Astros were essentially just doing batting practice against Texas. That series made me look at Texas and kind of think to myself, specifically Globe Life Field, oh, this is where the Astros are going to win. And then you watch the playoffs. The Astros won every single game at Globe Life Field. So, things to keep in mind. Anyway, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Some final questions. You can ask any question at 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone from the 832 is asking about a fantasy football trade. Sorry, too complicated. No one cares about your fantasy football team. From the 2A1, Paul, you're going to bring crab nachos to the party? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Is that a sexual reference I don't understand? From the 832, took a page out of the Jim Rome Show. I like it. I forgot Jim Rome came into the show with Welcome to the Jungle. He calls it the Jungle, but didn't they play that like boom, 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 boom. We're we're going to run for life, or whatever that song that was in a million commercials back in the day. From the 409, Guns N' Roses are horrible live. I'm not sure Axl was ever able to sing like that. Ooh, was it AI? Was it all fake all of this time and we never knew? Oh, from the 281, the crab nachos from El Tiempo. My bad. Yes, I forgot about that. I didn't have the crab nachos at El Tiempo because I don't like nachos. A lot of people asking me about nachos today. Crab nachos, I suppose, would be good nachos, though, if you were to have nachos in some way, shape, or form. Texter says that Captain Photon on YouTube says, I saw Guns N' Roses and Faith No More and Metallica at the Astrodome. Damn, that must have been awesome. Must have been a lot of fun. All right, guys, a little garbage time before we get out of here.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time
It's garbage.
starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
First up, in garbage time, a shout-out to the Philadelphia Eagles. They're defending their second Super Bowl ever when the second banner was unveiled at Lincoln Financial Stadium. Eagles players all turned their backs to the banner because the Eagles are taking this approach that they are not defending champions. And I keep on confusing them with Ohio State. I'm not 100% sure if it's the Eagles or Ohio State who have been really doing a spin zone of like, no, we're not the defending Super Bowl champions. We're the attacking Super Bowl champions. Ryan Day said something similar as well now that Ohio State is back to being number one. It's great to be number one when you are at the end of the year. As far as being number one when it's week 2, it's just a target on your back. Ohio State's playing Grambling tomorrow, an HBCU. Here is what HBCU Grambling's head coach had to say about the actual matchup leading up to it tomorrow. It's Mickey Joseph. And at least one thing Grambling's got on Ohio State.
Obviously moving forward to this week, so Ohio State beat Texas 14-7. I mean, just what's your initial thoughts on the defending champs?
Well, first of all, they got a great band. And we have a great band. And we're going to compete as a band. But I'm just joking right now. We understand what we're getting into. We understand what's going to happen. We understand it's not balance in the scholarships. It's not balance. And what they have resources-wise, what we have resources-wise. But we all know why we're playing the game. And I spoke to the coaches today and said, the game better be clean. It better be clean. And clean to me is that we don't have 9 people on the field. We don't have 13 people on the field. It's clean. We play within the system, and we swing. You know.
These budget games for all these programs, I mean, it probably funds like the entire athletic program. A game against Ohio State to open up the year. So Grambling's signing up for an ass-kicking, and I think they know, hey, let's just make sure that we don't make any mental mistakes. Let's have everything lined up. But I did think it's pretty funny that he said, hey, look, our band's going to look good. And on top of that, I mean, I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate a guy saying, yeah, look, we know what's going to go down. We get it. Honestly, it would be nice if more coaches had that. If you're into boxing, get this. There's a huge match coming up next year. It's going to feature 2 of the greatest boxers ever. 59-year-old Mike Tyson is going to fight 48-year-old Floyd Mayweather next spring. Great. Well, I imagine it means that neither of them are going to throw many punches. The last time we saw Mike Tyson box, I think we saw more of his butt than we actually saw punches thrown. Remember, if you watched the whatever Paul versus Tyson fight, that Netflix stopped working for much of it, and at one point it just froze the frame on Mike Tyson's ass with just a jockstrap on. Not good. But hey, if you want to watch boxing, this is the future of boxing. It's old dudes fighting a Paul brother or old dudes fighting old dudes. It's a shame. I feel bad for those who really are passionate about boxing because obviously there are better boxers than this, but I think that the downfall of the promotions game has led to us being at a point now where, yeah, people are going to pay pay-per-view for Mike effing Tyson against Floyd Mayweather. Woof. Ben Simmons, did you know this? He hasn't retired yet. Ben Simmons hasn't retired. Well, guess what, guys? He wants everyone to know he's considering retirement. I thought he had retired already. I thought he retired while he was playing for the Sixers when, he just stopped showing up for work because of mental health and all that crap. But Ben Simmons is not retired quite yet. Brian Windhorst was asked earlier this week about Ben Simmons' market. The interest has been lukewarm. The reality is he's looking at the minimum contract. He might be forced to take a contract that's not guaranteed. His stock has dramatically fallen for years. Thank goodness the Rockets did not trade Harden for him straight up. And to wrap up garbage time, get this, October 10th, a John Candy documentary is going to be out and about. That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We appreciate all the questions you ask, whether calling in or texting in, YouTubing it, Twitching it. We appreciate everyone who listened on the app as well. We also appreciate you who sat there silently and listened or watched. Big thanks to our friends at East River 9. I will see some of you guys a little bit later at our listener appreciation party at St. Arnold's. We appreciate you so much for allowing us to live a dream. This job is so fun. I love it so much. Big thanks to AJ Russin for Sean back at Mission Control. I am merely Paul Gallant. You guys have yourselves a wonderful weekend. So long. Farewell. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Brian behind the glass. Branham and Blank out here engineering. It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Busy day. We'll be at St. Arnold a little bit later having the ESPN 97.5 listener party. But right now at East River 9, I had the what's that thing? The hot bird they call it here. It's fantastic. So good. I eat it every single time I come out here. I ate it today. I'm in a good mood, but this is your spot for a bite, your spot for a drink. The River House here is fantastic. Sports bar, basically, with phenomenal food. You know, the golf that they play here at East River 9, this is your spot if you're looking for something to do. Lots to get to today. We'll have Todd Callis on with us a little bit later. Brian making us play Who Said It. Of course, Texans and Rams coming up on Sunday. Beezy Money a little bit later. Hope everybody completed their tasks on Beezy Money. Bad Take Boulevard. We'll talk about last night's game as well. First game of the NFL season. But we begin with the Houston Astros, who fell in the rubber game to the New York Yankees 8-4. There's so many places you could start. We normally start with the starter. You could start with the fact that the Astros lost the series. You could start with the fact that Aaron Boone had Trammell's bat checked in a 5-run game in the 9th inning. You could go a bunch of places, Blinkers. Where do you want? You could start with Jordan hitting a bomb. Where would you like to begin?
I mean, for me, it's the fact that for the most part, the offense and the story of the last couple of weeks of this team is that you get guys in scoring position, and then you absolutely go sterile on any opportunity to score them. And I think they were like 1 for 11, 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position again last night. And as much as this pitching staff has kind of, with glue and MacGyver type stuff, kept it all together to keep you in ball games, the offense is just still on the struggle bus. Jordan is killing it, but everybody else seems to be just trying to scrape on by.
Yeah, it's there hasn't been a whole lot of punch behind him. And look, you mustered 10 hits yesterday. A few of them were late. Could never really deliver the big blow. I know that Jordan homered. He's on a tear.
Oh.
Like his numbers. Remember whenever he was hurt, he was hitting like 203. Like the OPS was like 600. His numbers after yesterday. This is season numbers. This isn't since his return. He's up to a 273 average when he was like at the 200s. He's up to an 1180 OPS when he was like in the 600s. He's on fire right now, and it's a shame that nobody else can get going with him, even though Sanchez did hit the pinch hit homer yesterday.
I think the other thing that we were talking about when he was hurt, too, was we didn't know what we didn't know. So we were questioning, like, how much of his struggle to start the season was directly associated to the hands. We didn't know.
Yeah.
And so there was some concern about, was he struggling for other reasons? What was the whole – there's no doubt now. I mean, you have every answer you need, that as long as his hands are right and he's not hurting, he's one of the best hitters in the game. And to come back as quickly as he's come back to, like, getting back to Jordan form has just been amazing.
If I were a pitcher in Major League Baseball and you asked me which hitter would I not want to face whenever they're at their absolute best, my answer would be Jordan. I think that Jordan has less holes in his game than any power hitter in baseball. Like, Judge has some swing and miss. Shohei Ohtani has some swing and miss. The big dumper, like, do we take him seriously? He's one of the best offensive players in baseball. And look, Jordan's never going to have the numbers. He's never going to put up the counting stats because he's always going to miss 20 games, 40 games, 50 games, 100 games. But at his very, very best, I think Jordan is the best hitter in baseball.
I think the main way that he proves it, too, is that when you talk about some of the other guys you mentioned, whether it be Judge or Ohtani, they are swinging hard. Like, when they swing hard, you can see them almost coming out of their shoes. Jordan is so smooth in the way that he weight shifts and the way he swings at a baseball that he stays so balanced. And that's why the average can be as high as it is while he still hits for power. That you're right. I mean, if you just take everything aside and say, who are the top 5 from a pitcher's perspective, most feared hitters in the game when right, he has to be right near the top of the list.
Yeah, he's a stud. I do like that Jesus Sanchez took advantage of the Crawford boxes. Like, was it a fluke? Is that something he can take advantage of? Because he does have power, and if he could go the other way, he doesn't have to hit the ball with all of his might to get it to the Crawford boxes. So that was cool to see. Christian Javier, meh. I mean, meh. His line score was meh. Could it be, like, promising that it was a step in the right direction for where he's at, pretty recent after coming off of the injured list for Tommy John? Perhaps. But you got a little over 20 games left of the year. You're in a pennant race. There's not a whole lot of time for like, oh, well, the runway, he needs one. It's kind of, we need you to pitch very well. And, we'll understand that Javier needs a runway, but not the line score you wanted to see from your starter last night.
No, especially coming off of 6 no-hit innings. You're thinking, okay, now we're really going in the right direction. He's ramped up. You don't have to worry about, like, where is he and how long it's going to take him to get to where you need him to be. Now it looks like you can pencil him in as maybe one of your top 3, if not top 4 pitchers. And then a performance last night comes along, and you're right back to square one of wondering, like, which Javier am I going to get at a time when you can sorely afford to get to a situation where you're flipping a coin on starters, especially now you lose Arrighetti as well.
Yeah, like that's the other caveat of that is like, oh, well, you lose Arrighetti, you really need Christian Javier to step up, and maybe he will, but he didn't give you a line score and a result that you would have liked yesterday. At the same time, the offense didn't do much for most of that game. Scored a couple of runs late. You got the home runs from Jordan and Sanchez, and that's pretty much it. Caleb Orr was awful. We all know that.
Yep.
2 things that happened in yesterday's game that controversial, questionable, Bush League potentially, depending on where you stand. Let's talk about the Aaron Boone in the 9th inning checking Taylor Trammell's bat. Trammell goes the other way, bangs a double off the Crawford boxes. This was his second at-bat in the game. Didn't start the game, but came off the bench for Dubon to face a righty. His first at-bat, he struck out. Nothing needed, goes back to the dugout. Then in the 9th inning, he hits a double off the Crawford boxes, and Aaron Boone pokes his head out of the dugout, says, hey, can you guys check that? They confiscate the bat. We found out today, multiple reports, Chandler Rome, Matt Kawahara, saying that it is, in fact, an illegal bat because the way the paint is, it's above like the 18-inch threshold, but it is not to get a competitive advantage at all because all it is that the paint is now gone from the bat. What did you make of that? Was it Bush League by Boone, et cetera, et cetera?
I thought it was completely ridiculous. I think that if you are in a very tight situation and or the guy's ripping the cover off the ball and you feel like this is something that you need to do at that heightened moment of a game, then go ahead and do that. You're going to win the game. You're up big. You're going to win the series. It's a guy that used to play for you, by the way, and then all of a sudden in the 9th inning you decide this is what I'm going to do, and that's why I think it's Bush. I just think that, and again, you're looking at it and saying, to your point, the rule the way it states is it's a two-toned bat, and so then they do get into the law of measurements of where the two-tone happens and things like that. But essentially he said it after the game. I'm not a dirty player. I don't cheat. I've been using this bat in Sugar Land in Houston, and because of usage, the black two-toned part from the label to the barrel, end of the barrel, had a wooden spot showing because the black finish had come off of it. That's all it is. So then why call attention to it and try and create something when all those things I said are already in place? You're going to win the series. You're up big in the game. What are we doing?
Yeah. I thought it was I thought it was Bush League. The timing of it to me is weird. And look, did Aaron Boone get Taylor Trammell on a technicality? Yes. Like, do you have to abide by the silly rule of the two-tone bat? Okay, sure. Like, there's uniform rules in the NFL where players get fined. You know the rules. Abide by them. You don't get fined. So I totally understand all of that. And nothing's going to happen to Trammell. They're just going to, hey, we're going to take this bat. Don't do it again. No problem, though, because you're not gaining a competitive edge. He gets you on the technicality. My thing with it is, why didn't you do it when he came to bat the first time? Like, why did you wait why did you wait for the double? Why did you wait for the 9th inning with a 5-run lead on getaway day with both teams traveling? So I thought that was the Bush League part of it, quite frankly, is that, like, okay, we'll do it the first at bat. Secondly, it's a 5-run game in the 9th. Who cares? Like, if you're going to use that strategically, maybe see them in the playoffs and use it strategically there as opposed to a 5-run game in the 9th. Like, maybe keep that card in your pocket or up your sleeve. So I thought the usage of it was weird. Maybe he was trying to get Bednar a timeout. And, like, he thought that, hey, this is my strategic advantage of getting the umpires to check this bat, is that I get Bednar, who allowed the first 2 runners on base, I allow him to get a timeout. I just think that if you have that strategy, you could have potentially used it better in the postseason than in a 5-run game in the 9th.
Well, and the thing is when some of the comments he made after the game was it's something that they had noticed in previous games. Like, this isn't the first they noticed it. Why did it take to right now to do that? It just makes zero sense to me. What was your end line? What were you hoping the end result to be? exactly what you got. The bat was confiscated. They later found out it can't be used again. Okay, winner, winner, chicken dinner. What did you gain by doing that? You make a good point, and maybe it was trying to buy – because, look, we will talk about the other one, I'm sure, and the technicality of it. But, like, this is kind of if this is what we're going to be known for as a Yankee team, and this is what we want to do, and we want to push the rules, and we want to do things, to try and get a competitive advantage one way or another. I don't understand what the competitive advantage is there.
Yeah, the only thing that you could, devil's advocate, is that he was trying to get Bednar time.
That's fair.
But if like that is my perspective as a manager, like if I'm like, okay, we're gonna use, because he didn't do it in the strikeout. So like he obviously was waiting to play that card. It's like Uno. Whenever you have a draw 4, right? You play it strategically. Mm-hmm. So he was waiting to play that card strategically. If that is my mindset with that, I'm waiting for a potential matchup in the playoffs versus a 5-run lead in the 9th.
Because essentially the series is over. They're leaving town.
Yes.
It's his last at bat. Again, what are you gaining? Unless you're buying time for your pitcher, you might as well just –
that's the only thing I could think of.
You might as well just bank that one in case you need it later. Not that bat might survive until a possible matchup in the playoffs with the Yankees.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't understand the timing of it, and I don't understand the end result to where he was trying to do something other than just tick the other team off.
Best case scenario, in my opinion, he was trying to get Bednar time.
And I'll say that's a fair response. I'll say that's absolutely something that I can consider.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's just Aaron Boone doing something that's Aaron Boone.
I think it's a bad use of the card, is my point. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says, nothing happened, so quit being crybabies. Everything that goes against the Astros in y'all's eyes is quote-unquote Bush League. Okay, cool story, bro. The next one, Aniel de los Santos. Bases loaded. Situation where he could get out of there and you're still within a run. He commits. What do they call it officially? Did they call it? They couldn't have called it a pitch clock violation, right? What was the official wording on the how they scored? He didn't. I know what happened, but
I thought it was because
did they still call it the pitch clock violation?
Wasn't it a 3-2 count? So they called it a pitch clock violation. Ball 4,
even though it wasn't a pitch clock violation. The pitch clock was at 11. The reason they called him for that is because he didn't allow the hitter to lock eyes with him prior to going to the stretch and actually just really making contact with the rubber. And he had been warned
once about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that they still called it a pitch clock violation as far as I was understanding
pitch timer violation, but it's not the one that we think of.
No, because when you look clearly at the video and the replay of it, the clock definitely was at 12.
Yeah.
And it was a strategic move by the hitter because – he was already, for all intent and purposes, he was in the box, dug in, ready to go. He just continually looked down so that he could try and pull the technicality, which essentially, and the minute that the umpire, he just threw all of his stuff off as fast as he could and scampered onto first base going, got him. I just, again, that's kind of the. That's kind of the.
It was Bush League?
I do.
See, that one's the one I can kind of understand. Like, just wait. Like, wait till he looks at you. Like, why? What's the rush there? Like, there's 11 seconds de Los Santos. You've already been warned for it. Like, why the rush there?
I don't think he was thinking about the ramification or the fact that the umpire would actually turn that into.
But he should.
You're right. You're absolutely right. He should. Right? And this goes back to even when I said when we're coaching, and I hate that coaches teach the technicality to try and take advantage of a rule to get a run. I clearly think that's exactly what the Yankees did there.
Yeah. See, I kind of look at this as like kneeling out the clock. Like, baseball is weird now because it is a timer sport. It is a clock sport. It hadn't been that way up until a couple of years ago in Major League Baseball, but it is that way. I put more of the blame on De Los Santos for not knowing the rule there, especially after you were already warned. Yeah. It happened twice in that at-bat. I can't get to the Bush League on that one. Know the rule. Know the rule. At least in my opinion. Boone was acting like he's La Russa. La Russa used to slow down the pace if the opposing team was gaining momentum. Texter Branham probably thinks that Jalen Carter's spit was unintentional. I see what you did there. We'll discuss that in a little bit. Saints Patrick, how about that this was the worst umpired series I may have ever seen?
I don't disagree. I had a long conversation with a buddy of mine that's a diehard Yankee fan this morning. And the first thing we could both agree on, they were awful both ways. This crew, it started out with just the umpire 2 nights ago, Walter, I think it is. But last night, the hometown H-Town guy, it was almost like I kind of made the analogy of when Phil Jackson used to go out after a playoff game and complain about the officials and how they got screwed because he knew the next game the calls would start going their way. And it felt like, and even the announcers alluded to it at a point or two, for whatever people thought that the calls were going the Astros' way the night before, it seemed like the reverse was in effect last night. That call at third base was ridiculous.
So bad.
And the fact that it's not reviewable, it's that you feel so guilty that even if you do come back and possibly take the lead or win the game, you're like,
they reviewed it, didn't they?
no, that's not allowed. You can't
How is
review
that
it.
not a reviewable play?
It's not reviewable with replay. You are allowed to consult with the other umpires.
Why isn't it reviewable?
They gathered. I don't know, but that's something that they have to change because every single replay showed it was a catch.
Yeah.
It was when he was on the transfer, and that was embarrassing.
I don't know why play's not reviewable. That's so silly. Like that, just go to the replay. See if it's like in the Astros.
Well, Booney actually went
take advantage
to get to his replay, guys, and they're like, you can't review it.
That's so weird that you can't review that. Tyler and Conroe, Aaron Boone is the worst. Typical Astro fans blame umpires.
Go back to the night before when Yankee fans couldn't get enough of blaming the umpires.
Texter, cool story. You guys are always right. Appreciate what y'all do. I wish I was as smart as you guys, says 8649. All right, 713-780 ESPN.
Right.
Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 out in Edo. Beautiful backdrop of downtown Houston. Great golf and a great day to play it. Cold beverages, fantastic food. This is your place to be at all times. We have plenty to get to. Todd Callis later. Beezy Money, the return. We're going to make you some money. Bad Take Boulevard. NFL predictions. You love it when we give you that because like this texture just told us, you guys are always right. How about the football game last night, though? Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles. What did we make of the Jalen Carter incident before he played a single snap? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We'll get to Thursday Night Football in a moment. Chandler Rome reporting that Colton Gordon will start tonight for the Astros. The Astros hadn't announced a starter. Ari Alexander tweeted earlier this morning that Colton Gordon was coming up, so you figured he was going to start.
That guy.
Yeah, I forgot that he existed, honestly. He'll start either – I thought whenever that came out that he was going to start either tonight or tomorrow. It is official that he will start tonight. Hunter Brown will go tomorrow, and Luis Garcia will start on Sunday. Second piece of news, Zach DeZinzo has been pulled off of his minor league rehab assignment with an elbow sprain, which is just par for the course. That said, where was DeZinzo really going to have a spot on this team the rest of the year?
Unless you believe he's better than Melton.
Even then, Melton's your defensive replacement pinch runner. Melton's probably going to be sent down today if they add Myers.
DeCenzo better bat, but, yeah, like you said, defensively, where do you play him as opposed to Melton, great speed and defensively good, non-existent as a hitter.
Yeah, I mean, maybe best case scenario, DeZinzo is like, position player number 13. Like, not a huge role, minor role, so it looks like his season is done. And then Caleb Ort placed on the IL with right elbow inflammation, which clears the spot for Colton Gordon, and just another Astro pitcher that comes down with right elbow inflammation.
Yeah, this is the one where during the course of a regular season, when he just threw again last night and he's been used a ton, that maybe you could go, okay, they're just going to buy some time for him to rest a little bit. But just those three words and the way they have haunted Astros fans all season long, it's just like, okay, you just kind of expect it at this point. But there's another guy that up until last night was really effective in doing whatever you needed him to do to be a big piece of your bullpen, and now flip another coin to try and figure out and shake the magic 8 ball. What's next for how you fill the void between Abreu and the guys behind him?
Yeah, when he was pitching yesterday, I noticed him kind of moving the arm, but I was like, maybe that's just one of his mannerisms. I hadn't remembered seeing him doing it, but pitchers do that. Ryan Presley did that forever, where you do the arm thing and he was perfectly fine.
Yep.
But it looked to me like he was a little uncomfortable on the mound yesterday. But I didn't want to talk about that because it comes across as crying about spilt milk. Like, he's giving up all these runs. You're claiming he has an injury. But he did look like he was bothered by something yesterday. So I'm not really surprised that he landed on the IL today. But who cares about that? Big picture, yeah, the Astros bullpen is it's beat up. It's not in good shape. They are throwing darts at the board to get outs right now. And it's why I don't feel nearly as good about the potential of this Astro team like I did a month ago. Like, the bullets in the arms just aren't there.
Yeah, I've been having that feeling for the last several days. And, I've always referred to when is the last the domino that's going to fall, that's going to make it all kind of crumble because you've been able to persevere through so much. But watching that game last night, my feeling was this is a team, and I mentioned this the other day on the air, this is a team that should be commended for everything that they had gotten through to still be in first place at this point in the season and to have done everything that they did this year. But this is a team to me that I have zero confidence in to be a World Series type team right now and or an American League Championship Series team right now, because of the fact that they've endured so much. Because you've rolled through so many different players. You keep saying next man up until there's more men standing on the sideline than there are guys to choose from, and yet here we are.
Yeah, maybe they'll surprise us. In the playoffs, you don't need as many of the arms as you do during the regular season, obviously. You get fewer days off in the regular season than you do the postseason. So maybe in the playoffs, they'll shock us. Maybe you get some good news with Hader. But my feeling right now is it's not a tremendous one.
No, it's not like it's not for a lack of talent, but even from the standpoint of everything we're talking about with the injuries, and then when you start piling on and say, and aside from that, you've got a lot of the guys you wanted back in your lineup back from an offensive perspective, yet you're struggling to find ways to score runs. And so everybody always says don't peak too soon. But at the same time, don't peak now, but this is a team that is crumbling before our eyes because so many things that you thought were going to be a positive coming down the stretch run are exactly the opposite right now, and they're negatively affecting you and having an adverse effect on any. If you're an Astros fan right now, it's hard to believe that you can feel the confidence that this is going to be one of the best teams in the American League in the playoffs.
Yeah, not great news there. Big series, though. Big series in Arlington because, yes, you still have the lead. Rangers and Mariners didn't play yesterday, so you lose a half game in the standings to both of them. The lead on the Mariners currently as you interplay today, heading to Arlington to take on the Rangers, is 3.5 on the Mariners and 5 on the Rangers. So, don't get swept. Famous last words. But, I would take 1 of 3 right now. I would take 1 of 3.
I hate the thought of that because of the fact that when you look at who's not playing for the Rangers, you should have a pretty distinct advantage. But based on the way they're playing, you have to look at it from that perspective to try and, again, just do by any means necessary whatever it takes to stay in the lead in the division because they have 7 series left. 5 of them are on the road. And you've got to try and just find a way to try and get through these series, especially and they played well on the road previously. But again, that was a different team. This is now, and this is where the rubber really has to hit the road.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Astro injuries, hijacking a segment. They did that all year long. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. I want to apologize firsthand. Won't be able to make the listener party today. I've got 3 kids. It's kind of hard. But to kind of tailor off the Astros bullpen conversation, all these guys that I mentioned throughout the year, this bullpen's completely battered and bruised. Is there a name that sticks out that you're like, man, we should have got that guy if it was, Ryan Brazier, who was great for the Dodgers last year, or, even like in a Aroldis Chapman, who was a free agent at one point. You got a bunch of really good players. Walker Buehler just signed with the Phillies. You got some arms out there. Is there a guy that you wish you would have had given a shot?
Billy Wagner.
I'm surprised he didn't actually just go to the card that he likes to play, Dylan Cease. It's easy, in retrospect to look back now and say they would have, could have, should have. But I think we all felt pretty good, even at the deadline when they did everything they did to bolster the offense by thinking, hey, we're getting 3 guys coming back from our pitching staff. We didn't see any of these other injuries coming, and the thought was we've already seen so many guys injured for the Astros, it's hard to believe that they could have to endure any more, and yet here we are.
Sorry to hear you can't make it, Keith. I was looking forward to talking about pitchers that were in the highlight of their career in 2012. I'm going to miss that conversation. I thought I was ready to have it, too. I was looking up 2012 baseball stats so we could chat today, Keith.
I thought he was going to say that Robert Newhouse was going to be activated by the Cowboys next week.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9. Coming up next, let's get to the Thursday night football game last night. The first game of the 2025 season. Who was the better quarterback on the field yesterday? What do we make of Spitgate from Jalen Carter? And was there indeed a second spitter? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is back. We got underway professionally yesterday. More action today. And Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. Playing on Underdog is easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. And also new to Underdog, you can pick teams. That's right. You can pick whether or not your team will win or lose. Love that. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Easy to do, fun to do, and only $1. Today, Chiefs-Chargers. What are we thinking? Mahomes higher or lower than a touchdown and a half? Travis Kelce higher or lower than 49.5 receiving yards? Lad McConkey higher or lower than 71.5 receiving yards? So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win, plus a little profit boost on this one. So get in on the action now. Also with Underdogs, you still have the originals. You have drafts, you have ladders, and you have streaks. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Oh, yeah. East River 9, spot to be. Good food, good drinks, good times. Cowboys played the Eagles yesterday in professional football, if you didn't notice. Jalen Carter spat on Dak Prescott before he played a single snap, was ejected from the game. We see a camera angle later that maybe Dak spat on Jalen Carter. What do you make of Spitgate, Blankers?
I mean, I think from the standpoint of watching, because we didn't know at first what the hell had happened, when you watch it, it's so blatantly clear that you have no choice but to take immediate action. I was kind of surprised the officials had the, until I saw where they were and everything, to see, oh, you saw that? Because the game hadn't even really started yet. But at the same time, you're one of the best defensive tackles in all of football. On a defense that desperately needs you to do everything that they want and need to do. And to have that immaturity and not have the wherewithal to do something that blatantly stupid is I think beyond me, but it's not surprising whether you put weight in it at the time or not, but everything that came out when he was coming out in the draft and why he slipped in the first place.
Yeah, it would be the first time that Jalen Carter did a questionable thing.
Right.
Do you think Dak spit on him, and that's what led to Jalen spitting on him?
I don't. I mean, you look at it, Dak looked like he spit downward and between guys, and I don't think Carter was that close at that time, because I believe even Dak said that Carter said to him, "Are you trying to spit on me?" And he said, "That's where I got defensive and said whatever I did to come back at him, because I would never spit on anybody." And then you can't mistake what Carter did, because it fires right out of his mouth, right to the center of Dak's chest area, where you're going, "What are you doing, man?" That's just, I just think it's selfish, and to not have that kind of self-control is exactly what a lot of people were worried about when he came out.
I think Dak's intent was to spit in his direction and make him mad.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, he's looking right at him and spits towards his feet. Like, he just had to spit in that moment. Like, that wasn't a disrespectful thing to do. I think it 100% was. Now, I'm not defending Jalen Carter's actions. If somebody does that, you can't spit on them and then cost your team that your services are not available the rest of the night. But I do think that's what set him off.
See, the problem is the camera angle I saw, there's not enough depth perception to figure out the distance between the two guys, and there were two other linemen nearby. But then on the other video, you can clearly see how their face mask to face mask when he fires the loogie right into the center of Dak's jersey. And I just think it's a very careless act by a guy that's extremely important to his team. And I'm sure he's apologetic after the game, and I'm sure he said he's never going to do it again. But how can you trust this guy with his track record?
Yeah, no, I mean, he absolutely deserved to be ejected. I'm not at all defending Jalen Carter's actions. I'm just wondering if the Dak spit in his direction. You're right, the depth perception could have been screwed up there, and maybe he was nowhere near him. But I mean, Jalen was talking to one of the offensive linemen. Dak is looking right at Jalen Carter, and he spits in his direction. Texter, Dak is and baited him. Come on, bro. Yeah, that's definitely a theory out there. Dak definitely spit on the ground toward him on purpose. Yeah, I mean, I think that he did. It's kind of like the Fromber thing. There's only one man who truly knows when it comes to that. But talking specifically about the game, I saw this discourse going on the internet. Which quarterback do you think played at a higher level? Obviously, Eagles won the game, but which quarterback do you think played at a higher level?
For me, it's hard, and I was in and out of the game watching the Astros game, but for me, it's hard not to think that Dak played better than Jalen, just simply because of the fact that I thought Dallas was in a position to win the game for the majority of the game. I did not expect them. I know the spread was like 8.5. I didn't expect them to be that close, but I thought they were playing football to the same level as the Eagles, and I felt like they deserved to win the game for about 3 quarters. I really felt like they were the better football team for 3 quarters, and then in crunch time in the fourth quarter when you got to turn it up a notch, I felt like Philadelphia rose to the occasion, whereas Dallas as a team fell short, specifically CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I think a lot of times we relate quarterback play to like the beauty of how a guy's throwing the football, and that's obviously very important. Dak is a better thrower of the football than Jalen Hurts. Like, I don't think that that's really up for debate. But I think that Jalen Hurts does a lot of the other stuff better than Dak. Jalen's obviously a better runner. Jalen's going to 3rd and 7 by scrambling or just flat out running whenever it's available. I think Jalen is better in crunch time than Dak. Not that Dak was bad at it yesterday, just generally speaking over the course of their entire careers. Jalen's always cool, calm, and collected. I thought yesterday was pretty even. I like Dak, though. I think Dak's a bit underrated. I obviously like Jalen Hurts a lot. I thought that the quarterback play was both very, very good. I gave Jalen the slight edge, even though he didn't look as good as a thrower. I was impressed with Dallas, though. Like I thought for a first game, especially that came in defeat, I was pretty pleased with what I saw from Brian Schottenheimer.
I was going to say, and a running game that we thought was going to be non-existent was actually there. Now the faux pas on the fumble and not being able to outrun defenders, you can talk about those things. But just to finish the Dak and Jalen conversation, I don't think Dak should be punished for balls that CeeDee Lamb dropped. I thought he put them right in the basket where they had to be, and he made a lot of those throws all night long to where I agree with you. I don't think aesthetically Jalen gives a damn how it looks. It's just how do we get the job done. Whereas I think Dak is a guy that wants to be a connoisseur passing the football. But overall, I thought Dak made really good throws all night long. And that if CD comes up with some of those footballs, I think it might be a different story in the scoreboard at the end of the night.
He had the dropsies.
Yep.
He had the dropsies all night long. Cost me a few bucks, too, did CeeDee Lamb. I don't really I give him a little bit of leeway on that final one, obviously. Like, that final one, if he makes that catch.
Diving one?
The Willie Mays diving grab. Like, that would have been an unbelievable catch.
Yep.
Like, I don't expect him to make that catch. Capable, catchable, but I didn't think it was a ball he should have caught. Definitely catchable, not an easy catch at all. The other ones, though, like the deep post where he dropped it right on the right hash, like, you got to catch that ball, man. Like, you're CeeDee Lamb. You're one of the top 3 receivers in the game, and he drops it in the bucket and you drop it. It doesn't guarantee they would have won the game, and I do like the fact that they covered, and I do like the fact that that's 1-0 on the unders this week, by the way. But CeeDee Lamb had the dropsies. That was a bad look for CD. But he was not – I mean, he still finished with a decent line, obviously. Did you notice a receiver who did not have a decent line in that game yesterday?
Would be John Mechie.
John Mechie did. I don't think he played an offensive snap
because we had that question.
That's not where I was going with that, but yes, it's also true.
Pickens?
No.
Oh,
you hardly noticed this guy. I'm not.
Your boy Brown,
A.J. Brown.
Well, he's coming off an injury, Jeremy. He's hurt.
Did you see this? The separation win rate. I didn't learn about this until today, but they keep track of these things. Separation win rate, where you need a certain amount of separation on each route to consider it a win. Last night, CeeDee Lamb had like almost a 26% separation win rate. George Pickens 18. Devontae Smith at 9.5. You want to guess A.J. Brown's win rate?
I got to believe it's not good.
It's 0.
Oh, boy.
He didn't win a single rep. Oh, he's hurt. Okay, fine. I hear you on that. I'm certainly not going to dunk one game as I dunk one game. Let's take a little look at A.J. Brown's last 6 games, will you? His hamstring's no good. Okay, fine. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look. 1 catch, 8 yards. 3 catches, 43 yards. 6 catches, 96 yards. 1 catch, 10 yards. 3 catches, 36 yards. Last 6 games for A.J. Brown. Well, you guys are top 7 quarterback, top 7 receiver. I don't know, man. Look at his last half a dozen games. He's certainly not he's not a top 7 receiver if you're looking at the last half a dozen games. Not even close.
Look, Jeremy, to play devil's advocate here, I don't think that we're making decisions on top 7 receivers in the NFL after week 1.
I gave you the last 6 games he's played in.
But this is a new season. Everything's on the table. Can't evaluate him until the whole season's over. He gets healthy. He's been hurt. He's been dinged up. Got to take a little time to get back into game speed. He's going to be fine. At the end of the year, we'll have another conversation.
If Dallas had set the edge last night, Dallas wins easily. I had Philly by 10. I wonder if that was a Micah Parsons reference.
Why the hell is his mom, by the way, in cowboy gear at the game?
What?
Micah Parsons' mom.
Yeah, that's weird.
And they're from Pennsylvania. I understand if they're wearing Eagles gear because they're Eagles fans because they're from Pennsylvania. But like Garoppolo was out there reporting for NFL Network saying she's not only here, she's wearing Cowboys gear.
That's weird.
That is very weird.
Israel says A.J. was being doubled. Why do you think them lanes was open? A.J. Brown was not being double-teamed, brother. He was hurt, so they didn't have to throw him the ball. And those lanes are open because they have maybe the best offensive line in the entire NFL.
The Dak thing one more time, though. That pass that Dak made almost to the pylon where Pickens actually still could have caught it with one hand. How do they not call interference there?
Yeah, I thought it could have been.
Oh my God, he grabbed him by the collar, not just the jersey. He had him inside the shoulder pads, and he still had a chance to catch the football. That was a well-thrown football. I thought that was a big play.
I thought Ferguson let him down too on that ambulance ball. Like he was about to take a
Talking
massive
about down
hit.
boy.
They actually called the penalty on it.
Yeah,
they called the penalty on it, but I thought that was a catchable ball. Like that was right on the money. No, it was the post in the end zone where they called the personal foul.
Yeah, because that was if I'm receivers looking at Dak, I'm like, you're kind of putting your guy in a position to get absolutely rocked.
I mean, it was a great throw, but yeah, position to get rocked. Someone who has a history of dropping balls, really top 3 in the league. I'll have what you're having. I mean, give me 3 receivers that you would take over CD. I mean, they're going to probably say. I mean, they're going to say Chase Jefferson. Who's next? Some people that are listening to us would say Nico.
I don't know if he's there yet.
I think CD's better. I mean, Nico's very, very good. He's in the conversation, but
am I missing somebody?
I mean, those are your top 3. I mean, you got Puka into the mix, Amon Ra, if you like possession.
Devontae's
What do you think about the young guys with Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors?
Wilson? No.
I mean, who would be your third receiver, Brian, if you're not, if you're paying attention to the show as you should be? Who would be your third receiver?
CD Lamb.
Yeah, it's CD.
Yeah.
CD.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clearly Chase Jefferson.
I don't think
your
it's Tyreek
preference
Hill
in
anymore
CD.
either.
Texter says I'm taking Nico over CD. Somebody said Neighbors. I think Neighbors is soft, man. We'll see. Hot and early take, Brian Thomas Jr. Brian Thomas Jr. is a stud, but I think
really
it's
good.
still a little early to be top 3, but he's a stud. Like, you know that I love Brian Thomas Jr.
I think it's apples and oranges to some degree with Nico and with CD because CD's got better speed, I think. But in terms of size and being able to high point, maybe even hands after last night, I'd go Nico.
Nico over CD?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying from a speed perspective, CD, and in terms of getting open that way. But I think that in terms of body control, size, high pointing of football, and hands, I'd go Nico.
All right, fair enough. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live at East River 9. Let's predict what's going to happen in the NFL season. We do it next. Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Texters are saying Evans over CD, even though he's older. Hurt or not, dude is consistently giving them 1,000 yards year after year. Heck of a lot more reliable. I think we're getting a little prisoner of the moment on CD Lamb because he had the dropsies yesterday.
I don't see Mike Evans with the same kind of burst and abilities that he had. And not to take anything away from Mike Evans, he's had a hell of a career.
Stud.
But at a certain point, you're going to fall off, and it's going to be gradual until it's a cliff in some cases. I don't believe Mike Evans is anywhere close to when he used to be. Not only in the conversation, it would be a no-brainer to say that he was better than CD Lamb at a certain point.
Yeah, and I mean, Evans has had 1,000 yards in every year in his career, which is a better streak than the Tomlin streak, and it's obviously really, really good. CD Lamb has also been over 1,000 yards each of the last 4 years, and he had 935 as a rookie. So, like, his streak is not anything to scoff at as well. I would have CD over Evans, not dismissing Evans like you said. Where is Joel coming up with Lamb being faster than Nico? Nico is faster 40 time. He's also bigger and has better hands. No contest.
It's one thing to say a 40 time as opposed to the way he runs his routes and the quickness in which he makes his breaks in his routes. We can compare it however you want. If you want to tell me I'm an idiot, go ahead. It wouldn't be the first time. That's just what I see.
I think CD has more twitch, to your point. I think maybe like when Nico's like getting – like if you just go 40-yard dash, okay, Nico, sure, and you'd be right because you can look up there 40 times. But if you're just going there quick twitch, I think CD's got a quicker twitch. And I'm not taking away by Nico. Like we're obviously like – We're talking
it's a good
about
conversation to be in.
We're talking about the bunion on Miss America's toe here,
right?
Like, to borrow a quote from Kelvin Sampson. Branham calling Malik Neighbors soft as a spinach artichoke dip sports steak. Not my finer moment. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if Malik Neighbors is soft or not. Like we'll see. We'll see how history plays out when it comes to that. It's just a thought I have.
Does he finally have a real quarterback?
He's missing practice today because his back.
Russ is?
Neighbors.
Oh, Neighbors is.
We'll see.
I'm saying, but his argument in the past was look at what he put together when he didn't have a real quarterback. Well, let's see what he's got this year.
I think Nico finishes with the most targets, top 3 receptions, top 2 yards this year. I'm not even a Texans fan. Well, that would cement it. That would cement this argument. Nico and CD disappear in big moments against elite corners. That dude in Detroit. He must be Jameson Williams or Amon Ra. I'm just kidding. He's talking about Amon Ra. I like Amon Ra. Corey, CD's absolutely a worst number 3 in the league, but those 2 drops were huge. Dak couldn't have put it in a better spot. Agreed. Well said. All right, division winners in the NFL. Let's go with the NFC. Who are your division winners in the NFC, Blankers?
In the NFC, I'm going to take the Philadelphia Eagles in the East.
Same. Let's go division by division. All right, East, you got Philly. I got Philly. Brian?
Eagles.
All right, it's a sweep.
North, I have the Lions.
Same. Lions here as well. All right.
South.
Are we betting on this?
We can. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Do I do a drink or a lunch? Last place pays first place. A drink or a lunch?
We have trouble getting those lunches together. Why don't we
do a
drink?
Yeah, just do drinks.
Let's do drink.
That's easiest. Yep.
All right, drinks.
Okay. NFC South, I have the Buccaneers.
Same. This is going to make this bet very difficult.
It is. I think it changes here.
We might all finish
NFC
in first.
West.
All right, what do you got, NFC West?
I have the 49ers.
Same.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll go different there. I think it's the Rams.
Okay, we got our first disagreement. Although there's Christian McCaffrey.
Is anybody writing this down?
Right about this. No, we have the audio recording. I'm sure we'll have no problem finding this later.
And like we ever go come after everybody to pay up. Well, sometimes.
All right. So let's go NFC champion or AFC divisions?
Let's just go the AFCs first.
All right, what do you got?
I got the Ravens in the North.
Same.
Brian. I have the Texans in the South.
Same.
I have the Chiefs in the West.
Same.
Okay.
Who's your East? AFC East.
Oh, AFC Buffalo.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
All right.
So we only had one discrepancy in all those divisions.
Right, so hopefully we'll find something different here. NFC champion.
NFC champion to me is still the Philadelphia Eagles.
I have that as well, but in order to be different, to shake up the bet, I'll go the Detroit Lions, losing both coordinators. That way Dan Campbell can win the Coach of the Year because I have a little bit of a future on that.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going
Brian?
Lions as well.
Oh, I changed it to be different.
So I'm the different one.
Well, I changed it. I was going to be on Philly and change it to Detroit. All right, anyways, AFC.
AFC, I have the Baltimore Ravens. I know you ain't going that way.
Yeah. We could both.
Give me
There's two
Kansas
teams
City.
we could pick and be different than Jeremy there.
It's exactly right, which is why I thought, well, I might as well be different. But I didn't think I was going to be different on the last one.
I'm going to go with chalk in the greatest dynasty currently going. Give me the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs Kingdom.
I'm actually with Blankers on this one. Give me the Ravens.
Good. All right, now who do you have winning?
I got the Ravens over the Eagles.
I got the Chiefs over the Lions.
Well, to be different, I'll go Lions over the Ravens.
All right, there we go.
So it can come down to the Super Bowl.
Come down to the Super Bowl. Maybe we should just make that the bet, since all our division champs are about the same.
We only each had one difference, right? Yeah.
So we have one. We all pick different Super Bowl champions.
Yes.
Yeah, we should go to Super Bowl champ. Well, I guess. Yeah. Super Bowl champion. Whoever wins the Super Bowl champion.
There we go.
Tiebreaker.
The other two people buys them a drink.
Okay.
On back-to-back days.
We're not going to worry about the divisions that we had to scratch.
I mean, there was only one difference.
Yeah, it was just me picking the Rams instead of the Niners. That was it.
I thought there was two.
No.
Okay.
No, it was just just the NFC
Killer
West.
Bees just went. We just went so chalk.
Yeah, well,
it was pretty
so chalk.
grossly.
I mean, not
chalk.
according to what everybody else thinks. Everybody's picking Denver to win the West, and Washington to win the East, and Green Bay to win the North. I mean, I just don't see.
How many people really picking Denver to win the West, though?
I feel like you're seeing a couple people say that, and using that as the majority.
Maybe it is because it's clickbait these days on TV. But when you flip channels, you see a lot of guys that are enamored with the Broncos and the Commanders, for sure.
Yeah, they're like the sexy team. They're the hot team going right now in the
hot right now.
National Football League. Texters, I'm taking A.J. Brown over CD despite last night's game.
God.
Did you not hear whenever I gave you A.J. Brown's last 6 games? I mean, A.J. Brown the last 6 games is basically Robert Woods.
Oh, come on. Now, that's disrespectful.
Well, what do you think I was trying to do?
At
I was trying to be respectful.
that wasn't to the
A little out of order yourself.
His last 6 games have been trash.
I'm
They've
an
been
A.J.
awful.
Brown truther, but I would
was
still
reading
take
books last year.
CD Lamb over him.
Yeah, I'm taking C. I mean, obviously, I'm being mean to A.J. Brown because he's been terrible in the last 6
You just
games.
don't like people who read books on the sideline.
Yeah, he was studying last year. He's better now.
I'm an elitist. I don't like readers. Puka is really good. Puka is really good. MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. You're doing too much now, Texter. I don't know if y'all heard, but it's the Cowboys' year. You cowards, what happens when the Texans brings it home? We celebrate. We celebrate, and
sure
be like,
we
I'm
would.
glad I was wrong.
It's a different thing to say who we're rooting for as opposed to who we're picking.
It's always fun to win.
The Falcons win the South. Texter says Rashee Rice is a guy that everybody sleeps about. I love Rashee Rice. He's nowhere near my top 5 wide receivers in the NFL, though. I think he's
missed the first 6 games of the year.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you're not the best, though.
No, but I still don't put him in that upper echelon.
No, I think he's really, really good. I can't put him in that upper tier yet. Calvin Ridley's the best route runner in the NFL for real ball knowers. Yeah, that's a good point. He also had the over in last night's game, though. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Top quarterbacks in the NFL. I think we saw 2 really good ones on display yesterday. Where is Stroud out? According to this new one from The Ringer. Also, Stroud continues to throw more shade at Bobby Slowick. Binary Bobby continues to catch it. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Happy to be out here. Looking forward to the listener party tonight. You're looking for a spot to have a bite, watch all your football, have a drink, play some golf. There is no better spot than East River 9. You're also going to get a beautiful backdrop of the city. It is gorgeous. It is outstanding. We'll get to the Stroud ringer, throwing shade at Bobby Slowick again, Binary Bobby. But first, let's go out to the HRNP listener line at Cross in the Hive. What's up, Cross?
Hey, how y'all doing? I just wanted to say that DJ Moore, I feel like is in the conversation of one of the top receivers in the league, and I think he can compete with CeeDee Lamb. And I also wanted to say that Ben Johnson and the Bears, it's a new regime. Those guys are buying in. They're drinking the Kool-Aid. I think the Bears win the North. Okay, thanks.
All right. Got a Bears fan. The Bears.
Chase also said that in a race between Secretariat and Dicka wins by at least 15 lengths. Book it.
I spent $44 on DJ Moore at an auction, so I like DJ Moore. I'm not putting him in the conversation as CeeDee Lamb, though.
No, I'm not either. I mean, DJ Moore is a really good receiver. And for a lot of different factors, since he's been in Chicago, it's been a little trying at times. But it's not a knock on him. I think he's very talented. I just don't put him in the top 3 or 4 in this league.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the discussion we have about Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is on a tier all by himself, and then you start rating everybody else. I think from a receiver perspective, it's not just one guy at the very top, but I think it's a very small list, and I think it starts with the guys that we mentioned. Chase and Jefferson are at the very, very top, and in that conversation, whether right there with them or maybe a half step below, you've got CeeDee Lamb, you've got guys like Nico Collins, you've got other guys. I don't see where DJ Moore gets into that top 3 or 4.
Yeah, he's very, very good. He's not in that class, in my opinion. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Top quarterbacks in the NFL from the Ringer. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, C.J. Stroud was talking. C.J. Stroud went on the media tour the other day. People didn't love that C.J. Stroud went on the media tour, but this is actually from his press conference. He was asked about the offense, blah, 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 you more responsibility. And again, C.J. Stroud throwing shade at Bobby Slowick.
It's a lot of different ways. I feel like a lot of times in the NFL, from what I've learned, is like a lot of coaches or teams try to make the player fit the scheme instead of the scheme fitting the player. I think it's sometimes a good thing because you get to challenge yourself to try new things, but also I think, you should come in and try to have the scheme fit the players in a way.
There you go.
I think you're right, he's definitely throwing shade at Bobby. And this is, to his point, when Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator in Baltimore, you don't try and put in a mass passing attack right away with Lamar Jackson. You take advantage of his number one skill set, which they did, and they won because of it. And I think that you're right. He's definitely throwing shade at a guy that we can now, in retrospect, look back and see a lot of the things that maybe we didn't want to or didn't see completely in all the shortcomings of Bobby Slowick.
Yeah. No, it's a little bit of shade, And it's I understand it. It is also kind of funny, though, ironic, ha-ha funny, that the biggest reason for optimism for the Houston Texans offense in 2025 is that Binary Bobby's an idiot. That's the biggest reason for optimism. It's okay, well, offensive line was bad last year. Well, that was Binary Bobby's fault. C.J. Stroud wasn't as good in year 2 as he was. Well, it's Binary Bobby's fault. All of the reasons for optimism that people want to sell you on the Texans being good, I still kind of believe it. It's just funny to me that the optimism is all on the fact that Binary Bobby was incompetent at his job.
I think that it is like the 6 degrees of separation from Bobby Slowick, right? I think that they changed and overhauled a majority of the personnel on the offensive line because the offensive line was a problem. But in the 6 degrees of separation, it was also because of the scheme that was being used by the offensive coordinator that wasn't paying enough attention to the offensive line.
Sure.
Same thing with CJ and how many sacks and everything else. But I am encouraged by the fact that whether I believe that, and again, it's tough to say, did they make all the right moves or not, and we don't know. But they at least were able to identify and try to find a way to do it differently on the offensive line. But I believe in this coaching staff. And I believe that as much as I had reservations early on, is Popovich coming under the same tree going to be a guy that's going to have have an effect with a different philosophy, having already been in the system? Evidently, he does, but we don't know until we see it in regular season games. But I believe in the fact that Caley's system is better. I believe the attention to detail will be more.
Yeah.
And I believe that the scheme is going to be more beneficial for this offense, not to mention how it's going to help CJ.
I do too. It's just a lot of it is Binary Bobby was so bad that the Texans are going to take off that he's not around.
But you've seen it before. I mean, it's the ultimate easiest scapegoat you can
For
make.
sure.
Whoever's not here anymore, let's blame them.
Well, it gets to the result that they want.
Right.
You know, like a lot of times that's what fans want to hear. Like the fans a lot of times, okay, well, this is the result I want. Let me reverse engineer the rationale and the reason to get to the result that I want. Keith from L.A., where was all this energy after the first season? Binary Bobby had a good first season.
He did.
He had trouble making adjustments, and whenever the Vikings caught up to him, he was done for. He was toast.
The blueprint kind of got out after what Minnesota was able to do to them and the way that they just kind of dismantled them. But then you could see it more and more because with every passing week, we were questioning, did he make any adjustments at all? I mean, did he make them at halftime? When, if any time, did he do anything differently in game? And then it just kind of a steamroll after that.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. So the Ringer has their top quarterbacks out. Actually, I love the way that they did it because they give you like their ratings on certain attributes on like why these quarterbacks are there. They're just not just like, okay, here you go. Well, number one, Lamar Jackson. They give you like a bunch of reasons as to why. So their top quarterback was Lamar Jackson. Creativity, decision-making, pocket presence, timing, accuracy, arm talent. Anything you heard there that's like,
Yeah, a lot. I just think that I thought you were describing Patrick Mahomes.
Lamar Jackson. Those are his traits.
I don't see timing and the accuracy, and I can see the creativity from extending plays and then actually making plays with his legs. I don't know that I'm going to put him in the same category from a passing perspective as Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I don't know if they're not saying Mahomes. I mean, they're saying this is what he's really good at. I think that his decision making is good. He's obviously very creative. I give him more credit for the timing than you do. Accuracy's kind of been a little hot and cold. The arm talent, I think his arm talent's good enough. I don't think he has a cannon, but certainly good enough. It says a one-man starter pack for an elite offense, option threat. Not that they're running option, but an option to run, and then trick shot artist. I have no problem there. Their second quarterback was Mahomes. They say a shape-shifting quarterback who can adapt to any situation. Trick shot artist, deceptive eyes, knows ball.
I think I'd throw in there elusive because he doesn't look or seem to be fast, and you don't really want him running. When he does, he's elusive and seems to always get where he needs to go. That's why, to me, when you said who was number one and his attributes with Lamar, I just think that I would flip-flop him, and I would put Mahomes above him.
I would have Mahomes ahead of Lamar, too. Third, they have Josh Allen. They say he's the NFL's most unstoppable playmaking force. He says that he has that dog in him and another option threat because he can run.
I would say that it's hard for me to be completely on board with that when I think you can say the same things about Josh Allen you said about Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
So I think those two guys are on the same level, and I wouldn't put Allen all by himself.
I think he has that dog in him until it's the playoffs, and then all of a sudden that dog turns into a little.
But don't you also think that
kitty.
about Lamar?
I don't think it's Lamar like with the dog. But, yes, I think both quarterbacks will not ever win a Super Bowl, which is a wild, outrageous take, I know, and we'll see if I'm on the right side of history on that or not.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, they have Justin Herbert. Nose ball, risk adverse. 0 holes in the game, but 0 playoff wins. I can't go to 4 on Herbert.
I can't either. And 0 holes in his game, whether you want to say that he didn't step up when the lights were the brightest in the playoffs or not. But all those picks in playoff games and the way that he's kind of crumbled in those big moments, I can't put him that high, and for those very reasons.
How many interceptions did he throw in the playoff game against Texas?
4?
Was it 2? Was it that high?
He had 3 in the first half,
it was 4.
I thought.
4.
Yeah.
You know how many interceptions he threw in the regular season?
6.
3.
Ugh.
He threw 3 interceptions in the regular season last year and then threw 4 in the playoffs. He's one of the
he's not worthy of 4.
Until he shows me some playoff success, he's not top 7 ever for me.
No.
They have Burrow at 5. NFL's premier
There's your
marksman,
4.
sharpest mind, knows ball. Having Herbert ahead of Burrow to me is a crime.
It is a travesty. Yeah, I mean, and skins on the wall, just total results and ability, and aside from when Burrow was injured, I don't understand. And he's gotten to a Super Bowl already. I can't see how in any reality of this world that you put Herbert above Burrow.
No, that one's insane to me. The next one's the guy that the Texans will see on Sunday, Matthew Stafford. Can the league's most entertaining thrower still put on a show? Deceptive eyes, trick shot artist, washed watch for Matthew Stafford.
That's where I'm leaning. I don't take anything away from his abilities, and I think it's a travesty from the perspective of Matthew Stafford that a lot of people didn't give him enough credit when he was with Detroit because the rest of his team was so bad when he was good. But I am a little leery of where he is in his life and his career at his age to say that he's that high anymore.
Brendan Riley thought it was over for him when I texted him about him early
right.
in the offseason. That's why he works on the other side of the glass. He works in a different city now. C.J. Stroud, number 7. C.J. Stroud, an old soul at quarterback who will keep getting better at age, and they give him a nose ball.
I like it. Again, I think there's a couple of candidates for where you're going to have people throw a pushback with you and say other guys, Jaden Daniels and other guys. I believe in CJ. I believe in things that I didn't believe in when he came out of college in terms of his ability to feather footballs in there with touch to put every football seemingly where it needs to go. He's creative. He showed me more on that front to be able to ad-lib and still make the throws on the run and do the right things. I think that's pretty accurate for where he should be.
The next one on the list, Dak Prescott. We saw yesterday. He looked good yesterday.
He did look good yesterday. That's one game.
I mean, he's always looked like this.
I don't think so because, again, look at his playoff runs and look at what he did when they were the high seed with a home field 2 years ago or last year. It was 2 years ago, right, when they got throttled by Green Bay.
In the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they didn't make the playoffs last year. So yeah,
it's 2 years ago. And that was a game where Green Bay was right for the picking, and they had all the momentum and 12 wins, and he crapped the bed. So
him or Herbert?
I think at this point in their career, it's a good question, but I think at this point in their career with what they haven't done in the playoffs, I would lean Herbert over Dak.
I would take Dak over Herbert, but the contract might flip that. The contract's pretty – I mean, Dak's the highest-paid quarterback in the NFL. You're going to hate number 9.
It's Jordan Love.
No.
Really? Geno Smith.
Correct.
Ugh.
Geno Smith, 9. An advanced pocket passer, still has plenty to learn. And his little, his attribute is irrational confidence.
Geno Smith should not be in the top 10 anywhere, I don't think.
I mean, I like Geno.
I know you do, but you think he's the top 10 quarterback in this league?
I don't think he's top 10.
I don't either.
I think that he's borderline top half of starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Somewhere in the, is he top 16? I think he's in that area. Top 10, I wouldn't. And then the guy who's ahead of, number 10, Jaden Daniels. Perfect combination of a few elite traits that put defenses in hell, option threat. That's too low for me.
Way too low for me simply because I know we don't know what we don't know about next year, but last year was enough for me to say we knew he could run, but similar to what we saw that I didn't think I would see at least this soon coming in his first year, his ability to pass the football in all situations and the creativity and all that, I think he's higher than Geno.
They have Goff at 11, Love at 12, Hurts at 13. I think that's silly. They have the greatest athlete on planet Earth, Kyler Murray at 14, T-Law at 15, Baker Mayfield at 16, Brock at 17, Drake May 18, Tua 19, Rodgers at 20, then Darnold, Nix, that's low for Nix.
Yep.
Williams, that's kind of low for him. Russell Wilson, Bryce Young, Michael Penix, I think that's low for him at 26. Jones, Fields, McCarthy, Flacco, Rattler, Cam Ward 32. I guess he didn't play the snap.
Where was
But McCarthy,
see, I think Goff's low. Could be you could argue he's a little low. I think that Jalen is definitely low
for sure.
And then in New England, where was he?
Drake May. I didn't see May.
Yeah.
18.
Okay. I think May could be a little higher, but
his is all potential though.
Yeah.
Like I think this is like they're playing a game tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think they're playing a game tomorrow.
Because and then, like, if you're playing a game tomorrow, do I think that Stafford puts everything together from the intelligence, the intangibles, and his ability to just be a pure passer of the football? Yes.
T-Law feels a little high here. Like, he's ahead of Baker Mayfield. He's ahead of Brock Purdy. That feels kind of bad.
I was like, at first, T-Law, like Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan. I've never been a big fan of Trevor Lawrence. I think he's been overhyped his whole career and now overpaid because of it.
Yeah, how do you go Lawrence over Mayfield? That's a good call.
Well, Mayfield's numbers were great last year.
Yeah, I couldn't. I would have. I'd have Mayfield way ahead of him.
Yeah.
Overrated quarterback Stafford, always been turnover prone and a choker. Burrow's so much hype off
First of all,
of
wait
one
a minute.
season.
Stafford won a Super Bowl when he had the opportunity to have a team.
Yeah, but he's too high
him.
in this one, I think.
I'm not. That's a different conversation. I definitely think he's too high in this list. But I don't think it's fair to say the things that they said about crapping all over Stafford when given the opportunity with fair fighting tools around him, he won a Super Bowl.
You can't say look at Dak's playoff runs and overlook Burrow not making it. I mean, he's been to a Super Bowl and he won in Arrowhead twice. So
there's that.
I think that matters. Dak was second MVP voting the same year they lost to the Packers. Yeah, he was, which is a regular season stat.
Yeah, so
but I like Dak. Lakers did like
show up in the playoffs.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Maybe you're tired of having bad takes. Maybe all of your takes are just bad. They land on Bad Take Boulevard. You want to get away from those bad takes. Perfect place to get away from those bad takes is Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and bustle of the traffic, the job, whatever's causing you stress, like your bad takes. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and escape those bad takes for once. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing great outdoors, from the open green spaces to wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, majestic trees and some of the best fishing you'll find in Texas. The Two Creeks right there. They have the catch and release pond in the center of the property. It's fantastic. You're going to love it. And it's only 90 minutes away from the city of Houston. You can get there before the sun goes down. Hike on their 92-acre property. Do a little kayaking, do a little pickleballing, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's cool too. And Two Creeks always looking to take care of their visitors. Branham family went out there at the start of the summer. Fantastic. It was an awesome time. We really enjoyed ourselves. Stayed in the tree house. The kids loved it. It was fantastic. From the glamping to the cabins. Just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. We got a big football game coming up next Friday. TD-ECU Stadium, Houston Cougars, Big 12 opener in prime time against prime time. Houston, Colorado. a week from today. TD-ECU Stadium, going to be a hot ticket. And we're going to give away some of those tickets a little bit later. Going to give them away a little bit later, so you'll want to be tuning in for that. Just keep it with us. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. Worst takes of the week. Yankee fan, gonna Yankee fan. It's what Yankee fan always does. So yesterday, the Taylor Trammell little bat thing with Aaron Boone. He checked the bat, blah, 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 blah. I was like, Boone had them check Trammell's bat in an 8-3 game in the 9th, question mark. I had Yankee fan enter my chat. People with brain cells clearly saw the umpires check the bat by themselves. Boone didn't even know what was happening, said Yankee fan. Yankee fan get a Yankee fan.
Typical, though, but it's us. We're the homers.
I asked him for an apology. Cesar Rose is his name. I asked him for an apology. He wouldn't apologize.
Typical New Yorker.
He's stubborn. He's wrong. He won't admit he's wrong. He won't apologize for saying that people have no brain cells. Clearly saw the umpires check the bat by themselves.
Sounds
and that
like
Boone didn't even know what was happening. I sent him the Aaron Boone press conference, too, to let him know in case he didn't see it. Maybe he doesn't have cable in his little 200-square-foot New York apartment paying $3,000 a month.
I thought it was only Key from L.A., but you found someone on the other coast.
Milo Hamilton's microphone on Twitter makes the list. He tweeted this on August 26th.
You just made the list.
Yeah, Milo Hamilton's microphone makes the list. Whoa. It's exciting that Alvarez is back, but people really need to lower their expectations. The idea he's going to come back and hit 390 with homers every other night is silly. His presence in the lineup alone is a big deal, but otherwise results won't be there right away. Oops. Microphone Milo. We're not putting a blue star on this one. We're putting a bad take on this one. You made the list.
You just made the list.
I guess he's not hitting 390, though. He's hitting 500. So
he's only got 2 bombs, but he's basically getting on base every other time.
John Stamos on Twitter. I don't think it's the real John Stamos. If it is,
that would be a full house.
I tweeted out on May 28th. What do you think? What do you do with the Astros lineup once Jordan comes back? John Stamos says Jordan ain't coming back this year.
Oh.
So I gave John Stamos one of my subtle likes, and he actually owned it today. He's like, yeah, I was wrong, blah, 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 blah. So I tip my cap to you, John Stamos, but tipping my cap doesn't mean you don't make the list.
You just made the list.
The Astros won 1 game in the Yankee series, right?
Yep.
That was 2 nights ago. Mm-hmm. So they were trailing 3-0 in that game and rallied to win 8-7, right? Swaby, when the Astros were trailing, says it's 3-0 now with no life on the offense. Say goodnight. Astros rallied and won.
Oops.
Swaby, love you like a brother. But you made the list.
You just made the list.
It's so funny.
I got a late addition, Jeremy.
Go ahead.
There's 2 females that just walked in here to meet some people. And as I turn and look to my left, I watched the woman who had to use the restroom go right into the men's room.
How long do you think it took her to figure it out?
About 30 seconds, because she came out very red-faced, going with the Michael Jordan shoulder shrug, going, whoops, went across to the other bathroom.
I mean, it's 2025. You can never really know for sure.
Okay.
MLB.com posted the Astros lineup yesterday with 8 guys.
Saw that. Everybody was tweeting it, and everybody's response was the same. No designated hitter.
Yeah, so I don't know who to blame, but whoever you are, you made the list.
You just made the list.
The lady that walked into the men's bathroom, I forgot to give you your list. Here's your list.
You just made the list.
Thank you. Here's Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark has an interesting definition of generational quarterbacks. Ryan Clark, what's up?
I think John Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
What world is Brady, Manning, and Brees not generational?
And then if your argument is the guys that you look at going, they're less than the guys that aren't generational. I get Mahomes is, but overall, like, what world are you living in? That welcome to the world of the new ESPN guys on TV, where it's not just about what you know, it's just how controversial can you be. That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Ryan Clark guy. But he called Andrew Luck generational, but not Tom Brady, not Peyton Manning, not Drew Brees. And the irony of this is the segment was actually, is Arch Manning a generational talent? So in a segment they're talking about folks back playing this weekend, hoping to get to 500 on the year. The argument about Brees, Brady, and Manning not being generational was in a segment where they're asking the question, is Arch Manning a generational talent? So bad. I can't do them. I can't do those shows.
He attacked
you
Peter
know it.
Schrager today, too.
For what?
They were on Get Up. Schrags was hosting, and it was Clark, Woody, and Orlovsky, I think. But there were 3 XFL NFL guys. And Schrager disagreed with them.
He went nuts.
But and he goes, "Oh, that's the non-ex player."
Oh, I love that card.
And Schrager was like, "Are you kidding?" And he started. He goes, "Can I finish?" It's like you stopped, you paused, you were done. But then because Schrags had a problem with it, you go on attack mode.
I love that gaslight. Like, oh, well, you didn't play ball, so you don't know. You're killing me and roasting me in this argument, and clearly you're superior in thought than me. I'm going to get you back. I'm going to say I'm a player. I love that, yeah. Yeah, I love that one. Skip Bayless, whenever North Carolina led TCU 7-0, he tweeted, TCU's about to get blown out. Too much MJ, LT, about to get mossed. TCU would roll. Skip Bayless gets it.
You just made the list.
He wasn't the only one tweeting North Carolina after they jumped out to a lead. Todd the Show, our Todd the Show, tweeted, North Carolina looks like the real deal. They got a real deal of Evander Holyfield here after Mike Tyson bit it, and Mike Tyson was TCU. Although Holyfield did win that fight, so I guess that's not a great analogy. But Todd the Show, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Pablo Torre, remember when Pablo Torre was on the Belichick might not coach at all at North Carolina?
Yep.
Pablo Torre, May 12th. I've been waiting for it. It is finally here. May 12th, Pablo Torre said that there was an absolute real chance Bill Belichick never coaches a game at North Carolina. Some would argue he didn't really coach well in that game, but he coached it. They got hammered, coached it. Pablo Torre, he coached the game. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Paul Feinbaum on Texas the other day said, Paul Feinbaum, about the game, Texas, Ohio State. He says, I really don't even think this game is going to be close. Texas' roster's better. Ohio State won. Texas back in Austin with an 0-1 record. Paul Feinbaum, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Could have made it twice.
Well, here's another one. Paul Feinbaum with his big claim on Arch Manning.
I've said it, so I'll say it again. He's the best player we have seen from every aspect since Tim Tebow.
Ryan Clark would call him generational even, but Paul Feinbaum, you made the list a second time.
You just made the list.
Was that the one you were referring to?
Yes.
There we go. Bad take. There was a long list of bad takers.
There was a lot.
From Yankee fan to John Stamos to Todd the Show to Paul Feinbaum. We're going coast to coast.
To the lady that used the wrong bathroom.
The lady 20 feet from us, walking into the gentleman's bathroom, searching for things she never thought she would see. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You know it's not going to make Bad Take Boulevard. Todd Callis, TK, award-winning Todd Callis. He joins us next, straight from Arlington when we return. Killer Bees, East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's so many. Find a huge selection online you can't find in stores at Walmart.com. Branham family loves Walmart.com. We use it all the time. We love it because we don't have to leave the house. We don't have to mess with a crowd. We don't have tons of time. I don't like to turn off the game. So we order online with Walmart, get all the things we need without even having to leave the house. It's fantastic. Oh, it's too expensive. Grocery shopping online costs more. Nope. That's not the case. Not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And, of course, because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. And what I love about it, they're fast. So fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Order at kickoff, you get it before halftime. Going online at Walmart.com, ordering the groceries I need faster for me than actually going to the grocery store and getting those groceries. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need, from groceries to home goods to even prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, maybe you're throwing a watch party for your favorite team this weekend, thank Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start an order today at Walmart.com. We go straight out to the HR&P guest line, joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis, straight from Arlington. TK, thanks for taking a few minutes ahead of first pitch tonight, game one of a critical series between the Astros and the Rangers. Lots of drama in this Yankees-Astros series, a little bit of everything happening, from Fromber to the umpiring to an illegal bat that didn't gain a competitive advantage. A pretty wild series, huh?
Yeah, that had a lot of everything. That was one of the crazier series that I've seen in a while. Unfortunately, the Astros lost 2 out of 3, but, yeah, there was a lot going on, including the Taylor Trammell situation with the bat. Apparently everything's okay. They are still going to look at it, but I think it was just a discoloring that they had an issue with, and that didn't give them any competitive advantage.
TK, I'm curious, because when you guys were doing the game live, I think to some degree I felt for you, because it seemed like you were kind of a victim of what was being shown based on what was happening, but your take on everything that happened between Salazar and Fromber and the way that all went down and then how it blew up after the game.
Yeah, it was definitely unfortunate, and I think the thing that, bothered a lot of people was that the way Fromber reacted after Salazar was hit. So you got to take Fromber at his word and Salazar at his word, and they're the only two that really know what happened. But what they said was it was cross-up. I think where people had the issue was normally when you get a cross-up, and the pitcher usually says something or motions like, hey, my bad, or sorry, or you okay? Or Fromber just pretty much didn't react and almost just turned his back on Salazar at that point. So I think that's where a lot of the issue was. Fromber met with him and apologized, and hopefully it's beyond us. But that was a little bit of a strange reaction. I think that's why, things were a little bit uncertain after the game.
How about Yordan Alvarez? Each week it's like, okay, this is pretty good little tear he's on. Is it sustainable? And I think that what I've come to believe when it comes to Yordan is he's literally capable of doing just about anything from an offensive perspective. I think when he's right, he's the best offensive player in baseball. Do you think he's at least in that conversation when he's right, when he's healthy, when he's going well?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, the Astros had nobody else hitting in that homestand. I mean, Pena did well. Caratini in limited at-bats did well. He was on the IL most of that homestand. But other than that, nobody was really hitting in that homestand. And Yordan's just clutching it everywhere. 4 more hits yesterday, 4 hits the day before. And they didn't pitch to him much the first series he was back. If I'm Bruce Bochy and I'm, kind of scouting the Astros off that last series, I'm definitely thinking about telling my pitchers to be really careful. And if you have to walk Yordan, until Altuve gets hot again, take your chances with the guy behind him, because Yordan right now is just a beast. So, yeah, I put him right up there amongst the best in all of baseball when he's right.
Well, TK, it seems like weekly, whenever we have these conversations, we at some point address the next man up injury-wise and then the next man up to replace him. But yet another one, as we get the news today about Caleb Ort and the elbow inflammation, another guy that has been huge for this team and stepped up, I think, way more than a lot of people were willing to give him consideration for. Now, your reaction when you heard it, and then who's next man up now as they try and reshuffle the deck yet again in that bullpen?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, you literally are having the 40-man roster pushed to its brink to just find healthy guys. Now, obviously, Colton was down at AAA doing his thing after he got optioned out. So he was a viable option. I don't think the Astros want to see a 5-man rotation during his 22 games in 23 days, because they feel like Hunter and Fromber could use the extra day when they get an opportunity. Fromber won't pitch till Tuesday now in the beginning of that Toronto series after he just pitched last Tuesday. So he'll get a week in between, and then Hunter will get an extended break after this one, too, with the off day on Monday. But, yeah, Bolton Gordon's the latest to come up. He'll be part of the rotation. Hunter will get the ball tomorrow, and then Luis Garcia will get the ball on Sunday, and then we'll go from there after the off day on Monday with probably Fromber going in the first game against the Blue Jays. But it's really tough. And I know Major League Baseball has wanted to try and see what's going to happen with getting starters to pitch more innings, and that's why they're limiting the bullpen or the whole pitching staff to 13 pitchers. And now when you get to September, you get 14. But I've been an advocate from the beginning that you really shouldn't be able to dictate how many pitchers you're allowed on your roster. If you have a 26-man roster and you want 14 pitchers, you should have 14 pitchers, because all these guys are getting shut down from overuse in the bullpen because starters just aren't going deep enough, and Caleb Ward's the latest victim of that.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. As many pitchers as you could keep on the 26th, 28 in September, depending on how you want to construct the roster, should be their call. I love that idea. Colton Gordon, you mentioned tonight, gets the baseball. First time he's pitched at the big league level since August 12th. Got roughed up a little bit in his last few outings. Had some glimpses of pitching really well, 5.64 ERA on the year. Remind us about Colton Gordon. When he's pitching well, he's doing what?
Well, he's going to throw a lot of strikes, and there's going to be a lot of contact on him, and that's just where he is. He's a guy that needs to keep the ball down when he's throwing strikes. He can't throw too many strikes, especially when he gets ahead of the count. He has to try and induce hitters to leave the plate a little bit and induce weak contact. But he's also going up against a Rangers lineup, and you guys will see it tonight when you're watching the game. It doesn't include a lot of the guys we're used to seeing in the past. There's no double play combo. Marcus Semion's out. Corey Seager's out. Adolis Garcia just going on the IL. So they have a couple of guys at the top of the lineup that people might not be familiar with Michael Hellman and Cody Freeman. So, this is not your Rangers lineup that won the World Series a couple of years ago. This is a much different looking lineup. Having said that, they're still playing very good baseball lately. It's very similar to me to when the Astros were going on the road and sweeping the Dodgers with Cooper Hummel and Zach Short as part of their lineup. Like, it's very similar. The fill-in guys are doing a nice job, but you just have to see how sustainable it is. So hopefully Colton, facing less than the quote-unquote A Rangers lineup that we're used to, will have a good outing coming back now that he's been away for about a month.
DK, it seems like all season long this team has found the greatest way possible to brother-in-law when the pitching's right and the hitting might be off and vice versa. But yet again, now we're seeing the offense where in the Angels series they were struggling to get hits. Now they're getting hits, but with runners in scoring position, they've had some difficulty. Altuve right in the middle of all that, we always laugh. He's going to bounce back. He's going to be okay. But your perspective, because it seems to me like he's actually pressing now, body language and otherwise, when he's not performing like he's used to performing.
Oh, he was definitely stressed out at times during that homestand, and it's strange because he usually rakes at Dyken Park, this year especially. But yeah, when you see Altuve in 2-0 counts or hitters counts try to bunt his way on in an RBI situation, then you know at that point he's not feeling 100% confident. So there were points in that homestand. He didn't have a very good homestand. I think the Yankees held him without a hit the last 3 days. So he was definitely struggling in that Yankee series. Now, turn the page, we come here to this ballpark. It seems like whatever the reason, this is a ballpark where Altuve turns it on. So hopefully Globe Life Field will get him corrected. He is a guy that can go 3 days where he doesn't look like he's very comfortable and then all of a sudden get 5 or 6 hits in the next 2 days. So, yeah, it's a matter of time before Altuve gets back to where we saw him when he's hot, but it was a very tough series for him against the Yankees.
I'm curious, TK, the series against the Yankees that you mentioned, it was intense, but there was a lot of things that maybe you haven't seen in a long time or maybe ever in a baseball game. But your thoughts on the two separate issues last night, the, I guess, pitch clock violation on De Los Santos when it looked like Caballeros had no intentions of looking at him and how he almost seemed like he set him up. And then Boone, we were talking about it to start the show, the timing of challenging the bat and having the bat looked at when you're in the ninth inning of a game that you're walking away with. We just were trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, both of them were very unusual. We'll start with the latter. The Boone timing was very strange because they were up big. You figured they were ready to get on the flight and get home. They probably got home at like 3 or 4 in the morning East Coast time as it was, and then you're extending a game another 10 or 15 minutes. And then it was a guy that was on your team the year before. There was a lot of things that didn't really make sense there. I'm not sure why they chose that moment to bring that to light, and that obviously didn't help them in terms of the strategy of winning that game because Trammell's double stood. So that didn't make any sense to me at all. I really don't get that. And Taylor's a great guy. Like, there can't be any hard feelings between the Yankees and Taylor Trammell. I have no idea why that took place. And then the other stuff, the pitch timer violations, that was really bizarre too. De Los Santos apparently was having trouble with the pitch com, hearing it. He didn't bring the pitch com out of the dugout to start the inning, so he got a pitch timer violation to start that inning, and then he got one on Caballero, who really looked like he milked the situation and was able to draw a pitch timer violation on Enyo when he was, waving his bat around and not really set, and Enyo was ready to pitch. So a little gamesmanship there ended up working out for him. He drew a timer violation for a bases loaded walk. I've never seen it before, but a pitcher had 3 timer violations in one outing, and I think that's probably a major league record, although I haven't checked on it.
Yeah. TK, appreciate the time as always. Great insight as always. We'll catch up next week, and we hope you call some winners in Arlington.
We need a few winners. Time is running short, guys, so we'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend.
You too. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros, joining us on the HRNP guest line. Our conversations with TK, presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Is it possible Aaron Boone was just trying to show off his knowledge? He's trying to flex, like, oh, look at this little piece of info I have. I'm going to show it to the world. Because the timing was dumb.
Yeah, and I think in the pitch clock violation, I think that is just, again, maybe them showing that they can play with the rule a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. And they've had the whole runner at second, he's doing like a bird. Yeah. It's legal. It's legal what they're doing. Some would argue Bush League. I think, hey, it's within the rules. You know the rules. Blah, 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 blah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Top college football games of the week. Conversation starts at the second best college football game of the week because Houston-Rice, Bayou Bucket, greatest rivalry in the world. That starts at 1. But what are the biggest games you're looking forward to tomorrow in college football? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What are your favorite games of the weekend? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. As Texter says, I'm looking forward to the LSU Tigers versus the Lady Texters. Come on now. Come on. It's Louisiana Tech. The Lady Texters, they were a dominant women's basketball program for a while.
Oh, my God, yes, they were.
I believe that's where Kim Mullet Robinson went to school.
That was Teresa Weatherspoon's school.
Did she go there too?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. But yeah, pretty sure Kim Mulkey went there.
She went there or she coached there?
Went there.
Okay.
I think she was the point guard there.
Well, Weatherspoon, when the dub first started, Weatherspoon was the point guard there.
Okay. Yeah, they had they were dominant there for a while. You know what I always remember about them is that they wore the short sleeve uniforms.
Like the NBA tried for a year?
Yeah, like they wore the short sleeve, like baseball jerseys almost.
Yep.
You remember that?
I don't remember the women doing it.
Yeah, they did.
But I hated it when the NBA did it.
I don't remember the NBA doing it.
Oh, LeBron didn't want to wear them. He hated them because he felt it was constricting.
It wasn't the entire year. It was like
it was.
Really?
Yeah, the Adidas was trying to start a new trend.
Did they do it? Or
they did it for a full year.
I don't remember that at all. That's crazy.
Yeah, Age, you remember the Adidas sleeve jerseys in the NBA? Yeah, they did it for a full year. And then the players complained so bad, they're like, yeah, we're not doing this for another year.
Yeah, I remember that about the Lady Texters. So which college game are you looking forward to the most? For me, obviously it's Houston and Rice over at a Super Bowl stadium tomorrow night. But what are you looking forward to?
I mean, the game Saturday night is pretty juicy with Michigan and Oklahoma. I think it's just to see who answers the questions of who they are and how good are some of these players. I'm really curious about Bryce Underwood and the guy that everybody threw millions of dollars at to see what he looks like in college, though the expectation he's going to get better. But then because of the fact that when you're looking at Oklahoma's entire situation, is it on the seat? Are they good? Are they back? There's a lot of intrigue there, and you got two top 20 teams, so it's a good matchup.
That's probably the headliner, right, from a national perspective. Michigan, Oklahoma, it's the late ABC game. Oklahoma's favored by 4.5 points in that game. Freshman quarterback for Michigan, although it's a really good freshman quarterback for Michigan that Dave Portnoy paid a lot of money to get him there. But look, Oklahoma brought in UOC. They brought in Mateer from Washington State as well. He can sling it around. That game's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be telling to see, one, what each team is, right? Because I think the winner of this game puts themselves in playoff contention. I think the loser of the game is like, okay, we might be a year away. Not that it eliminates them from playoff contention, but I think the winner puts themselves firmly in playoff contention. The fact that it's in Norman, like you get a Norman on a Saturday night, like that's going to be a tough place to play for a freshman quarterback.
I look at it already before the game's even played, and even before you mentioned the home field advantage. I think Michigan, not that they're in a rebuild, but I think Michigan is in that lull year before they start to pick it back up again post-Harbaugh, and the young guys start to kind of fill in where all the guys that moved on to the NFL. I just don't see Michigan as being a playoff caliber team this year. It'll be interesting to see what Oklahoma is.
Yeah, I think that they have potential to be really good, Oklahoma. Like the best under Venables, like playoff caliber. And they really need it because Venables has been on the hot seat there. Did you see where he had to give up $1 million of his salary? Yeah, he gave up $1 million of his salary, and they repurposed it to the NIL.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's what's happening with these coaches who are struggling. They're like, why would we fire this coach and pay him a $40 million buyout? Why don't we just say, hey, we're going to fire you unless you take $1 million, $2 million reduction, and then we're going to use that money. One, we're going to use the money that you're taking less in salary for NIL, and then we're going to use some of the money that we had earmarked for your buyout and use that for the NIL. Like, the game has completely changed.
But, I mean, if that's you that they're taking the money from, I'm like, that's $1 million for me somewhere in my life.
Or get fired.
Right, but at the same time, I'm still going to get all the money. If I get fired, I'm still getting all the money.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm sure somewhere along the line I'll have another coaching job, whether it's a head coaching job right away or someone's going to put me on their staff. But I still get all the money, and I don't sit there back in the day and look back and go, I once gave $1 million back.
All right, so what would you do? Would you just be like, fire me?
Yeah, I'm like, then fire me. Because I'm on
you would say that?
Yeah,
your competitive juices?
Yes, because I know that I'm going to have another job, and if that's how quickly you want to turn your back on me, I'm not giving you $1 million of the money that is mine. I'm not doing that.
I think I'm with you. I think I'm with you. Like you give me all of my money versus me paying back $1 million,
and you still might fire me,
and I can go live in my fantasy life and not have to work. Yeah, like, I think I'm with you.
And you still may fire me along the road and still have to recoup all the money. But now I'm the dumbass that gave you $1 million back. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Texter says Kansas versus Missouri. I wish that game was being played at Arrowhead. Kind of how Texas and Oklahoma play at the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
I wish that this game was being played at Arrowhead and not on campus.
It's interesting because Kansas is intriguing. I don't know what Missouri is. I know that they've had talent there in the past, but I'm intrigued to see what Kansas is offensively.
Their quarterback's a stud.
He's good.
He's really good. Missouri's a 6.5-point favorite. They're the home team in this one. I mean, obviously I'm pulling for Kansas in this one. Jalen Daniels. I get him confused. I think it's Jalen.
Yeah, I don't think it's Jaden. Is it?
It's Jalen or Jaden. He torched us last year at Arrowhead Stadium. He's really good. Good mobile quarterback. He feels like he's been there for 10 years.
Yeah.
But that should be a fun game. Texter says I'm looking forward to Who Said It. Some people might look forward to Who Said It. I don't know if everybody's looking forward to Who Said It. What other games stick out to you this week?
I like Iowa State because of the fact that knowing the Iowa Hawkeyes that I've always pretty much for the most of my life known, their offense sucks. And all of a sudden they're scoring 30-plus points last week. Like, how legit is their offense? And then for a really ugly game outside of this country, Iowa State, I'm curious to see who they are, too, just not only in this game, but for the conference and for being ranked in the top 16. That's a game that I'm going to keep an eye on.
Rocco Becht, Matt Campbell. That'll be a good one. Baylor at SMU is like a sneaky good game. Like SMU, 17th in the country. Baylor got off to a bad start last week. They lost to Auburn. But are they capable of going into Dallas, winning that game, kind of in the same backyard? That'll be a fun one. And then the one that everybody's getting the talk about is Oregon-Oklahoma State. We're like
because the coaches are getting into it.
Gundy's crying poor. Lanning's like, I want to be at a place that invests in their football team. But Oregon's favored by 27.5 points in that game.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Gundy just trying to drum up some emotions. But at the same time, I mean, if the spread's that big, and I think Oregon's on the cusp, so I got to go with Oregon in a big win there. But
I mean, if they lose, they're at home. But if they lose a game, they're favored by 27.5. Terrible look.
Yeah, that's awful.
A couple of the other games that are underrated on the slate: Illinois at Duke. Illinois is number 11 in the country.
A lot of people love Illinois' quarterback. They just believe that he is going to be talked about on the next level as a guy in the draft. That he's got a ton of ability. Bruce Bielema is their head coach. I mean. We'll see. I don't believe in Illinois a whole lot.
Texas State at UTSA, a little local one. South Florida at Florida. Let's pay attention to that one. Let's pay attention to that one. South Florida got the big win last week. They hammered Boise. Many people thought Boise was the best team in the group of five. South Florida crushed them. Florida got off to a slow start last week and then finished strong. Obviously, I love Lagway. Really, really good. Good football player from Willis. I like South Florida's coach. I'm a fan of that guy.
Who is it?
I forget his name, but he big leagued Herman once.
They're I remember that.
It's like a funny looking name.
They're always sneaky competitive. They're and you got to give them credit for that. Yeah, I want to see what Florida really is. I want to see as the competition gets stiffer for Florida. I want to see what Lagway does. I want to see exactly how they kind of maneuver things because I think that could be another hot seat.
They finished strong last year,
but I think because you have a quarterback now that everybody believes in, or at least they're saying they believe in, I want to see if they live up to that or if they're going to fall flat.
Yeah.
And then the one guy, when you were mentioning one of the previous matchups I was going to mention, aside from the two on the hot seat that we just talked about, I think Dave Aranda and Baylor, that's almost a must-win for them because of the way they –
I think it's a little strong.
I think he's on the hot seat.
Sure, but they could lose to SMU, win the Big 12, and he's perfectly fine.
Maybe so, but I think that's a bigger game than just normal week 2. Because I think he's getting hyper scrutinized right now.
I mean, they win at number 17. That's a pretty good feather in the cap. Yeah. I mean, I would agree he's on the hot seat, but I don't think that this week is like make or break for him.
Not make or break, but I think it's more important than a week 2 game would be otherwise, especially what they didn't do in week 1.
Alex Golish, the head coach of USA. Yeah, you know what he looks like though.
Yes.
He's a funny cat, man. I like. I heard him in the press. I heard him in the locker room talking to his team after the Boise win. Like he's just He's a football coach, man. He's a good ball
fiery.
coach. He's a good ball coach. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to BZ Money. The first BZ Money of the year. We hand out winners. Last year, we killed it. We gave you winners each and every week. I think we won you like $10. But BZ Money is back, baby. What are the winners this week? We got to tune in to find out. That's next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. This big voice guy not realize we won money last year?
I think you're selling us short on sarcastically on how much we won. I think we won more than $10.
No, I think we won like a couple hundred.
Yeah, we had a good year last year.
Mr. Gal gives us $1,000 each and every football season. Oh, I forgot we did that part of it. He gives us $1,000 each and every football season, and then we wager his money, and hopefully we come out ahead. Last year we won a few $100. The year before, I think we broke even. The year before that, we lost like $300. And by the way, big voice guy, I'm 2-0 in the NFL this week. +9 Dallas, under 47.5. I'm undefeated. I'm going to go out on top. All right, BZ Money. Blankers, what's the first game you want to sell to us?
Gentlemen, I'm here to sell you.
Hold on real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Do we want to do an individual bet here? Whoever has the best win percentage wins. Whoever has the worst win percentage loses. Drink bet.
I'm good with that.
All right. Win percentage, though, because I think there's a few Fridays we're going to miss and stuff like that. Win percentage. All right, Brian. Or I'm sorry, Blankers, go ahead.
Well, my first game I'm going to sell to you guys is Week 1, Cincinnati at Cleveland. The Browns are getting 5.5. I know it's a little bigger number, but at the same time, we know what a debacle their quarterback situation is. We know that the majority of their roster isn't good. Aside from Myles Garrett, there's not a whole hell of a lot of talent there. And I think that as bad as the defense can be for Cincinnati, they're going to score points, and they're going to score it in bunches. And you're starting off in Week 1 with 2 healthy receivers and a healthy quarterback. I think the Bengals win by at least a touchdown here.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I'm on the Cincinnati side of this personally. I have them winning by 8 points. Branham Analytics has the Bengals winning by 8. So I'm good. I'm good playing this one for sure. Brian.
Branalytics.
That's a good call.
I'm good with playing it, but I like to keep the number low because let's not forget what the Bengals do in September. Lifetime Joe Burrow is 7-10-1 in September, and they lost in Week 1 last year to the Patriots, who won 5 games last year. So let's keep this number low because the Burrows and the Bengals don't really show up until October.
You know, I'm a defiant son of a gun. I don't like when people tell me what to do. I say we bet big.
I kind of thought about that, but how big on the first bet of the year? 30?
$75.
Hell no.
No. 30?
I'm fine with 30.
30 feels kind of soft for a game we all like.
Brian didn't like it that much.
The past is the history, and the future is a mystery.
What's
on the back of his baseball card?
Friday.
Oh.
Friday.
Another day that ends in Y.
I mean, we all 3 said yes, and we're going to put on a little minimum wager.
I mean, we want to have money at the end of the year. Not saying that we haven't been good.
It's somebody else's money. It's not even our money. Pay the man his money.
But we want to get the money back next year also.
So how much did y'all say?
30.
Feels soft. Can you kick me my ring? I dropped it by you. It's a fidget spinner for me. All right, fine, whatever. Cowards.
Bad husband.
All right, ADHD husband.
Hey, that's Jerome. Slow down.
Jerome dropped it, yeah. Jeremy's fine. Jerome dropped it.
ADHD husband is what you meant to say. First game, I always forget that I'm not in red here. It throws me off because I always identify in red, and it always throws me off whenever I see a color that's red and it's not me. But the first game that I will sell you, the Buffalo Bills, I know I hate on them because I don't think that Josh Allen's ever going to win a Super Bowl. But they're a good team. They're one of the best teams in the NFL. They're at home on Sunday. It's Sunday night. They're at home. I know they're playing Baltimore. But the Buffalo Bills as a home dog, a home dog? Buffalo Bills, one of the best teams in the NFL, is a home dog? Absolutely not. Buffalo Bills should never be a home dog. Give me the Buffalo Bills. Give me Josh Allen. I've always believed in him in the regular season.
I am I'm on the other side of this. I don't like the game from a betting perspective regardless, but if I had to take a team, I'd take Baltimore because the same can be said of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a multiple-time MVP in the regular season. He plays his tail off in the regular season. They get to the number 1 seed in their conference in the regular season. Playoffs, different story. I like the Ravens to make a statement on national TV on Sunday night, so I stayed away from this.
It's on the road. Buffalo's the home team.
You're the decider, Brian.
Wrong team's favored.
Joel, you ready for this? I agree with you. I would pick the Ravens in this game, and the number's not big enough to where I'd be comfortable taking a losing team thinking they could still cover the number with it only being 1.5. I mean, the Ravens should have won in the playoff game last year in the divisional round if not for Mark Andrews' fumble and a couple other miscues. I think they're the better team. I think they win this game.
What is y'all's record betting NFL games this year?
0-0.
0-0.
Mine's 2-0. Mine's 2. Are y'all going to flip it on me?
You want to, Brian? Or you want to just
that feels a little aggressive for Week 1.
Hey, make note that this is my game because this would in our side bet that this would play.
I know.
All right. Okay. I just wanted to be on the same page.
No play. I'm with no play.
All right.
Jabronis. I hate to immediately turn on Joel here, but Detroit at Green Bay. Green Bay, a 1.5-point favorite. Wrong team favorite. Detroit's the better team. The number's low. Give me Detroit plus 1.5.
You ain't hurting my feelings. I know who's still the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, and I know that early season, even at home, the Packers aren't strong. And Jordan Love's still getting over, though it's not his throwing hand, the surgery he had on his thumb in the exhibition season. I think that Detroit's going to make a statement here. I think Detroit's going to win the game outright by a field goal. So I'm with you. I would take Detroit in this game.
Brad Analytics has the Packers winning this game by 4. I'm on the opposite side of you guys. I think the Packers win. I think they cover.
Okay.
All right. Will we take in a low number here then, Joel?
Sure.
30?
Okay.
We went $30 on one that were unanimous.
I was going to say 20.
$30.
I would say 20 because I don't feel good about it.
All right, you want to go to 20?
Yeah.
All right, 20.
All right, Blankers, your second game?
My second game is the New Orleans Saints at home hosting the Arizona Cardinals. I know that he's the most
athlete on planet
I was going to
Earth.
say,
Yeah.
you beat me to it. At quarterback, I think offensively there is such a huge advantage for the Cardinals over the Saints. I don't care who starts at quarterback for the Saints. I think they're just playing to get to the gap, bridge the gap to get a quarterback to draft next year. I think the Saints are going to be awful. I think that Arizona has enough talent on both sides of the ball, but particularly if you take Kyler, you look for Harrison, their tight end's really good. I think Arizona wins this game by at least a touchdown. The spread's 6.5, but I like Arizona.
Gun to my head, I'm on the Arizona side of this. Personally, I did not bet it. Brand Analytics had the Cardinals beating the Saints by 7. That's not enough of a cushion for me to play this game. So personally, it's a no play. Gun to my head, I would be on the Arizona side. So I will tread carefully.
Okay.
I would also, gun to my head, pick the Arizona side, but because it's Kyler, I don't feel great about it. I don't trust Kyler on the road in what typically is a loud place to play. So I would play the Arizona side, but I like to keep it low.
$20.
$20.
$20.
There you go.
Second game I'm going to sell to you. I like to target rookie quarterbacks early in the year as they're getting acclimated to life in the NFL. Even the very best rookie quarterback seasons, they've struggled out of the gate, or they struggled at least in their first game, first appearance. I also like to attack those rookie quarterbacks early in the season when they're playing road games. I like to attack those rookie quarterbacks when they're playing early season road games against good defenses. I like Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward's going to be good. I don't think he's going to be good week 1 in the altitude at Denver. Denver's a heavy favored, 8.5 points. I don't care. Lay the number. Broncos win by double digits. And ride Broncos ride, or whatever weird thing they say.
I'm with you on everything except for the fact that spread's too high for me. I don't like the 8.5. I think they win by a touchdown. I don't like when you get that big of a number. I agree with you on everything else that you said, but Brian, I'll let you call it because I didn't feel comfortable with the 8.5.
I'm with Jerome on this one. Rookie quarterback on the road in Denver, a team that led the NFL in sacks last year. I know that's not necessarily a sticky stat that's going to carry over, but I think this is a 10-point game or more. I would take the Denver side.
So you guys go.
25 doll hairs.
I'm good with that.
All right, Brian, close us out.
All right, so copy and paste a lot of what you said about a rookie quarterback playing on the road in their first start. Technically not a rookie, but J.J. McCarthy making his first start on the road in a divisional matchup. You got the Fighting Ben Johnsons on offense for the Bears. A lot of talent. We'll see if Caleb Williams gets together. But the Bears a 1.5 home dog. Would J.J. McCarthy have to go on the road? I don't like the Vikings side of this. Give me the home team plus 1.5.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I was going to say everything that Jeremy said about Cam, I'm going to say about J.J. McCarthy. You know I'm not a fan of J.J. McCarthy. I don't believe in J.J. McCarthy. He could prove me wrong. I think the Bears at home on Monday Night Football with their new head coach, him trying to make a statement, their quarterback trying to make a statement, the Bears trying to prove that they're legit. I think the Bears are going to win this game by 5 to 7 points minimum. I like the Bears as well.
You don't like Caleb Williams either.
But I like it better than J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
And I like, yeah.
This was a no play for me. What were you saying, Brian?
Would Jared Goff be the only NFC North quarterback you do like, Joel? I was trying to work my way through the list.
I'm not a huge fan of Jared Goff either, but I think of everybody in the division, I like him the most.
The entire division.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The disrespect for the greatest college quarterback of all time right now is just disgusting.
Is he starting?
We didn't say that.
Brian
didn't say starters. He said quarterbacks in the NFC North.
He's more like a quarterback coach.
20,000 passing yards in his collegiate football career. You know how many guys have done that?
Then why is he not starting?
You know how many guys have done that?
I don't.
1.
I thought it was
There's one.
19,000 and change.
The one and only. Was it total yards that was 20? I might have confused
Yeah,
those.
I think it was total yards that was over 20.
Do you know how many quarterbacks in college football history have had 20,000 total yards?
Just one.
Just one. You know his name?
Case Jerome Keenum.
Do you know where he went to school?
Yeah, University of
The
Houston.
University of – you know how many games he's worked with Branham doing the color commentary during the spring game 2 years ago?
One.
My broadcast partner, the greatest college football quarterback of all time, Case Keenum. Yeah, it's 20,000
Did he
total
restraining
yards.
order during the broadcast?
No, but he blocked my number immediately after. I'm kidding. I hope I'm kidding.
Haven't checked it lately.
No, I'm not one of those people. How much you want to play here? I'm a no play. This is not one that I touch. I think it's a coin flip game. I don't really have a feel for either one of these teams early. I didn't touch this one personally.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, Brian, I'll just stay. We can say low again, say 20, unless you see differently.
If Jerome's out, we can go.
Jerome
20
is out.
Yeah,
Although
we'll
I should be
20.
betting on Keenum here. Now that I think about it, because of the leadership that he provides. No, I'm just kidding. I'm no play. $20. Okay,
Yep,
that
yep,
works.
yep.
All right. That's BZ money. We hand out winners. We're on the Bengals for 30. We're on the Cardinals for 20. We're on the Broncos for a quarter. We're on the Lions for 20. We're on the Bears for 20. The only game that got denied was mine. The only person
Thanks
of the
for the
three
time,
of us
Jeremy.
who is 2-0 in the NFL season, and I got denied. I got rejected like the Kimbe Mutombo.
Boom shakalaka!
No.
I
No,
pay him
boom
$2
shakalaka.
bills.
No, that was a bad use of boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka would be if I yammed on Dikembe Mutombo. Wouldn't be a rejection at the rim. That was a bad. Boom shakalaka is when they dunk it. That was a bad usage
Thanks
of that.
for the
Brian.
time, Jeremy.
All right, who said it? That was good usage. You went from bad to good. You're good in my book.
You've redeemed yourself.
Let's get to who said it, everybody's least favorite game. Brian will read us quotes said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and then we'll aimlessly guess on who possibly could have said them. It is the Bees broadcasting live from the great East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, we know the weekend is upon us, and that means there's plenty of things you want to do. You want to get out. You want to enjoy your time off. You don't want to go shopping at stores, and you certainly, if you want to avoid that, don't want to pay the extra prices to get the whatever you're trying to get delivered to your house so you don't have to waste time. At Walmart, it's all taken care of for you because who knew their website is brand new, and it's all definitely there to help you get through all the times where you don't want to waste time, energy, and so much more by going to the store. It's absolutely fantastic. You can go now to Walmart.com, and you can literally find 500 million items online. And there's a huge selection of items that are available online you can't even find in the stores. But if you want it, you get it, and you have it delivered to your door. Absolutely at no extra charge. That's right. As long as you're not in a big hurry, but you want it there, because if you want it delivered in as fast as an hour, you can get that too. But there are fees and terms that go with that. But if you just want it delivered to your door for the same prices that you would pay in store, whether that's groceries, home goods, prescriptions, or anything under the Walmart umbrella that you find on Walmart.com, all you've got to do is go to the website, and they will get what you need, and they will deliver it to you, and there will be no upcharge. You'll pay the same prices as you would pay if you went into the store. How great is that? Now you can save time. You can save all the energy and all the everything that you have to go through with the stress of going to Walmart and get it all delivered right to your door, and the prices don't change. Again, if you want it in about an hour, then you can. There's a fee that goes with that. But I encourage you to start by going to Walmart.com. That's where you can find all the details and see all the things that are available. But keep it in mind, if you got something happening this weekend, maybe you forgot a few things and you're having some people over to watch football this weekend. Walmart.com, while the party gets going, they'll still bring it to your door. You don't have to go out there and leave everybody hanging. And then the stuff is there, the party's there, and you're a hero. Tailgate parties, family items. We needed a birthday gift last week for my oldest daughter before she went to a party. We forgot to get one. Walmart.com coming through in a pinch, getting it to us so she could get to the party, not only on time, but with a great gift so that she looked good too. Absolutely fantastic. I can't tell you enough about them, but all I can tell you to do is check them out for yourself because the old Walmart.com is out, and who knew the new one is all suited for you. Check them out today, Walmart.com.
All right, who said it? Broadcasting live, East River 9. That's the good news about playing this game at East River 9. No matter how much you hate the game, the setting is good. Bunch of people having drinks at the bar. In fact, there's people here pre-gaming for the ESPN 97.5 listener party.
True.
They're pre-gaming here with us at East River 9. Looking forward to that coming up later tonight. But if you're looking for a spot to have a bite, have a drink, watch all of the sports, all of them. This is the spot, of course. Great par 3 course. Beautiful backdrop of the city. They have a full driving range if you want to work on your game. Pickleball courts if you ever want to get schooled. Not by me. I've never played. But let's get to who said it. First quote, Brian.
All right, quote number 1. You know, some guys go, no, I want to go get it started. Nah, I'll just take that 7. I'll take that 7 large and sit here. I'm fine with it. I like, not having to worry about not getting hurt. I like this. This is cool. This is great. Sit around, hat backwards, charting plays, 7 mil.
Talk about Mills.
Oh, Davis Mills, yeah.
I'm pretty good if we were trying to read context of what they're talking about. I'm not good at guessing who said it, though. Nah.
Lance?
That was my immediate thought.
Let's go with it.
Lance.
Some guys go, no, I want to go get a starting. Nah. I'll just take that 7. I'll take the 7 large and sit here. I'm fine with it.
I like, not
in the ballpark.
Having to worry about getting hurt.
Just fouled one off.
I like this. This is cool. This
Our
is great.
shin.
He doesn't care about being a starter.
We're day to day.
Mills.
No, just get that 7 large. I thought the 7 large phrase might tip off that because that's kind of an older guy, I think, phrasing.
We had the other older guy.
Nah.
That's true. That's true. You
7
did.
large is an old guy phrase?
Yeah,
I don't buy that.
Like referring to a million as large doesn't feel like an under 30
Maybe
thing.
an older gambler guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's just IMO. All right, quote number 2.
Wrong.
It needs to be Correa yelling at him. It needs to be Altuve yelling at him. It needs to be Dusty Baker picking up the phone and yelling at him. How about A.J. Hinch? Screw it. How many people can we have line up and yell at Framber Valdez because that was completely unacceptable? Get lost. DFAing him is crazy, but that's how mad I am.
Paul.
Is it?
I think Paul was the most adamant about Framber did it intentionally. He mentioned it to us when we were switching over the other day, how intense he was about the fact that Framber did it purposely. Sounds like that's kind of where that conversation was coming from.
I think 90% of Houston thinks he did it intentionally.
Okay.
90% of people who are wrong.
Who else?
I think Paul's a good guess.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul.
It needs to be Correa yelling at him. It needs to be Altuve yelling at him. It needs to be Dusty Baker picking up the phone and yelling at him. How about A.J. Hinch? Screw it.
There's actually a take there, though. There's a take there, like is a spotted taken seriously as a big league manager, which I think that's the take. But whatever.
All right, 1-1, quote number 3. This is about Lee Corso. I don't live and die for when he puts the mascot head on, but apparently a lot of players do because when they did the interviews with Arch Manning and this guy and that guy, they were all, you couldn't get ready to watch football until you saw what Lee Corso did. I'm like, really? Y'all were all waiting for that? So apparently I'm the stick in the mud, and everyone just couldn't wait for what Lee Corso did making his picks. So I guess I'm the cranky one.
I thought it would be Dell, but Dell knows a lot of players, and he knows college football.
There's a word that I picked up on that makes me think it's Lance. But I don't want to give away the word because Brian uses that intelligence against us.
I'm glad that you're holding on to it because I thought that the tone was Dell.
Oh, is he trying to bluff now?
I thought
or is he knowing that I'm thinking he's bluffing and he's doing it intentionally to try to get me off?
Trying to flip you.
Yeah, I think. And look, for me, I already lost because if we go undefeated,
but here's
we can
the trust
win
of a
this game.
teammate because what I was trying to say is Dell knows too much about college football to say he would call out players, I think, by name and sort of this guy and that guy and whatever. So I don't think it's Dell as much as initially. That's where I was leading.
So I suck at this game. We know this. I think it's Lance though.
Let's try it.
Okay.
I don't live and die for when he puts the mascot.
Was he on a remote?
Yeah, I was going to say
but
that.
Apparently, a lot of players.
He was doing this from his bed
when they did the interviews of Arch.
His bed?
Yeah, he was sick. He took one of the Comrexes home and did it from his bed a couple days.
He was legitimately laying in his bed?
Yeah, at least one of these, he was legit laying down on his bed.
He's going to be at the listener party later?
I think so, yeah.
Is he still sick? Is he okay? Is he well?
I think he was at the remote today, no?
I don't know.
Yeah, you
I didn't
wouldn't
see
have come
pictures
across him.
online of him being here.
We don't cross paths.
Anthony, was Lance here today? Was Lance here today? Was Lance in person here today?
He doesn't know. I guess he wasn't here yet. He wasn't here yet.
He wasn't here yet.
Yeah. Well, he was laying in bed.
Yeah, no, he.
Because I mean, I do a lot of remote shows, and like there are times where I think about wanting to do that, but I'm like, I can't do that.
I mean,
but I'll go do it. What were you saying?
I mean, I've seen you do it in hotel rooms.
I did it to troll during a commercial, but I've never done it live during a segment.
Okay.
He works with a guy that does it every day because he relocated.
But he doesn't lay in bed.
Yeah, John sits
Well, he
up.
sits in front of it.
Well, I'm talking about laying in bed physically.
I mean,
like
he sounded like he was on his deathbed there.
He did. Yeah, I think he might have been in hospice, actually.
This might be the last who said it for Lance Zierlein, so in memoriam.
What number are we on? Hopefully 5.
This is number 4. You guys are 2-1. All right, number 4. I'm dealing with my own version of PMS. It's called PFS. There's nothing worse than the 2 weeks between the last preseason game and the start of the NFL season. It's just this big tease, and all I want to do is talk football and watch football.
This can only be Paul.
Indeed. And the only thing I could think of was that he knows this, and so he's trying to bait us again.
No.
But it's got to be Paul. All he cares about is football.
He's also Brian's also like he'll pick one up for the team. He'll do one for the team. Or if the quote's good enough, he doesn't care if it's
That's true.
obvious.
That is true.
And I think this is an obvious Paul. You want to do it?
Yeah.
Obvious Paul.
I'm dealing with my own version of PMS. It's called
winner.
What other
worse.
ESPN 97.5 personality? Not even that. What
none.
other Houston radio host? What
There's
other
none.
sports radio host in general would relate a football take to PMS? There is one person in the world, and it is Paul Gallant. That's what makes him great. He is a PMS unicorn.
There might be 2.
Who's the second? PMS to PFS?
Yeah.
He's talking about menstrual cycles as
I
he's
don't
making a
think there's anyone
comparison
else.
to football?
Did you say minstrel?
Is that not what it is?
Menstrual.
I don't know. I'm not a woman.
It doesn't matter. You know English.
Barely. I'm ESL. You know this.
You're ESL, not PMS?
No, it was only Paul. It was always Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so did we win?
Yeah, you're up 3-1.
Yeah. If we get the next one right, can we eliminate this game?
No, of course not.
Yes.
I
You
respect
can't blame
the
me
game.
for asking.
Respect the game.
5.
But you did read that one exactly correct. I didn't care if you guys got that one. Okay, last quote for grins and giggles. So I don't think the SEC is overrated. I think they played, at least in Texas's case, a great team. And by the way, Texas is not an SEC team. They just happen to play there. I will continue to stand on that. They're SEC. No, Texas is Texas. They should be branded an SEC team. The brand is too big for that.
Dell?
It doesn't matter. Just go. Yeah,
I
Dell.
know. I think it's Dell.
So I don't think
Man,
the
we
SEC is
dominated.
overrated.
We were so close to getting perfection today.
They played, at least
I think
in
I'm
Texas's
more
case,
mad
a great.
than happy.
I think you'd rather go 3-2 than 4-1. No?
No,
I like the extra domination.
I'm
Don't
talking
get
about
yourself
Jeremy.
twisted there. Oh,
I'm Ricky Bobby here, bro. I'm 5-0 or nothing else. That's what I'm at. But I mean, all right, whatever. Winner, chicken dinner. All right, what are you most looking forward to Sunday? Texans, Rams. What are you most looking forward to? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live, East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is back. We love football. It is back. Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. Playing on Underdog is easy to do. It's fun to do. You already know it's my favorite app. We always get these, if you're an iPhone user, you get these app usages, how much you're on your phone. Underdog by far for me. And it's going to be your favorite app too. Pick whether your favorite players go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. Also new to Underdog, you can now pick teams. That's right. Pick your favorite team on whether or not they will win or lose, like Sunday. Maybe the Texans win. You like that. So get that in. Get your picks right. Get them in. Lock them in. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. I was looking at this Texans-Rams game. In fact, I plugged in a play. Stroud, what do you like Stroud to do? Higher or lower, 231.5 passing yards. Stafford, 233.5 passing yards. You higher or you lower on that? Here's my play. I'm lower Nick Chubb, 42.5. I'm a Nick Chubb hater. You know that. I am lower Tyler Higbee, 25.5 receiving yards. I am higher Will Anderson, half a sack. I am higher Jared Verse, half a sack. And I am higher C.J. Stroud, completion percentage at 67.2. You can follow me. You can tell me. You can fade me. Whatever you want to do, just do it at Underdog. It's so much fun to play, easy to play, so much money to win as well. Underdog still has their originals too, the traps, the ladders, the streaks. You're going to love it. Download the app today and win big. Sign up with promo code KILLERB. You're going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
East River 9, your spot for all your sports viewing, drinking, food eating. The River House, fantastic food, fantastic time. It's buzzing in here today, too. It is a nice crowd on a Friday. But get on out here to the River House, East River 9. Enjoy some good food, some good drinks, some good times. Also, the golf course is good. It'll be real good here pretty soon once the weather gets cooler. They got the pickleball. They got the full-scale driving range. Perfect. I mean, this is a great spot. It's getting more popular, busier and busier each and every time we come out. And thankful for them to host us today. A texture, if y'all don't like the Who Said It game, why is it still in the rotation? Well, it's majority rules here. I'm the only one who doesn't like the game. Brian and Blankers like the game, so I get outruled. But I'm going to gripe about it. I'm going to complain about it until it goes away. So that's why. All right, what are you most eager to watch Sunday? But before we get to Sunday, it's the best preview, music, song, jingle, whatever you want to call it, in the history of the league. It's each and every week. That guy kind of looks like a younger Andy Reid. Anyways, here was
Patrick Creighton.
No.
Yeah.
I don't. He had a mustache.
So does Creighton.
He had a mustache. Creighton does?
I mean, he's got kind of. Sometimes he goes scruffy beard too.
I haven't seen him in a long time. I guess I couldn't speak. But anyways, here's Colt Fan with this week's rendition of Bleed Blue. Oh, classy. That neigh was classy. That neigh was classy for old Jim.
That high pitch stuff is.
I mean, don't get on the guy for having vocal range, Blankers. He's got range that we can only dream of.
That's not even a falsetto. That's just awful.
Is he adding production? Like at the beginning of that, I think there's a little auto-tune. I think he's got a little auto-tune going on, Colt Fan.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some auto-tune there.
I think he's added an element of production. He's becoming big time, and he's adding a little bit of production value.
I don't know. He might think he's becoming big time.
I don't know why you hate Colt Fan.
Because it sounds awful. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
I question your quality. I'm not sure you have good taste.
On a daily basis, you do that.
I'm not sure you have good taste in your football jingles and your mantras for the week. I don't know if that's a mantra, really. What's the best way to describe what he does? Like an anthem? It's not really an anthem. It's 30 seconds.
It's a
what would we call that?
A fight song?
But is it too short to be a fight song? Like what would we call that, Brian?
I mean,
what
do you call?
I'm not sure.
Clay Walker's deal.
But his is long. His is a full-blown song.
Yeah, his is like 3.5, 4.
Football time in Houston, and the Texans aren't ready to win, not ready to compete. They're ready to play. Ready to play today.
Is it like a jingle?
Yeah, a jingle I think is a good call. It's like a jingle. It's like the Colts jingle. He tries to call it a hype song. It's not a hype song.
No.
It's too
it's
short to be
seconds,
a hype song. No, he calls it a team song anthem. No, it's not a song and it's not an anthem, I don't think. I don't think that it is. All right, whatever. What are you most eager to watch on Sunday?
For me, it's just to get some questions answered. I just want to see what we haven't seen in the offensive line, in Nick Caley, in Popovich, in everything, in CJ with his reads and everything that everybody's wanted from the entire offseason, everything that needed to be addressed, everything that we have heard nothing but hype about. I want some answers. I want to see how it all plays out. I want to see how it looks against another team in a game that matters. And I want to see how much they've nailed it and how many guys are really going to be able to live up to the hype they got during the preseason.
Yeah, I think all the ones for me are on the offensive side. Like, defensively, you kind of know what you're going to get because there are a lot of returning faces. Like, there's some new ones, though. Like, what does the second linebacker position look like? Is that going to be Harris, Speed, To'o? Will they play a little 4-3? I've seen a little bit of that chit-chat that they might try to play a little bit more base. I don't know. Like, they're always a nickel like 98% of the time. They're really going to play a lot of 4-3. And if you do, I don't think this is the week to do it against the Rams opponent. We like to spread it out a little bit more. But on the offense starts there. Like, what does Nick Caley calling the first game in his NFL regular season life look like? What does the Texans' new-look offensive line look like? What does C.J. Stroud look like with control at the line of scrimmage? What does receiver 2 look like? Because that's completely unknown. Last year you had Tank got hurt. You had Diggs, you got hurt. This year you have 2 rookies, and Xavier Hutchinson maybe getting an elevation. The running back room completely different. So the running back, there's a lot of unknown there. The defensive stuff isn't as much the unknown stuff. It's more like how do they match up against the Rams? Like, what does it look like, Puka, Devontae versus Stingley and Lassiter? Remember Devontae schooled, I think it was Petrie
last
year
the slot.
They lined him up in the slot. Like, does McVay go to that? Does McVay go, okay, we're going to pick on Petrie in the slot because he can't cover. Yes, he's a good hitter out of the nickel corner, but he can't cover. Do they line up Puka and Devontae in the slot and try to take advantage of that matchup?
I think
do the Texans play a bunch of zone and try to get away from getting that matchup? So, like, to me, the X's and O stuff is way more intriguing on the defensive side of the ball because there's more known commodities there. The offense, to me, is more the intrigue on, like, what is this going to look like in 2025?
I think there's one more on the defensive side.
What is it?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Week 1, just from what looked like a season-ending injury that everybody was overreacting to how quickly he's coming back now and what's he going to look like in Week 1 when it matters. Like, are you rushing him back too quick? Is he legitimately did he overreact, and is he really good to go? That's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on
I wonder, too, like if the Texans do go 4-3, which I don't think they're going to do this much. I think it's just chit chat before the season. I remember not us, but like us in the city talking about the Texans. I remember this being talked about last year. Like I wonder if D'Amico gets back to 4-3, and like okay, like we had that conversation, and then they're in nickel 99% of the time. I think it's going to be that, but I do wonder if they go 4-3. Occasionally, I don't think it'd be the week to do it again, but I wonder if they do. One, who's your second linebacker? Who would you say is your second linebacker tomorrow?
Speed and Aziz.
Who would be your third?
Probably
if you're going
Harris.
4-3. Okay. If you go 4-3, your nickel comes off the field in place of a linebacker. If you do go 4-3, is Petrie coming off the field entirely, or is he bouncing back to safety and you're bouncing one of the other safeties off the field?
I think ideally you move him back to safety so he doesn't come off the field because of his ability to hit and his ability to get into the backfield. But I think that you set yourself up to a vulnerable aspect of the deep ball with a guy that can throw the deep ball well. So I think he comes off the field.
If it were up to me, I don't want Petrie playing safety. Like give me Bullock and CD there, and just okay, Petrie. Like we paid you a lot of money. That's why I don't think they're going to play much 4-3. Like it's shaping up to play more 4-3 because you have these linebackers. No, they're going to play nickel. Like they don't sign Jalen Petrie to at the time the most nickel money ever given to a nickel corner. And then all of a sudden play 40% of their snaps in base.
No,
that ain't happening.
But I think you know you know who you're playing against, and you know how fully capable they are of dismantling you if you make the wrong call on defense. And I think that they realize Petrie can be vulnerable in coverage.
Here was Nick Caley on Landry. Landry picked this up, I guess, in the locker room, but they were talking about Nick Caley and like his beliefs and like what are some of his mantras and all of this stuff, his coaching principles, and I guess they were talking about core axioms. So Nick Caley's a big believer in core axioms. And here was Caley answering Landry's question about what are those core axioms for your offense?
I would say specifically it's playing smart football, not beating yourself. You can't win until you keep from losing. Okay, that's the first thing. So no pre-snap penalties, not turning over the football. That transcends every single position to me on offense, okay? The second thing that I would say is playing fundamentally sound, okay? There's great players in this league. We're going to go against plenty of them this week and every single week from here on out. So if you don't play with good fundamentals, you don't really give yourself the best chance to play. I believe in that to a core. That's how I was raised in this business. The staff believes in that, and so I believe in that. For every single position, there's certain techniques that, the line does that may not carry over to receivers, but they both block, okay? They both have to get a line. They both have to play with a level of urgency, and those are the things that we believe in. And then obviously being a dependable teammate and coming through and having guys trust you next to you, and that carries over into whether it's assignments, whether it's being able to be out there every single day and practicing and giving yourself a chance to get better. So those are the core axioms. I think you have to start there to have a foundation, and then you build it from there.
There you go. He sounds like a more butch Sean McVay.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. I was just going to say, like, you don't think that he not only was cut out of the McVay mold, but he's basically nailed how to answer questions. He started out a little like Nick.
Yeah.
In the way he sounded. Yeah. But then as you got into it, it was like, oh, my God, he's McVay Jr.
Yeah, McVay's got like the squilly pitch a little bit, kind of like Colt fan, whereas Caley's a little deeper with his
but they're
vocal
fast.
pitch. They're fast. Like you can, if you – Their what is it called? Their cadence. Their cadence is almost identical.
Yep,
almost identical. Caley just has a little deeper voice than McVay does. McVay's so squealy. I listened to McVay stuff this week too. He's really good. He'd be excellent on TV. Like he'd be the best on TV. But he's got a very, very high-pitched voice. Not that there's anything wrong with that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the car wreck of the day in just a moment. But a big game coming up next Friday. We're about a week away, on the nose almost, about a week and 15 minutes away from a huge, massive college football game at TD ECU Stadium. Big 12 opener for Houston. The Cougars welcome in prime time and the Colorado Buffaloes for a Big 12 showdown. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be fantastic. Also during halftime, Hispanic Heritage Halftime Show. The Spirit of Houston performing songs from Selena. The U of H Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. If you never had the chance to listen to the Pumas, they are great. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the pageantry, the tradition, the roar of the crowd as a Houston Cougar football game. Get the tickets at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Lock in your tickets today. Come early, be loud, wear red. Tailgating starts at 3:30. Cougs on Parade is at 520. And we're going to give away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 7 to honor the greatest collegiate quarterback that has ever played the game. Caller 7, 713-780-3776. You're watching the Big 12 opener for Houston next Friday. Houston, Colorado, a week from today. Coming up next, car wreck of the day. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Temperature Pro, because Temperature Pro is a name that you need to know. Because at any given time, in the heat of Houston like we're dealing with even right now, you know that you need a good air conditioning company. You need a good air conditioning company that's going to be there for you. They can be trusted. They have great ratings. But they're going to give you better service than just before everything is said and done, but all the way through and after the sale. That's why I'm telling you about Temperature Pro. They're the best in the business. You can trust them. A-plus Better Business Bureau ratings to start with. They've been in business for over 20 years. That's experience. And because you got reliability, trust, and experience, that's a great combination when you're dealing with something so vitally important as air conditioning. They got all the big brand names, Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. And they've got fantastic financing. 12 months, no payments, no interest. You need the air conditioning fixed immediately. You may not be able to pay for it for a little bit, and that's where they're here to help too. Put your AC needs in the trusted hands of Temperature Pro. And my good friend John Blitz, he owns the company. We grew up together. If I can't trust him, who the hell can I trust? He is the guy that I send all my neighbors to and my friends to, and then they come back to me and tell me, wow, he took care of me. He matched and beat the prices that we were getting from other companies. He gave us a better warranty. He made sure that we were pleased even after we got done with the work. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, and that's why I recommend you go check him out. BlitzProServices.com is how you can find the website. But better yet, just give them a call because it's an easy-to-remember number, and they're going to be right there to your door. 281-247-5925. That's 281-247-5925. Whether you need a tune-up, a checkup, or you need a whole new system, there's only one name to know, and that's Temperature Pro.
If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen right now. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Why? Well, they're transparent. Not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. You're going to love your experience with Monument Chevrolet. Unlike all the other dealerships you've dealt with to buy vehicles, it's a nightmare, it's no fun, or they upcharging you. That's never the case with Monument Chevrolet. It's probably why they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, why they're a pillar of the community. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to an unbelievable culture. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. From the Suburban to the Silverado 1500, from the Blazer EV, you're going to enjoy any vehicle you get. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now. Visit them online at MonumentChevrolet.com. Check out their inventory, MonumentChevrolet.com, or better yet, just visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Car wrecks of the day, what you got? 713-780-3776. Blankers, your car wreck of the day.
Let's start with the obvious. Hawk Tui Part 2. Let's go to Jalen Carter.
Some of those memes last night were hilarious.
Oh, my God. I mean, no-brainer in the fact that he didn't use one. But I got to say that he leads the list. And then Aaron Boone and the Yankees for my second one because of the fact that in a game you got one, in the ninth inning of a game you're trying to get home for, you decide to challenge the bat of a guy that hasn't done a whole lot of damage to you.
The more I think about it, the more I think that this was a knowledge flex. I think it was a knowledge flex. Like, the timing of doing it strategically makes no sense. Makes no sense. Like, no. Why are you – like, why? Why would you use that there?
I have no idea.
It was a knowledge flex. 100%. I'm convinced.
What, that he knew that
yeah, he's
about
like,
the bat?
Look at me working hard and finding out information. I'm going to flex my knowledge here. Because if you had that information, why wouldn't you play that in a playoff game potentially that has way more at stake? It's not a 5-run lead in the ninth. That would be the time you do it. It was a knowledge flex. 100%. I'm convinced.
Plus, a lot of people don't think he knows how to teach base running and other things. So
look at me working hard. Look at me knowing ball, guys. It was a knowledge flex. It was absolutely a knowledge flex. Jalen Carter, I had that one as well. Also want to nominate this. I hate what has happened to boxing. Mike Tyson is going to fight Floyd Mayweather in an exhibition. I hate what has happened to the sweet science. It's not even the sweet science anymore. Now it's the disgusting science. A science I don't even want to watch. A science I don't even want to experiment with. It makes me sick. Yeah, I'll watch it, but it makes me sick.
Well, I will say,
I mean, are we going to have all the stipulations too?
About the current state of boxing, don't forget Canelo and Crawford.
I know.
Coming up on
That's
September
next Saturday,
13th.
right?
Yeah, a week from Saturday.
I am very excited for that.
Are they going to have all the stipulations about you can't do this, you can't do this?
It's an exhibition, so they're probably going to have and
those big gloves,
28-ounce gloves or whatever they are. They're going to have like 2-minute rounds. It'll be like a 5-round fight. I bet you it ends in a draw. It's a wrestling match. It's a wrestling. I can't stand it. It makes me so sad about the state of boxing. All right, so anyways, I digress, Brian.
You guys covered, actually, the three that I had at the top of my mind with Jalen Carter, Aaron Boone, and that sham of a boxing match between Mayweather and Mike Tyson. But I'll throw in Jerome tossing his wedding ring to the floor during the middle of the remote today.
To the floor.
I mean, he just spiked it to the floor like he was a running back running into the end zone and celebrating his touchdown.
What does it feel like to lie as much as you're lying?
To the floor.
See you, brother.
I would throw in the patron here, the female patron that decided to full-blown go storming into the men's room.
There's really no excuse either because that's a very clear men sign.
Yep. It's on the glass, very large as you go in. It's also to the side of the door on a sign as well. So it's clearly notated twice.
That's so weird. Like some of these restaurants, it's like hard to tell, like – especially, like they'll have like weird things like, oh, okay, you confused me. I don't know which way to go.
Right.
I'll look for the urinal when I walk in. This one's very clear.
Aside from a flashing
very
neon
clear.
sign, it's pretty well notated.
Not only is it clear once, but it's clear twice, to your point. Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day, Jalen Carter Spitgate, not just for the act, but the retroactive revisionist history saying that Dak spat first. He might have.
He kind of did. Did he spit at him is a different story, but did he spit? He admitted it. He spits about 100 times.
Spitgate. Spitgate. Coming up after us, by the way, it's more of me. More of me. And my sidekick, Joe George, on Inside the Icebox, smoking and toasting, coming up at 8. All right, what's winning here, Blankers?
I think it's Jalen Carter, easy.
Yeah, I think so, too. Jalen Carter in a landslide. It's almost like he ran away with this race. All right, Jalen Carter, the winner, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Thanks to our on-site engineers, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham as well. Thank you to East River 9 for having us out. Great time. This is your spot to watch all your football this weekend. Keep it here inside the Icebox. Coming up next. Have a great weekend. Talk to you on Monday. Good night.